Hi there, and welcome back to my channel. I'm so glad you've chosen to spend a little bit of your holiday season with me. Christmas is one of my favorite times of the year, not because of the presents or the sparkles, though I love those things too, but because of the joy that bubbles up when we slow down and really feel the season. For me, that joy comes through stories. Stories remind us of what matters most: family, faith, love, laughter, second chances, and even sometimes a little bit of holiday chaos. And that's why I write Christmas romances. Every year, I hope to bring you a story that feels like hot chocolate after a long day of shopping, or the way Christmas lights look when they reflect off fresh snow, warm, familiar, and just a little bit magical. The story you're about to listen to is a little bit different. It has that cozy romance holiday sparkle thing that you'd expect, but with a fun twist. It's like Groundhog Day, but for Christmas. Can you imagine reliving the holiday again and again until you finally get it right? At first, it might sound like a nightmare. I get that. And a lot of people have real feelings about the idea. You could have like endless fruit cake, tangled lights that never get untangled, awkward Christmas parties, all the whole thing. But what I love most about writing this book was the premise gave the characters a chance to rediscover the magic of Christmas from a new angle. It was about this second chance for these two who were childhood best friends and in love, though they didn't know it at the time. So it's about learning that sometimes love takes time and patience. Sorry, I'm a three sneezer. um, and maybe I'm trying to think love, patience, and maybe even a few more tries before everything falls into place. And honestly, isn't that like real life? None of us get it perfect on the first go. We mess up and we forget what's most important. But the beauty of Christmas, the real gift of it, is that we get to begin again. We get to forgive and to try one more time and to love a little deeper. So as you listen to this story, I hope it makes you laugh. Like, I really hope there's a few minutes in here that you just chuckle. And I hope it sweeps you up into the kind of romance that makes you sigh so happily. And more than anything, I hope it brings you joy, because that's what Christmas stories should do. They should leave you smiling and feeling warm on the inside. So, whether you're driving through snowy streets today, wrapping gifts at your kitchen table, or sneaking in some quiet time for yourself, thank you for letting me share this holiday story with you. Merry Christmas, my friend. I hope this story brightens your season and leaves you believing just a little more in love and magic and the power of Christmas.
The Christmas Wish Loop. A Kringle Christmas Romance, Book 1. Written by Lucy McConnell. Narrated by Jenny, an AI voice.
Chapter 1. This is quaint. Lauren Hall reached across the console to grab her boyfriend's hand. Moose Hollow never disappoints at Christmas. The closer they got into town, the faster her heart beat. Coming back after a 5-year self-imposed exile was scarier than the first time she presented in front of the creative board. All those eyes looking at her, judging her designs and concepts, she shuddered at the memory of how small she felt, how young and naive. Of course, they loved her way of looking at things and were excited about the fresh air she breathed into the department. But that was beside the point. The point was that coming home was hard, especially when she'd left half her heart with the boy next door. She cleared her throat and changed her thoughts. After all, thoughts that ran willy-nilly were ammunition for self-defeat. If there was one thought pattern that she'd learned to control, it was any and all thoughts that pointed to Jacob Morris. Gah! His name was never to be spoken out loud, thought silently in the sacred space of her own mind, or written. "Oh, look at the decorations," she said to distract herself. The old-fashioned black lampposts wore wreaths with giant red bows. At night, they would sparkle with twinkle lights. Snow piled knee-high along the side of the road like a welcoming crew. People bustled from the town square where the annual white elephant gift exchange just wrapped up. It was a fun way for people to give to others, especially if they didn't have someone to spend Christmas morning opening presents with and drinking eggnog. They slowed down to let Mr. Diamond cross the street. He wore a navy suit and black tie with a charcoal overcoat and kept his head down. His shoulders slumped and his nose was red. It was sad to see him without his wife since she died a while back. Lauren had read about it online. Mrs. Diamant was famous, the face of the jewelry store and the envy of women everywhere because she was constantly draped in diamonds and emeralds. The gift exchange was her idea, and Lauren suspected that the jewelry family quietly provided gifts for those who couldn't afford to bring one. She craned her neck as they moved on, but didn't see any of his kids with him. It's so cute. Foster smirked at a man dressed as Santa, ringing a bell to call for donations. I didn't know they still did that. Seeing her hometown through Foster's world-traveled eyes had her cheeks heating with embarrassment. Santa's suit had seen better days, as had the paint on the lampposts that peeled. The faded but serviceable coats locals wore looked tired in the bright sunlight. The crowd he read with, up-and-coming lawyers, doctors, tech business startup owners, and the like, wouldn't be caught dead in last season's threads. The expectation fanned out to include Lauren, and she had a bag of the hottest eyeshadows, cute but impractical shoes, and silky pajamas that made goosebumps appear when she put them on. They were so cold. Not that those people saw her in her pajamas. She just felt like sweats were part of the girl she'd left behind in Moose Hollow and not the woman she'd become. Foster snorted a laugh and pointed at a couple standing on the street corner singing. The man had a beat-up guitar. A chalkboard sign invited people to church services later that day. They smiled at one another, that kind of smile that said they were madly in love. Lauren bit the inside of her cheek. The singing preacher was well known in and out of town. He had a popular YouTube channel, and his wife's work with the local youth had garnered national media attention 2 years ago. She didn't bother to tell Foster. He wasn't into that kind of thing. Her brow furrowed as she doubted her decision to come home and bring him along. She'd hoped this trip would be a bonding experience, a chance to share more of her past so they could take the next step in their relationship, a step that should include a ring and wedding bells. The GPS told him to turn at the next left, and he signaled, "Hey, don't you worry about me." He interpreted her concern as being for him. "I brought my laptop. I'll be able to stay on top of my workload and not miss a thing." He dropped her hand and used both to maneuver around a large patch of ice at the top of her street. I guess there's no budget for proper street care in small towns. Lauren glanced out her window so she wouldn't have to come up with a response. Foster was the top junior executive at Marchland International. He did important work, although she wasn't quite sure what that was exactly. His job description read more like a legal journal than it did a LinkedIn profile. They'd gone to his company party the night before, which was why they were on the road on Christmas Day. The familiar houses ticked by too fast. She gripped the seat. She wasn't ready to face the past, to face him. That's why she'd invited Foster as a shield to hide behind. No woman wants to face her ex while remaining single. Not that Jacob was ever really hers, Gaw. Don't think of his name. They pulled into her parents' drive, and Foster cut the engine. He turned and captured her attention with his icy blue eyes. She plunged into their intensity, grateful for the escape from her own near-panic attack. "You know, it doesn't matter to me where you came from. You'll always be Luscious Lauren in my book." He kissed the back of her hand. Of all the nicknames she'd been given over the years, Luscious Lauren wasn't her least favorite. It wasn't the worst one either, so she let it go. "My parents are going to love you," she grinned. Foster was a charmer. She counted on him laying it on thick today and impressing her family. Heck, he could charm the entire town and make her look good, and she'd call this Christmas a success. Foster cupped her face and kissed her softly. "I love you, baby." Usually, she would giggle against his lips and fall into kissing him until she forgot her worries, but she couldn't do it. Her brain wasn't in the game of love today. "I love you too." She pecked his cheek and leaned back to take off her seatbelt. They climbed out of the car, and out of habit, Lauren's eyes immediately cut to the house on the right. Standing in front of the Morris home was a beautifully made snowman. He was expertly proportioned, with a red and blue plaid scarf around his neck. His face was bare, no button eyes or carrot nose. The clean lines in the snow, the ones made from rolling the balls of snow, told her exactly who had made that snowman. Seeing movement in the window, she caught sight of a tall, handsome guy watching her just before the curtain dropped into place. Her heart lurched. Jacob? Memories assaulted her like 10-year-old boys on a snowball ambush mission, tripping through Jacob's front door and into the smell of freshly baked banana bread and sneaking out her window and into his yard for night games. Laying on the front lawn under a sprinkler during a heat wave, making mud pies, trading lunches while waiting for the school bus, band concerts, that one awful high school play they both had to do in order to graduate, cheering at the football games, watching Jacob catch the ball and score the winning touchdown, curling up in his front room with her favorite book. "Baby," Foster motioned from the front of the car. "Are you coming?" Lauren blinked. Wow, so much for controlling her thoughts. She put on a smile. Backsliding with so many memory triggers around was to be expected. The important thing was that she knew Jacob was her past and Foster was her future. Before she could take Foster's outstretched hand, the front door flew open and Mom rushed toward her. "Lauren!" Mom yelled. "I thought you'd never get here." She wore a checkered apron with gingerbread men as pockets, and her recently dyed hair was shiny with no gray roots. Lauren laughed. "It's barely 10. And the day is almost over." Mom scolded playfully as she scooped Lauren into her hug. She smelled like sugar and cinnamon and something bright and cheerful. Her hug was so familiar it went all the way through Lauren and whispered, "You've come home, I've missed you, and you're always a part of my heart." Lauren laughed out loud at the freedom she felt, even as her throat clogged with emotion. This space was the safest on the entire planet. Mom released her, and Lauren sighed happily. All her worries about coming home were about the boy next door, not her own family. A part of her wondered why she'd allowed herself to stay away for so long. Sure, her parents came to visit in the city, but being here on her old stomping grounds took her back to that place where she was a beloved daughter, which was a wonderful place to be. "You must be Foster." Mom smiled easily as she looked up at Foster. She was barely 5 feet tall. Foster nodded smartly and held out his hand. "It's nice to finally meet you. I can see where Lauren gets her good looks." Mom smacked his hand away and hugged him tightly. "You're too sweet. Come on in and drop your things off. We have neighbor gifts to deliver." Lauren's spirits lifted. Delivering neighbor gifts on Christmas morning was one of her favorite traditions. "What did you make this year?" "Orange rolls," Mom called over her shoulder as she went back inside. Her feet crunched the ice melt Dad must have spread on the walkway earlier. In the entryway, the wagon, loaded with foil pans full of her famous orange rolls, made it difficult to reach the coat rack. "Sorry." Mom grabbed the handle and pushed it out the door. She brushed off her palms. "It'll be fine out there for a few minutes. Foster, you can drop that fancy bag right here." She pointed to the bench. Foster put a protective arm across the leather laptop bag. His face pinched. "I'm afraid I need to check in with the office." "On Christmas." Mom's hand splayed across her chest. If she'd been wearing pearls, she would have clutched them. Foster had the decency to appear chagrined. Lauren jumped to his rescue. He was lucky to get the day off. Executive life and all that. She gave him an encouraging smile. One day when he was a full executive instead of a junior one, he'd have 3 full weeks of vacation. One of their favorite pastimes was planning all the trips they would take together when that happened. He wanted to walk on white sands, and she wanted cobblestone streets. "You can set up in the guest room." Lauren turned to her mother. "Is that okay?" Mom's forehead wrinkled as she looked back and forth between the two of them. "I thought we were all spending Christmas together." "We are. I'll even pull the wagon." Lauren tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. "Foster will join us as soon as he's done." Foster nodded. "I'm looking forward to sampling some of that delicious smell." He sniffed the air. "Is that turkey?" Mom nodded, though she seemed distracted. "You'd better give him the Wi-Fi password, too." Lauren kissed her mom's cheek. "You're the best. I'll be right back." She hurried through the house and pushed open the door to the guest room. It was just as she remembered, with the pine pole bed that belonged in a cabin and the bear-themed bedspread that belonged in the 1990s. Foster put his bag on the pine dresser and noted the overstuffed brown chair. "This should work out well." Lauren opened the blinds. "There's lots of natural light, and if you need anything, help yourself. We're pretty casual around here." His nose wrinkle said that he'd noticed. Being the gentle man, he didn't put his thoughts into words. He rested his hands on her sides. "Don't be long?" Leaning in, he nibbled her ear. "I miss you already." She kissed his neck. "I'll be fast." His hands fell, and he stepped away. His focus moved to his laptop and getting situated. Lauren let herself out of the room and shut the door behind her. It wasn't like he hadn't made a tremendous sacrifice to be here. Holding up to answer emails would clear his mind for the rest of the day. Understanding the part of him that pushed him to succeed was what made her the perfect girlfriend, or so he'd told her on several occasions, usually after he'd broken their plans to stay late in the office. No doubt, Mom had already filled Dad in on the fact that Foster was staying behind. Those two never kept a secret from each other, which was sweet and something to aspire to. Lauren stopped at the bathroom in the hallway to check her hair and reapply her lipstick. Her parents had painted the cabinets a nice creamy white color and bought a new sink. A rustic ladder served as a towel rack, and there was a basket of rolled hand towels on the shelf. She checked her reflection. Her black hair, inherited from her second-generation Chinese-American mother, hung in waves. This morning, she'd had tight curls. It didn't matter how long she left the heat on her hair. It couldn't keep a curl to save her life. She'd have to pull out her curling iron before lunch and refresh her look. Her lips had a natural pink hue, but she'd taken to wearing a darker color in the city and quickly applied a fresh coat. Jacob wouldn't recognize her. She startled, concerned about how often her thoughts had gone to him, and she'd only been home 15 minutes. She shoved her lipstick into her pocket. Just because she was home for the first time since he'd broken her heart didn't mean she had to give him so much as the time of day. In fact, if she ran into him today, she'd be the one who didn't recognize him. "I'm sorry, what did you say your name was?" She practiced in the mirror. "Perfect. Let's get this wagon moving," she called as she made her way to the front door, where Mom and Dad whispered fast and furious. They stopped when they heard her voice, and she was confident that she'd been the topic of conversation. Dad opened his arms for a hug. "Where's this amazing boyfriend you've been bragging about for 3 months?" 3 months of bragging after 6 months of semi-dating. Dating in the big city had its own set of challenges, and she'd had a learning curve that sometimes left her feeling battered. She'd only brought Foster up to her parents after she was sure he'd stick around. "He's in the guest room building his incredible career." She hugged her father, noting the scent of Old Spice and cinnamon. Nothing spoke of safety and comfort like that smell. "I'll introduce you when we get back." Dad narrowed his eyes. "He's not going to steal my tools, is he?" Lauren rolled her eyes as she swung open the door. "He has no interest in your tools, Dad." She marched out the door and picked up the wagon's handle. Foster's lack of ability with even a screwdriver was the one chink in his otherwise shiny armor. He didn't believe in knowing how to repair a toilet or replace so much as a light switch plate. That's what superintendents, maintenance works, and other laborers did, and Foster thought their work was beneath him and his advanced degrees. Lauren disagreed. She'd even snuck into his apartment and changed light bulbs when he worked late because the flickering gave her a headache, and Jacob refused to climb on a chair and do it himself. What did he need to be handy for when she was more than capable? She didn't need a man to do the small things. She didn't need a man at all, right? And yet she wanted one. Coming back to Moose Hollow with an up-and-coming mover and shaker, a man whose name would be in Forbes, Fortune, and The Economist, was a coup, and she was darn proud of herself for pulling it off. Not that she was in love with Jacob because of his job, apartment in a high-class building, or his luxury car. No way. There were so many wonderful things about Foster that she had a hard time listing them. "You coming?" called Dad from the bottom of the driveway. He and Mom had started off while Lauren stood at the door, wagon handle in hand. She jogged to catch up to them. "Do you want to change your shoes?" Mom frowned at the fancy footwear. "Nope, I'm good." Lauren schooled herself for falling back into the small-town speech pattern she worked so hard to change. I mean, "I'm fine." When she met their neighbors this year, she would do so in her designer shoes, no matter how little they protected her against the cold. Who needed to feel her toes on Christmas anyway? She put a sway in her hips as they passed the Morris house, just in case someone was watching out the window. Chapter 2. Jacob stood at the window and watched Lauren Hall sashay her way down the street in a horrible pair of shoes. She looked terrific, but he thought she was stunning with bedhead and wearing sweats. So what did he know? He knew the guy she was with was a posh, stuck-up pretender with a god complex. Jacob had played against enough guys like him on the football field to spot the false bravado 100 yards away. He was all wrong for Lauren. "Honey, come eat," Mom called from the kitchen, where she garnished the egg casserole with enough cheese to clog an artery. "We have to hurry, or we won't make it in time to count ballots." This was their first Christmas without Dad, and it was a doozy. His brother and 2 sisters couldn't handle the holiday without him and had booked a cruise. As if a tan and tropical drinks could make the feeling that Christmas was all wrong, right. It didn't work that way. He'd stayed home, telling everyone he was keeping Mom company when the truth was he couldn't stand the idea of not being here. He wanted his dad close, and the best way to make that happen was to be surrounded by things he'd touched. Pulling out the Christmas decorations was a trip down memory lane, every ornament a reminder of the joy and laughter he had this time of year. It was good. Healing. Beautifully tearful at times, but good. "I'm coming." He lived across town in a cottage house he bought, gutted, and remodeled in a modern farmhouse style that showcased his woodworking abilities. Most cabinet makers joked that their house was the last one to have an upgrade. Not his place. His home was his showroom. Smells good. He sniffed the bacon and egg scent that made his stomach rumble. "Did you say something about counting ballots?" Mom nodded. "I promised the mayor you would count the ballots while I held with the seniors' luncheon." Wow. "I'm a nice guy to jump in and help out like that," he teased her. So far, she'd signed him up to hand out programs at the high school choir concert, usher for the elementary school pageant, and dish out donuts at the Christmas Eve devotional, especially after Miss Pauline tried to kill me at the taste test earlier this week. He rubbed his stomach as if it still ached. Mom smacked him with a dish towel. "Be nice. She's trying." "Trying to kill me?" He set forks by their plates and then dug in. The casserole had just the right amount of hot sauce, and he reached for the orange juice. "Oh, you." She sat down on the stool next to him and started eating. "Who was in the driveway?" "It wasn't our driveway. It wasn't our driveway. It was next door." She brightened. "Ethan and Colin? We'll have to stop over and ask Colin what Santa brought him." Ethan was Lauren's older brother, and Colin was her nephew. Funny how, after all these years, he still referenced them by their relationship to her, like she was the center of his world concerning that family. Well, she'd been gone for 5 years. It was time to change things. Also, there was no way he was putting even one foot in the Hall house this Christmas. It wasn't Ethan. He swiped his lips and picked up his cup, talking more to it than to his mom. "Lauren's home for Christmas." "Oh?" Her tone implied a lot. She kept her eyes glued to her plate. "Did she come alone?" she asked, as detached as one would ask if the mailman had stopped by when all they expected was junk mail. He shook his head. "She brought a boyfriend." "You don't know he'd her boyfriend," she scolded. "They could be work buddies or neighbors. Maybe she invited him because he didn't have anywhere else to go." She always had a soft spot for strays. Jacob barely refrained from rolling his eyes. They were fogging up the windows of his expensive car. He leveled her with a look. "She doesn't have that soft of a heart." Mom lightly whacked his arm. "You, stop being salty." He chuckled. Another one of Mom's time fillers was volunteering at the middle school as a helper in the art class. She picked up on some of the kids' phrases and even used them correctly, mostly. Mom stared at her plate. "Are you going to go over there? Say hello?" "We're too busy today." He shrugged off her implication that he should go over. Whatever chance he'd had with the world's most perfect woman, he'd messed it up when he was an 18-year-old idiot. "Speaking of which, you'd better get your hair done. I'll do the dishes." Mom glanced at the clock and then shoved away from the counter. "Christmas cookie crumbles. Look at the time." She dashed off to her bedroom, patting the back of her blonde bob. Jacob smiled after her. Each day, she acted more like the mom who'd created a childhood full of wonderful Christmas memories, most of which included the little girl who lived next door. Lauren, he repeated her name to test it on his lips. It had been years since he'd let himself feel the disappointment that came from losing her. She looked so good. Did she still smell like cinnamon and roses? Such a strange combination, but it was hers and hers alone. The cinnamon was from her house. Mrs. Hall was always baking. One perk of being best friends with Lauren was having full access to her kitchen at all hours of the day. He ate more after-school snacks at her house than at his own. The rose scent came from a lotion she wore. He'd bought her a tube of it one year for her birthday, and she never ran out. He snorted at the thought. Never ran out. He was naive. She'd had to have bought more over the years. He paused, considering the possibility for the first time. Why didn't he realize it back then? Girls didn't buy themselves things they didn't like. And usually, if a guy had bought it for her, then it meant she wanted the guy too. The signals had been there. He'd just been too young and dumb to notice. He thought they had time. He got up from his seat. None of that mattered now. She'd iced him out after graduation. It had been cruel and left a scar. Enough time had passed that he didn't burn inside when he thought of the weeks he tried to talk to her, and her lips were sealed. If there was one thing he'd learned from losing his dad, it was that you shouldn't hold on to grudges. The past was best left there and let go. Except he had questions. Maybe one day they'd be able to talk. That would be amazing. He hurried to clean up and then went to the front room and blew out the scented candle. Mom came out a second later, her hair even smoother than before. They bundled up and made their way to Main Street. "I'll meet up with you later." Mom turned left and headed for the Senior Citizen Center. Jacob tucked his hands in his pockets and plowed on. Main Street was quiet at this time of day. The sing-along would be in the park in the middle later that night. They called it a park, but it was a square of grass in front of the Civic Center. At the end of the street stood the old white church. It needed a coat of paint, and the bells hadn't worked in years. A for sale sign hung on the front door. The building was drafty and old, but he'd always liked the stained glass windows. Lauren had once said she wanted to be married there. He was so busy contemplating the church that he wasn't watching where he was going and bumped into Santa Claus. Ho ho, ouch. Santa rubbed his shoulder. Sorry. Jacob made sure the guy was steady. His firm shoulder and thin frame under the padding gave away his age and had Jacob looking past the beard. This Santa was in his 20s. You okay? I'm fine, but you look like you could use a Merry Christmas, Santa replied good-naturedly. I was distracted. Ah, that usually means there's a woman involved. Santa touched the side of his nose. Jacob laughed. I was thinking about a wedding on the church steps. He pointed down Main Street. Well, that's a Christmas wish if I've ever heard one. Jacob waved his hands frantically. No, no, no. I'm not dating anyone. I knew this girl once. She wanted to be married there. Santa cocked his head to the side, waiting for him to clarify that statement. We. Jacob cut off. It's a long story. Well, Santa stroked his fake beard. If you had a Christmas wish, what would it be? Jacob thought about it for 0.3 seconds. There wasn't much to think about because the answer had been with him since he'd lost Lauren's friendship in the future he'd assumed they'd teach at together. He learned not to assume things with women, but lost her anyway. I wish we had a second chance, he said so quietly he wasn't sure Santa heard him. Santa patted his back. Christmas is magical. A chill raced over Jacob's skin, and he shivered. The hair on his arm stood up, even though he didn't feel cold. In fact, he felt as if he stood next to a fire. What did you say? Santa dropped his hand, and a burst of icy wind smacked Jacob in the face and howled in his ears. Believe in Christmas, my friend. He tapped the side of his nose again, and then turned to smile at a woman who dropped a 20 in the collection tin. Jacob stepped away, feeling like he was pulling himself out of glue. Every movement grew more manageable, and by the time he touched the frigid door handle to the Civic Center, he wondered if he'd imagined the whole thing. He turned back, and Santa was gone. The street silent. Weird. Chapter 3. Lauren limped along behind her parents as they neared the Civic Center on Main Street. How did the sidewalk shoot cold right through the soles of her shoes like a nail gun? Frozen feet were not the same thing as numb feet. She looked down the street at the old, now abandoned church, and her heart felt sad. The building was a classic with its white exterior and green shutters. Stained glass windows depicting the Tree of Life and Garden of Eden were dark. If she got closer, she could verify that they were boarded up to protect them from vandals and storms, while now she only suspected as much. Once upon a little girl's daydream, she'd wanted to be married there. With the bells ringing wildly above her head, she pronounced to all the world that she'd married her true love. If only he'd had the same dream. Oh, they're still allowing votes for the gingerbread contest. Mom clapped her hands together as she whirled on Lauren. I'm not going to tell you which house is mine. I want you to go in there and vote according to your conscience. She all but tore the wagon out of Lauren's hands and pushed her toward the glass doors. Hurry. I'm going. Lauren didn't have to be told twice. Going inside meant thawing out. She stepped into the building and drew in the scent of disinfectant. They were constantly trying to salvage the tile flooring. At one point in history, it was white tile with white grout. Now it was a sad gray with black grout. They should just try to convince everyone in town that it was supposed to be gray and black, and the hometown revival committee would quit dousing the floor with Clorox. Sometimes you had to accept that things would never be how you wanted them to be and move on. Pulling off her gloves, she flexed her fingers to get the blood flowing again. Her shoulders relaxed, and her lungs expanded. She'd forgotten what it was like to spend an hour outside in the winter. How did she survive sledding? Ice skating? And the invariable snowball fights with? Nope. She was not thinking about that person, not even going to spell his name. Just beyond the tile entry was another set of doors to the gathering hall. They were thrown open wide. A chalkboard sign that had Mrs. Morris's artistic skills all over it welcomed one and all to the gingerbread house contest. Homemade gingerbread only, thank you very much. She smiled fondly at the lettering that had graced so many of her school posters. Inside the door was a table with ballots and a cup full of freshly sharpened pencils. Alongside the name of each entry was a blank spot. The instructions specified that she should pick her 3 favorites and mark them. The votes would be tallied, and the house with the most votes would win. The mayor would announce the winner at the sing-along that night. Tables ringed the room, the intricate and ornate houses on display. She let out a low whistle. In the 5 years she'd been gone, the citizens of Moose Hollow had upped their gingerbread game. She bent over to look through a clear sugar window to see the living room inside decked out for Christmas with a tree, gifts, and a plate of tiny cookies for Santa. Would Mom go to all that trouble? She wagged her head from side to side. It was possible. She had a competitive streak in her that came out when she got in the kitchen. See anything you like? Asked a deep voice behind her. Lauren straightened up and spun and found herself staring at the top button of a soft red Henley. The fabric beckoned her fingers with its softness, and the scent of dryer sheets made her want to snuggle in. Bringing her eyes up, she traced a strong, freshly shaven jaw, a set of perfect lips, and then a straight nose and caramel-colored eyes that were all too familiar. She only had this kind of reaction to one man in her life, the sense that she'd find the shelter to life's storms in his arms, the feeling that her battery was low and he was the charging station, the sense that he could see every part of her and there was no sense trying to hide. Jacob, she whispered. So much for not saying his name out loud. Forming it with her mouth and then hearing it echo in her ears was a balm to her soul. Like she'd had this spring wound so tight it threatened to break, and she'd just hit the release button. She hated that it felt so good. Merry Christmas, Lauren. He hugged her to his chest, as if he had the right, and she didn't fight him because that darn spring would not rewind. I can't believe you're standing here. His shoulders were broader, his chest more defined. It was a good thing this wasn't the version that had broken her heart, or she wouldn't have survived to love again. Me neither, she mumbled into the shirt that was indeed as soft as it looked and smelled of Jacob's signature cologne. Some things shouldn't ever change. And other things had to. Coming to herself, she pushed him away and tugged on her fitted coat. That's enough of that. Her pronouncement was like cracking a whip through the air. It changed the feeling from warm and welcoming to awkward and unsure by inserting the last 5 years apart between them. Jacob's face fell, his caramel eyes closed off, and the distance grew even farther. Bum. Yeah. He cupped the back of his neck. So, He looked around for something to comment on to take the awkwardness out of this situation. Lauren watched him squirm, loving every minute of it. Jacob Morris was Moose Hollow's golden boy on the football field. The teachers favored him. The administration adored him. The student body followed him like puppies. And Lauren? She'd fallen head over heels in love with him before he'd grown into his first set of shoulder pads. What shocked her even more was that he didn't seem to notice any of this. If he had, he would have dropped her as a best friend since she was the quiet, read a book a weekend type of girl. He didn't, though. He'd been true to their friendship all the way up to the day she told him she was in love with him and tried to kiss him. Oh, the humiliation. Her cheeks flushed just thinking about it, which is why she never thought about that night, Jacob or Moose Hollow in general. To see confident, happy, charming Jacob squirm in front of her was validating and a little confusing. He should have become a considerable success in town, gotten married, and had a fantastic life that gave him the brashness to stand in front of her and flaunt it. And yet he stammered when he asked, "Are you voting?" He pointed to the paper in her hand. She'd forgotten it was even there. Yes. The word came out long, like she wasn't sure. Not that I would ever cheat, but I was trying to figure out which one was my mom's. Want me to tell you? He offered conspiratorially. She lifted her chin. No, thank you. We Halls are honest in our dealings. He narrowed his eyes. Are you implying that I'm not honest? I would never. She stepped past him and then spoke over her shoulder, but I certainly wouldn't have left you in the dark about starting my own business. There. She'd thrown out one thing she'd wanted to say to him for years. His mouth fell open. Are you really going there? No. He pointed to the ground as if dragging up the past would desecrate the patch of tile. Never able to hold back with Jacob. He could always get her emotions to overflow no matter how sleek her hair or cute her shoes. She folded her arms and cocked a hip. I think I just did. His eyes grew wide. I wanted to surprise you. She arched an eyebrow. You wanted to surprise me with a cabinet shop? That's funny because I never remember wanting one. He stepped closer, his body heat enveloping her like a cocoon. I wanted to show you I could do big things. She scowled. What are you talking about? He started pacing. This is insane. I don't know why I'm even talking about this. He stopped suddenly and spun on her. But you might disappear again, and I'll never get the chance to clear it up, so here it goes. He drew in a breath, and Lauren caught hers. His caramel-colored eyes weren't hooded anymore, and she could read him loud and clear. You are brilliant, and I always felt a step behind you. I wanted to think 3 steps into the future and show you what I could do. I want you to be proud of me. Lauren reeled. I was always proud of you, she admitted. He drew his eyebrows together. You were not. You never wanted to celebrate with the team after my football games. You outdid me in everything else that has to do with school. The only thing we're both horrible at was acting. And dancing, she added. The familiarity that came so easily between them reached for her. She resisted. She couldn't fall back into him, not when he didn't want her. She needed to keep him back, to stay far away from that place where her heart belonged to him. She narrowed her eyes. Besides, you're the one who left me alone on the football field at graduation, Jacob. The night that should have been the start of their love story. Instead, it was the no. She forced herself to think of the humiliation, the anger that had kept her going and spurred her on to a bigger, better life. I don't want to talk about this. She checked 3 random boxes on the paper and headed for the collection box. He dogged her heels. I'm not afraid of you or the past. Good. Then you admit you were wrong. Her face was fiery and her toes pinched. I admit I was young and... A strangled sound escaped her throat, cutting him off. She stopped next to a large house with a sledding hill made of frosting in the backyard. You might have been too young to know what love is, Jacob Morris, but I knew my heart. She cut off, feeling vulnerable and exposed for saying that much. Jacob stared at her as if seeing her for the first time. Leigh Wren. He breathed her name as he reached for her. How many times had she dreamed of him saying her name like that? Don't. She held up a hand. Don't come any closer to me. He smiled ruefully. Why? You're afraid you'll be overcome by my rugged manliness. He quoted one of the romance novels she'd read in high school. She was late getting home, and he picked it up off the side table and began reading. When she got back, he teased her endlessly while tickling her. She'd been so happy just to be close to him that day, to laugh with him. It was the kind of life she wanted to live, and she'd thought he was the one who could give it to her. She didn't laugh like that with Foster. They were sophisticated and properly behaved adults who didn't have tickle fights. She wanted tickle fights in her love life. Nutcrackers. She was perfectly happy with Foster and their relationship until Jacob brought that up. Darn him. She growled. You overinflated. Ah, tell me how you really feel. He stepped closer, invading her space and making her thoughts scramble. She hated he had this effect on her. Don't push me, Jacob, she warned him. Push you? Lauren, pushing you is the last thing I want to do right now. His eyes dipped to her lips and her mouth went dry. Holy Holly Spriggs! Jacob Morris was going to kiss her. Don't, she managed to get past her parched lips that were dying to drink from his. Oh, how she fooled herself into thinking she was over him, that she'd mastered her thoughts and overcome the past. All the feelings, all the desires, all the daydreams where Jacob was her prince who swept her off her feet rushed off the shelves where she tucked them away. Her heart sped up and her chest warmed. She didn't have butterflies in her stomach. She had blue birds with wings that flapped frantically. Her hand found the edge of the display and landed on something soft. He leaned in, aiming for her lips. Kiss me and then tell me you want me to go away. He closed his eyes as he leaned in. Panicked because she just knew with every part of her that if she kissed him, she would never be able to recover. There would be no putting her heart back together. There would be no pretending that she was happy with someone else. There would be no someone else. If their lips touched, it was Jacob or nothing. Lauren reacted out of a deep sense of survival. She grabbed a handful of the sledding hill, made from the thickest buttercream frosting on the planet, and smeared it across Jacob's cheek. His eyes flew open in shock. She ducked under his arm and ran out of the room and out of the building. How dare he laugh at her? She shook the extra frosting off her hand and then licked her thumb. The sugar flavor exploded in her mouth and brought her into this moment instead of the last one where she'd almost let Jacob kiss her. Oaf. Lauren bounced off the sidewalk Santa. Sorry. She looked into a pair of blue eyes. Sorry, she repeated. You're in a hurry. He smiled easily. Big plans? No, she suddenly remembered Foster and Christmas and all that entailed. Yes, actually. Santa grabbed his belly and chuckled. Do you have time to make a Christmas wish? She bit her lip as her mind spun. At one point, she thought she and Jacob were meant to be together. Foster waited at home for her, and he could be the one. But what if the man of her dreams was still out there and she hadn't found him yet? I want to find my soulmate and be with him forever. She wrapped her arms around herself. I don't suppose you have that in your sack? She motioned to the empty bag slung over his shoulder. You never know. He smiled softly and touched her arm. Merry Christmas. A whoosh of icy wind blew right up her sleeve, and Lauren shivered. Santa's eyes twinkled. Lauren's mind blanked out for a second and then started up again. Merry Christmas, she replied. She started home, but when she turned back to drop some change into Santa's collection bucket, he was gone. Yer, she mumbled. Chapter 4. Jacob took refuge in the office where he could count ballots, nurse his wounded manly pride, and clean the frosting off his cheek. A half-empty box of tissue sat on the old brown filing cabinet. He snatched it up and began wiping at his face. There was enough sugar in this stuff to exfoliate the top layer of skin. He deserved it for behaving the way he had. When he'd walked into the room and saw Lauren standing there, it was like time had disappeared and his best friend was back. Sounds were clearer, colors brighter. The smell of sugar was a heady perfume. Life was suddenly interesting again, though he hadn't realized how incredibly uninteresting it was without her until this moment. He'd walked up to her without thinking about anything except the happiness spilling all over him. They'd always had a teasing relationship, so joking with her was natural and easy. Except she wasn't the same girl he had looked for in the lunchroom. Oh no, she was all woman now. Curves, soft hair. Full lips, those were the same. Pink. Always bubblegum pink. As soon as he took notice of the changes, the air crackled between them, and a whole new side of him woke up to Lauren Hall. They'd always had an under-the-surface attraction, one they ignored to keep their friendship intact. He'd forced his feelings for her away so often that when she tried to kiss him on graduation, he backed away. He was such an idiot. This wasn't the first time he traveled down the road of disappointment and anger at his younger self for reacting the way he had that day. From his perspective, Lauren had gone from 0 romantic feelings to 1,000 in seconds. There were no preliminary conversations, no building up to her declaration of love. Later that night, she'd wondered if it was a desperate attempt of hers to hold on to the past. Like she was afraid of growing up and graduating and all the things that came with adulthood, and she was trying to grab onto him so she wouldn't lose all of that. That was the first time in his life that he'd knocked on her window, and she didn't answer. As the summer days crept on, and she wouldn't speak to him, his mistake became obvious. And how did he try to fix it? What smooth line did he use out of the hundreds he'd come up with over the years? Kiss me and tell me you want me to go away? He scoffed at himself. Smart. So smart. Jacob touched his cheek. Frosting crystals scraped his fingers, and he groaned. He'd have to wash his face before he could go in public. Excuse me? Jacob looked up from the voting papers he was supposed to organize and count to find a guy wearing a red sweater with a fancy letter K knitted inside a fancier crest. Wow. His mom would love to meet the person who could knit that up. He had a messenger bag slung over one shoulder and didn't wear a coat, gloves, or a hat. The only reason Jacob noticed he didn't wear any winter clothes was that it was 35 degrees outside. Can I help you? Asked Jacob as he got to his feet and reached over the table. The guy hurried to clasp his hand. The moment he did, a warm feeling enveloped Jacob, and he could smell frankincense and pine. I'm here to help you, actually, the stranger replied with a twinkle in his blue eye. The name's Nick Kringle. Jacob chuckled. That was a Christmas name if ever he'd heard one. Well, Nick, I could certainly use some help. He waved a hand over the paper spread across the table. Each person has 3 votes. Oh, I'm not here for that. Nick looked into Jacob's eyes, and Jacob felt as though he'd been caught in a tractor beam. I'm here about your Christmas wish. My. Jacob stared as a swirl of frost blew across the dark blue background of Nick's eyes. It was like they were 2 televisions playing the image. I wanted you to know that your second chance with Lauren Hall is on the way. Jacob stared at Nick, his mouth hanging open. His second chance wish? Wait, with Lauren? His heart picked up speed. A real chance to win her heart would be the best Christmas gift he could ever receive. If he didn't get that much, he'd gladly take an opportunity to close the door, to find out why she turned her back on him. He tried to play it off, but she'd broken his heart. How would Nick know about his wish? His eyes dropped to the table as he raced to put together the pieces. Santa. He told the street Santa. Were you? He started to ask as he lifted his head, but cut off speaking because Nick wasn't there. He ran around the table and out of the lobby, looking for any sign of the guy. Nothing. He listened for footsteps. Silence. The building was as empty as a tomb. Where did he go? Sleigh bells sounded above his head. His jaw dropped open as he stared at the ceiling. No way. He stood there for a minute, half expecting Nick Kringle to pop out from behind a Christmas tree and yell, "Just kidding." It didn't happen. He checked the men's room just in case. This Christmas is so weird. He washed his face in the sink, scrubbing until the sugar was gone, and then dried it with a paper towel. He stared at himself in the mirror. Look, your dad died. On some subconscious level, you're making things up that remind you of when he was alive. He nodded as he thought this over. It made so much sense. His dad took him to see Santa every year when he was a kid. Lauren was the first person he lost. His dad was the second. Of course, he'd reach for her. What about Nick? His brain asked. Did you make him up too? I must have, he replied out loud. With a pause, he decided to keep all conversations with himself inside his head. No one else needed to know he was making wishes and talking to imaginary Christmas figures. He also decided to give himself some grace in the situation. This was his first Christmas without his dad, and Lauren was home. Both were huge. He would adjust as long as nothing else out of the ordinary happened. He went back to the office and stopped in his tracks. The messy piles of ballots that had been all over the table were in one neat bundle. On top was a piece of paper with the winner's name. Under that was a note. "Merry Christmas, N.K. Nick Kringle," he whispered as the paper fluttered to the floor. Maybe he should have gone on the cruise after all. Chapter 5. Lauren's run-in with Jacob had shaken her down to her frozen toes. Her heart didn't stop hammering until she was almost home. He tried to kiss her. Where was that guy at graduation? She grumbled behind her parents. Thankfully, the empty wagon bouncing behind her drowned out her words. She'd loved Jacob Morris since she could walk, though she'd never told him that. She knew better than to tell a 7-year-old boy that she wanted to get married. Having an older brother had advantages, like a front-row seat to what boys thought of girls who wanted to play kissing tag. Ethan was a talker at the dinner table, and Lauren soaked in all the wisdom he didn't know he was handing out. She'd applied those lessons as thick as frosting on a gingerbread house so she wouldn't lose Jacob. After a time, it had become second nature to suppress her real feelings for him. Until Jacob turned 18, she thought her time had finally come, that he'd grown up enough to handle her heart with care. Like Ethan had pearls. Her older brother couldn't wait to make his high school sweetheart his wife. Even so, she bided her time, waiting until graduation. She couldn't have been more naive. Her shoulders fell at the memory of the humiliation that flooded her the moment Jacob backed away as if she had the plague, as if kissing her would somehow taint him. She rolled her eyes. She might have rethought her plan if she'd only waited a couple of years to see how Ethan's romance turned out. Pearl ran out on Ethan and Colin. She was on her 4th honeymoon this Christmas. She loved being a bride but hated being a wife and barely endured being a mother. At least Ethan got Colin out of the deal. He was the first to say it was all worth it because of that adorable little boy. Someday, a woman would realize that Ethan was the best kind of man, and she wouldn't be able to stop herself from loving him. Lauren only hoped that her brother would let someone new into his life. He seemed confirmed in his bachelorhood. Lauren couldn't say she enjoyed being single. Without Jacob, she was alone in a way she'd never experienced before. Not only had she lost the boy she loved, but she had also lost her best friend. It all seemed so sad when she thought back to that time. She'd never filled the vacancy he'd left in her life. Never. Maybe it wasn't possible. She clenched her fist. Seeing Jacob up close and smelling his cologne had messed with her mind and scattered her emotions like snowflakes on an empty field. One minute her heart pounded with the near kiss, and the next her face flushed with old anger. She felt like she was 18 all over again. What she needed was to find her footing. She wasn't the gangly teenager he'd laughed at when she'd whispered those 3 fateful words. Her life was good. She had a career, a successful boyfriend, and a group of friends and acquaintances that respected her. It was time to put on her big girl persona again, to find the woman she'd gone searching for when she left this town. To start off, she would spend some time with the man who saw her as the woman she wanted to be. She hurried past her parents and into the house. Lauren tapped lightly on the guest room door. Foster didn't answer, so she silently turned the knob so as not to disturb him and cracked the door. Foster sat with his back to her, his pad propped up in front of him. On the screen was a beautiful brunette with caramel-colored highlights and a red velvet dress that showed off her assets. She was pouting at the camera. "Who's that?" Lauren asked as she pushed the door all the way open. Foster slammed the tablet flat on the desk and jumped to his feet. "Nobody." He looked over at her and whistled. "You look fantastic." He leaned in and lingered a kiss on her cheek. Lauren pressed her lips together. Seriously. "Foster, who was that?" You smell delicious too." He moved to kiss her neck. So tempting. When she didn't respond to his kisses, he pulled back. "Tommy's assistant. She needed info for one of my old accounts." He continued to kiss her neck, trailing warmth down to her collarbone. "But you're here, and you come first. She can wait." Lauren softened in his embrace. "Are you ready to decorate cookies?" He paused and looked her in the eye. "I wish I could. I have 3 reports to finish." Lauren hated feeling needy, but at this moment she needed him. He had a way of calming her, of looking at her like she was more than the girl next door. Besides, this trip was about introducing him to the family, bringing him into her inner circle. She couldn't do that if he stayed in the guest room all day. Foster, it's Christmas afternoon. The day was practically over. I want to see my boyfriend. He studied her for a moment, assessing how serious she was at her request. I guess I can stay up late tonight if you'll drive back in the morning. She smiled. A man who could compromise was a gift. You bet. She took his hand and pulled him from the room. You're going to love my mom's ginger cookies. Every bite tastes like Christmas. He chuckled. You're so adorable when you say things like that. Lauren's smile faltered. She was already off kilter, but there was something in his tone that was patronizing. Did he always talk like that, or was she being ultra-sensitive? Is there something wrong with what I said? Not at all. He lifted their joint hands and kissed her neck less. Your wholesomeness is shining through. She turned away so he wouldn't see her frown. Technically, his words were a compliment, but they'd sounded condescending. What was wrong with being happy about cookies? They were good cookies, and she'd missed them the last few years. Okay, there was no need to start a fight. Obviously, Jacob had stirred up old feelings, and she was hearing everything Foster said through them. Foster was not Jacob. She needn't bite his head off just to let the steam out of her teapot. They entered the dining room and found Ethan and Colin already working to give gingerbread men pants and smiling faces. Hey, sis. Ethan stood up, and she eagerly hugged him. Hello. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Auntie. Colin stood in his seat and launched at her. She grabbed him, laughing, and squeezed him close. Colin, you grew. Course I did. He got back to his seat and plopped down. It's what kids do, he informed her. She glanced at Foster to exchange an amused look, but he was staring at Ethan's outstretched hand as if it would bite him. Oh. Ethan swiped a bit of blue frosting off his palm and onto a paper towel. Sorry about that. Foster gingerly took his offered hand, and they shook. Lauren internally cringed at the limp handshake. Ethan arched an eyebrow at her, silently asking why she was dating such a wimp. Here's a fresh batch. Mom bustled in with a tray of blank cookies, saving Lauren from having to defend Foster. Dibs. Lauren sat down, and Mom put the tray next to her. Foster and I can knock these out in no time. She blew a kiss to Colin, who grinned across the table at her. Is that your boyfriend? He asked, his little nose wrinkled with concentration as he placed chocolate chips down the front of a snowman cookie. Yep. She smiled at Foster. He was typing on his phone, his head down and oblivious to the conversation around him. She sighed. At least he was out of the guest room even if he wasn't engaged in the activity. Cookie decorating wasn't his thing. That was okay. She didn't enjoy golf, and he quit inviting her to the course. She'd have fun with her nephew and brother even if he didn't. Dad came out from his Christmas nap around 4, and they all worked together to clean up the cookies and set the table for Christmas dinner. Foster sat at one end of the table and folded the napkins to look like Christmas trees. That's neat. Colin watched him closely. Thanks, kid. Foster cuffed his shoulder. So neat he doesn't have to do any real work, Ethan whispered in Lauren's ear as he carried the turkey in and set it down. Lauren swatted at him. Be nice, she hissed. Ethan gave her a fake homey look that had Lauren grinding her teeth. She still hadn't found her center, all her nerves were a half-inch away from frying. A while later, they'd eaten a Christmas feast. Foster hadn't looked up from his phone for longer than 30 seconds. His behavior mortified Lauren. Her family did their best to be joyful, despite his rudeness. After washing the last platter, she stomped into the dining room and shoved his shoulder. It's time to go to the sing-along at the park. Are you coming? His eyes lit up. You bet. Taken aback by his sudden excitement, she blinked several times. Well, you'd better bundle up. It can get cold. She left him there, still miffed by the cold shoulder he'd given her family. But I'm too full. Colin stomped his snow boot. Can you carry me? Ethan knelt in front of him and held out his coat. Santa will be there. Santa lead the music every year. Lauren smiled at the memories of standing next to a barrel fire to stay warm while the jolly old elf shook sleigh bells to keep time. He already gave me presents, Colin said, testing the waters. The old "I know when you are sleeping, I know when you're awake" argument lost its power once the gifts appeared under the tree. Lauren giggled. Tonight isn't about presents. It's about spending time with people you love. Colin narrowed his eyes. Is he coming? He pointed at Foster, who was scanning a text. Lauren nodded seriously. Of course. I don't like him, Colin announced. Ethan scooped him up. Okay, we are going to get dressed in the family room. He tossed Lauren an apologetic look. Maybe he should have set a better example for his kid and not teased her about Foster all evening long. Of course, most of it was silent, a look or nudge under the table, but still. Colin was smart and picked up on the overall awkward feeling in the room. Lauren shrugged in reply. It wasn't like Foster had gone out of his way to make friends with her nephew. He should have, but he didn't. She drew in a breath. Children weren't in Foster's wheelhouse. Raised by nannies and an only child to boot, his education had taken priority in his life, even at an early age. She couldn't imagine the pressure he'd been under as his parents pushed him to get straight A's at 8 years old. At 8, she was running through sprinklers in the backyard. Foster leaned over and kissed her head. I'm so excited for tonight, aren't you? She cocked her head as she considered him. His eyes were bright like he had a secret, and he was suddenly completely engaged at the moment. Maybe he was stressed out by work and overloaded. Yeah. I mean, I always look forward to caroling. He nodded as he shoved his stocking hat on his head. It'll be a night we'll remember forever. Our first Christmas. He kissed her again. She shook off all the doubts and worries that plagued her throughout the afternoon. Work had distracted him, but he was here now, being the wonderful guy she'd fallen in love with. Ready? Dad asked as he and Mom slid on their gloves. They'd gotten dressed in their room. We are. Ethan appeared with Colin on his shoulders. It looked like the kid got his wish to be carried. Oh, Mom threw open the door, and he had to duck to avoid knocking Colin to the floor. Colin giggled and hung onto Ethan's forehead with his mitten-clad hands. Come on, he called back to the adults. We'll miss it. Right behind you, kid. Foster tugged Lauren through the door, and Mom and Dad followed behind. Just as they reached the sidewalk, the Morrises' door opened, and Jacob and his mom stepped out. Lauren sucked in a lungful of cold air at the sight of just Jacob and his mother alone for Christmas. The house used to be full of chaos and love. Her heart dipped in sympathy at the dark windows. Where were his brothers and sisters? They should be here for Christmas. What's the matter? Asked Foster, shaking her hand to get her attention. She cleared her throat. My neighbor's husband passed away. She pointed ahead of them to where Jacob and Mrs. Morris joined Ethan and Colin. It feels like there's a hole, shaped like Mr. Morris, walking next to them. Foster put his arm around her and pulled her to his side. The holidays bring out your tender side, don't they? She nodded. Though it wasn't so much the holiday as it was Jacob Morris. If he still had this much of an affect on her, then she hadn't washed him from her system like she'd thought. She glanced at Foster, hoping he didn't see the blush on her cheeks as she recalled the smell of Jacob's cologne. Chapter 6. I'm going to hurry and save us a spot. Mom took off at her power walking speed. Jacob let her go ahead. He didn't want to look like he was running away from Lauren, even if the urge to do just that was strong. I'll catch up. What were the odds that they'd step out of the house at the same time as the Halls? Was this the second chance moment Nick promised him? Highly unlikely, considering Lauren was holding hands with her boyfriend. He'd only caught a couple of glimpses of the guy, but there was something slimy about him Jacob didn't like. The feeling didn't come from the fact that he would hate any man Lauren brought home. Yeah, and Santa stuffed a Ferrari down his chimney last night. Colin, my man. Jacob offered the boy a fist bump as he fell into step with Ethan. He did his best to ignore Lauren and her stuffy boyfriend walking behind them, but he was keenly aware of the couple. Or, more accurately, he was tuned into Lauren, and because the guy was all over her, he was aware of him too. Ethan, Jacob greeted him. Merry Christmas. Colin leaned over and bumped mittens. What did you get for Christmas? He asked. Jacob smiled easily. I got this new coat. He turned right and then laughed, showing off the ski jacket. It was bright blue and would keep him warm on the slopes. Colin made a face that said he disapproved, and Jacob laughed. It's what I asked for, so I'm happy. I asked for a zero-gravity laser racer, Colin said proudly. Jacob respectfully lifted both his eyebrows in awe. Did you get it? He asked in a hushed voice. Colin nodded. It drives on the walls and everything. It's so cool, added Ethan. Santa brought one for Dad, too, Colin announced. Jacob laughed and slapped Ethan on the back. Good thing you were a good boy this year. The best. How's the cabinet business? Ethan leaned to the side to avoid a low-hanging branch full of snow. Colin reached out and hit it for fun, holding steady, which is just fine with me. I have a 2-month wait list. Working in the shop wasn't like work at all. Those who lived in the canyon or had second homes up there could afford custom cabinetry. There were challenges every day, ones that kept his job interesting. He liked to mull things over and come up with a solution. They rounded the corner and the sidewalk became congested. The police had blocked off the street around the square. Barrels full of wood fires glowed warmly and their contents crackled and popped. The light scent of smoke tinted the air. With the street lamps turned off, the fairy lights did all the work. Thanks to an anonymous donation and the local youth group volunteering their time, there were twice as many this year. Hopefully, they were as excited to take them down as they had been to put them up. Remember when we used to have ice sculptures, Ethan? Jacob brightened. I loved those. It's too bad they don't do them anymore. He missed the carvings so much that he tried his hand at carving a couple of times. He wasn't too shabby if he did say so himself. His sister loved the heart he'd done for her wedding. There was something about chipping away at the ice that soothed his soul. Therapy with the threat of frostbite made it dangerous and therefore manly. They found his mom up front. The entire crew joined her, and Jacob ensured he stood as far away from Lauren and her boyfriend as possible. She didn't look his way, no matter how often he looked at her from the corner of his eye. She was gorgeous in the cream-colored scarf and hat. Her brown eyes popped, and her hair framed her face. She was pretty without trying. He hoped the boyfriend had told her as much. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and grabbed the hand warmers, rubbing them between his fingers and thumbs. He didn't fidget because he was cold, but because he needed to move. If they didn't start singing soon, he was going for a walk. Santa seemed to come out of nowhere. He was suddenly in the middle of the stage. He-ho-ho-ho. He jingled the bells attached to a leather strap over his head. The crowd gathered closer to the small stage, eager to start singing. Here, pass these around. Mom shoved a stack of songbooks into his hands. They usually had these passed out already. He took one and passed the rest on to the couple behind him. They looked vaguely familiar, and he realized it was the woman from the morning news. She was the good news portion of the show, going around town and interviewing locals. She was blonde, a total knockout, and completely captivated by her husband. A spike of jealousy over their happiness raced through him, and he decided to keep his eyes on his book. He didn't want Jennifer Buckner Diamond. He wanted what she and her husband seemed to have. The books were worn and weathered, with cracked covers and dog-eared corners. People would use them tonight and return them to the crates lining the stage before going home. Someone bumped him from behind, and he stumbled into the stage, making a noise as loud as kicking an empty metal garbage can. His cheeks burned as every head swiveled in his direction. "Excuse us," griped a man. Jacob righted himself and turned to see Lauren's arrogant boyfriend pushing his way onto the stage and hauling a protesting Lauren behind him. "We shouldn't," Lauren hissed, tugging him back. "Trust me, babe." He grinned at her as he let go of her hand, launched himself onto the stage, and smiled at Saint Nick. "Can you spare a minute, big guy?" He motioned for the interrupter to continue, a knowing sparkle in his eyes. Nick. Jacob squinted at the guy in the Santa suit. It couldn't be. Was that Nick Kringle? The stranger in the red sweater from the Civic Center who'd promised him a second chance with Lauren? His voice was familiar, and he had blue eyes. What was he doing dressed as Santa Claus? Good people of Moose Hollow. The boyfriend lifted both hands over his head to get the crowd's attention. They settled in, curious about the change of tradition. Lauren motioned for him to get off the stage. He shook his head at her. Jacob snorted in disgust and mumbled, "Showboat." She threw him a scathing look. He smiled brightly back at her as if he hadn't said a word. "I have an extraordinary question to ask my special lady." He approached the edge of the stage and held out a hand for her to take. Lauren glanced at Jacob, steeled her jaw, and accepted his offering. He pulled her on stage so quickly that she stumbled into his arms. "Lauren, my lady love, will you make me the happiest man on earth and marry me?" He got down on one knee and cracked open a ring box. Jacob shielded his eyes from the bling. The ring was huge and totally not Lauren's style. She would have wanted her grandmother's ring kept in her mother's jewelry box for the wedding and a simpler ring for the engagement. Lauren sputtered. Her hands covered her face, and for a brief second, Jacob held his breath, feeling like the whole world had turned inside out and backward. It should have been him on one knee in front of Lauren, asking her for her heart. He felt it so strongly a strangled noise escaped his throat. "Yes," she squealed, jumping like women do when they're too excited to hold still. Jacob's heart sank to his boots. He schooled his features and clapped along with her family, his mom, and the rest of Moose Hollow. His face felt frozen in place. The guy got to his feet and kissed her. The crowd went wild. Jacob locked eyes with Santa, silently asking if he would do anything about this. Santa tapped the side of his nose and then shook the sleigh bells. "Ho, ho, ho." "Oh, the weather outside is frightful." He motioned for everyone to join in, and they did. Lauren and her man got off the stage using the stairs on the far side, which was fine with him. He had no desire to be near them as they accepted congratulations from the entire town for their upcoming vows and happily ever after. Standing here singing like he didn't have a care in the world was killing him, and his heart shrank like a Grinch as the joy of Christmas drained out of him. Chapter 7. The caroling continued for another 45 minutes after Foster slipped an unexpected ring on her finger, but Lauren didn't hear a note of it. She was engaged. Half the town stopped to meet her beau and congratulate them. If Foster had been distant earlier that day, he more than made up for it as he shook hands and met everyone from her kindergarten teacher to the mayor. As she'd hoped, he charmed every single one of them. "How could I resist her?" he asked Polly Winthrop, who taught piano lessons. "She's adorable." Polly's hands went to her heart, and she melted to one side. "It was past time. I can't expect a girl like this to wait forever," he told Mark Hiverson, who was in charge of plowing the roads. Mark pumped his arm. "Smart man." "Smart man." He winked at Lauren, who couldn't get the smile off her face if she tried. How incredibly sweet was it that Foster had waited until they were in her hometown, surrounded by the people she loved, to pop the question. His thoughtfulness was overwhelming, and her heart warmed. She glanced down at her hand. The ring was huge. So big, in fact, that it continually spun around on her finger. She worried her lip as she adjusted it again, afraid it would fall off in the snow and she'd never find it. "How about a picture?" asked Santa, as he approached with his arms spread wide, as if gathering geese in a field. "That would look great on my feed." Foster tapped a stranger on the shoulder. She spun, her auburn hair lifting off her shoulders, and the scent of vanilla bean wafted around them. He jerked his hand back as if he'd been shocked. "Sorry." "Excuse me?" "Yes." She smiled easily. Her eyes took them both in fast, and Lauren stood up straighter. "Oh, sweetie, you need this." She reached into her black purse with 2 leather tassels and handed Lauren a package. On the outside, it read, "Ring Sizer." She narrowed her eyes as she looked at the 2 rubber tubed inside. "What is it?" The woman opened the package and reached for Lauren's hand. As soon as their skin touched, a warmth spread through Lauren like someone had poured cocoa into her veins. "It will stop your ring from spinning." She clipped the rubber tube onto the engagement ring. The added bolt did indeed make it feel more secure. "Thanks." Lauren smiled at her. The cold returned as soon as she stepped away, causing goosebumps on her arms and race up to her neck. "How did you know I needed that?" The woman shrugged. "It's a gift. I'm Robin, and this is my husband, Gabe. Didn't Nick do a wonderful job leading the sing-along?" She motioned to Santa. "Robin." He ducked his head and kicked the snow. "What?" "I'm proud of you." She shoved his shoulder. "We both are," added Gabe. Foster wiggled his phone at Robin. "Are you ready to take that picture?" Robin took the phone. Nick stepped between her and Foster, one arm around each of their shoulders. Lauren was warm again. Sheesh. This proposal had thrown her out of whack. She took a deep breath. "Say Merry Christmas," said Robin happily. "Merry Christmas," they chimed. She handed Foster back his phone, and he opened his social media profile. "Thank you," she said to Robin, Gabe, and Santa. Placing a hand on Foster's arm, she interrupted his captioning. "Don't you think we should wait to post the news?" "You know, until you can tell your parents, and I can tell my friends." He shook his head. "This is so much better. Imagine their faces." He hit publish. "I would have liked to see their faces." She kept her tone even as she tamped down her frustrations. Everyone at work would know before she stepped into the office. It didn't feel right. "Did you get what you wanted for Christmas this year?" asked Santa. He held onto his belly as if it would fall out of his costume. Lauren startled, suddenly remembering the wish she'd made to the sidewalk Santa. Was this the same guy? He must be overjoyed to know she'd gotten engaged tonight. Perhaps he had a little taste of what it was like to be the real Santa. "Of course." She motioned to her ring. What woman wouldn't want a ring like this? Even as she said it, her thoughts jumped to her grandmother's ring stored in her mother's jewelry box. It had always been her intent to wear it for a wedding ring. Foster would be upset if she didn't wear this one, though. She frowned at her hand. Santa tapped her shoulder. "I think delivery may have been delayed." "Don't despair. We Kringles always deliver." She locked eyes with him, and his swirled. She blinked. That wasn't right. Eyes didn't. "Merry Christmas." He walked away, joining Robin and Gabe. "If we hurry, I can put the rolls in the oven," said Robin. "Do you think Ginger and Joseph are back from delivering gifts?" asked Gabe. Lauren tuned out of their conversation and refocused on her fiancé, who was busy scrolling through the comments and replying. Was she going to spend the rest of her life staring at the top of his head? That wasn't fair. He was excited to share their news with his social network. A moment later, he tucked his phone into his coat and linked arms with her. "Let's wander under the fairy lights and dream about our lives together. I want to share all the things I want us to do, starting with skiing in Aspen and then kayaking in Peru. It will be so romantic." Lauren felt like she put on a coat that was one size too small. Talking about how romantic something would be kind of took the romance out of the moment. However, she walked with him and listened to every word as he painted a picture of how their lives would be from that point on. She had to admit, it didn't sound horrible. He didn't ask her what she wanted. Not once. That night, as she slipped between the sheets, Lauren tried not to think about the look on Jacob's face when Foster proposed. Was it regret she read there? If she'd walked under the fairy lights with him, he would have traded turns naming something they should do together. He did that often. "You want ice cream this time?" "Okay, but next time we're getting eclairs," he'd tell her as they walked home from the swimming pool. "Then you can pick after that." She didn't realize what an excellent quality that was until tonight. "Why couldn't it have been Jacob?" she whispered into the night, hoping it would scare off the ghost of a past love that had haunted her since coming to Moose Hollow. She was wearing Foster's ring. Thoughts of another man were not acceptable. If only Jacob were that easy to forget. Chapter 8. Jacob sat up in bed, his hair sticking out in all directions. He hurriedly patted it down. He could always tell when his hair was poking up because it felt strange, although that wasn't the strangest thing he'd ever experienced. The strangest was finding Santa sitting at the bottom of the bed. The shift in the mattress brought him out of a deep slumber. At least, he thought he was awake. He was staring at a man with a white beard and a red suit, so this might have been a dream. He tugged on his hair as he tried to flatten it. Ouch. Not a dream. Nice place. Santa took in the room, which made Jacob look around too. There was a queen-size bed, a matching dresser, and a gas fireplace. Jacob had a few photos he'd taken blown up and hung on the walls. He didn't share his artistic side with the world, but this was his cottage home, and he liked these images. "WH? What do you want?" he stuttered as he rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. Finding someone in his room would have had him swinging like an MMA fighter, but there was so much peace and the scent of frankincense and pine hovering in the air. It all had a calming effect on him. Usually, that's my question to ask. Santa settled one ankle over the other knee and considered him. He lowered his voice and said, "What do you want for Christmas?" Jacob leaned closer and squinted at him. "Nick, what are you, 22 years old?" Nick sighed heavily. 24. He pulled off his hat and then removed the beard. With a sour face, he set them on Jacob's bed and scrubbed his hands through his hair, then across his cheeks and down his neck. The beard itches like you wouldn't believe. Jacob leaned back against the headboard. "No offense, man, but you are in the wrong house. Had a little too much eggnog tonight?" He glanced at the bedroom door and found it shut. Nick smiled softly. "There's never enough eggnog where I come from, though we don't spike it because of the little ones." Jacob nodded solemnly. "Right, the L's." Nick chuckled at his joke. "I'm here because there's been a slight glitch in the program." Poof. A woman in cargo pants and a red shirt appeared by the fireplace. Her red hair was piled on top of her head in a messy bun held in place by several pencils. She had a laptop resting on one arm and typed furiously with the other hand. Her glasses slid down her nose, and she paused just long enough to shove them back in place. "Glitches don't happen on my watch. This one's on you, Nick." Nick folded his arms. "Lux, it's on you. My magic doesn't make mistakes." She shook her head. "Look." Flipping the computer around so they could see the screen, the light glared at Jacob and Nick. Jacob shielded his face while his eyes adjusted. She went on as if she hadn't blinded him. "You granted 2 Christmas wishes, not one. It's thrown Christmas magic off." "They wished for the same thing," Nick defended himself. "One wish, 2 people." Jacob threw the blankets aside and put his bare feet on the hardwood floor. His toes curled when they came into contact with the cold surface. "What are you two talking about?" He glanced back and forth between them. "What wish?" Nick lifted an eyebrow. "Your Christmas wish. You wanted a second chance with the girl next door. Remember her? Lauren?" "Yeah, I remember her." Jacob's head spun as if he were going down Potter's Hill on a tube with no way to stop. It would take more than a tug on his hair to prove this wasn't a dream. Are you telling me that you?" He gulped. "You can grant wishes?" Nick scrubbed at his cheek with his knuckles. "Well, I mean, yeah, Jacob grabbed Nick's arm and held on tight. "I wish for $1 million. I wish for a Lamborghini, no, a Ferrari. I wish for—" Nick shook off his hold and scowled. "He's not a genie," said Lux as she tucked a piece of her wild, curly hair behind her ear. "How did a person walk around with all that hanging on their head?" "He's a Kringle, a newly frosted one at that." She pointed to Nick's forearm. With a sigh, Nick pushed up the fur-lined sleeve to reveal a sparkling star tattoo. Only this was more intricate than any basic star he'd ever drawn. It shimmered like the old silver tinsel his grandma used to use on the tree, the kind that lifted off the branches when anything remotely charged with static electricity walked by. The way it glistened in the light was unreal. He'd never seen a tattoo do that before. "This isn't my first sleigh ride." Nick protested Lux's claim that he was a newbie as he dropped his sleeve back in place. Jacob shoved his fingers in his hair as he worked over all the information coming his way. Tattoos that glittered? People popping into his bedroom? He smacked his cheek, making it sting. "Wake up. Wake up." "That's right." Lux waved her free arm through the air like she was casting a spell. "This is just a dream." "You're not helping," complained Nick. Jacob sniffed. The smell of mint cocoa filled the air anytime Lux got close. "Is it possible to smell in dreams?" he asked. Lux adjusted her glasses. "Approximately 1% of the population can smell when they dream. However, it's doubtful that if you haven't smelled during a dream before, you will start now. I also don't know things like percentages and dream facts and couldn't make them up," added Jacob. He paused. "So, if this isn't a dream, and you two are real." He paused again, and they both nodded once. "I'm still confused." Nick tromped back and forth in his big shiny black boots. "We're here because someone," he glared at Lux, who looked much too young to be this guy's aunt. "But whatever, overloaded the system, and Christmas magic is frizzing." "Wait, does this mean I'm getting a Ferrari?" Jacob crossed his fingers. He'd written the request in a letter his niece made him write to Santa before she left on the cruise. "Stay focused, man." Nick thundered. Lux stepped forward, closing her laptop and giving him a professional blank face. Your wish for a second chance with Miss Lauren Hall and her wish have crossed, creating a loop. A loop, he asked. I don't suppose you know how to code, do you? Her whole being lifted with hope. The best way I can describe this is to use computer language. No, he hated to admit. Can you come up with a cabinet metaphor? Not likely. Her face dropped, and he felt like he'd kicked Santa's favorite reindeer. She explained, a loop in a computer program is an instruction that repeats until the desired outcome is achieved. Her explanation was as clear as coal. So, what am I looking at here? Nick groaned. Eternal Christmas. Eternal what now? Jacob tipped his ear toward the Santa wannabe. Lux opened her computer again, showing him the image on the screen. A figurate or eternity symbol with a dot trav ailing along the shape. This is you. And Lauren. She blinked. You're one dot together. Got it. He tried to hurry her along. Being a dot with Lauren felt a little too familiar. You know she's engaged to another guy, right? Technicalities. Lux shook her head. If my calculations are correct, things will get interesting once the dot gets here. She enlarged the image to show a tally mark labeled midnight. Jacob glanced at the clock on his nightstand. It read 11:59. He held his breath as the dot moved ever closer to the tally mark. They all waited in silence for it to cross over. When it did, there was a whoosh and jingle bells sounded. Nilly-mungus, Nick cursed. What was that whooshing thing? Asked Jacob. Christmas. Lux frowned. This loop is focused on Christmas Day, all 24 hours. They'll repeat until you both get your wishes. No way, Jacob protested. Way. Nick leaned against the wall. Can't I do something? He asked Lux as he sulked. Lux tucked her laptop into the messenger bag hanging across her body. Until both wishes are fulfilled, we're stuck. We? Jacob looked back and forth between them. No offense, but I don't want roommates. We're not stuck in this space. Nick waved his arms around to the four walls. We're stuck in this time. Although I'm pretty sure only you and the Kringles know about the glitch. Loop, Lux corrected. Why don't you wake her up and tell her? Jacob asked. Nick exchanged a glance with Lux. Christmas magic is kind of secret. I mean, the whole world knows about Santa and all that, but the truth, we can't exactly start a YouTube channel and broadcast this stuff, if you know what I mean. You can tell Lauren, Lux jumped in. The fewer people who know about this, the less damage control we have to do. So she won't know that the day repeats, he clarified. No, and feel free to use that to your advantage, Nick added. He snapped his fingers. What if we used our other skills to help too? Like what? Lux considered his question with interest. Like we drop him in her bedroom and he kisses her and sparks fly and we're done here. Jacob snorted. Sparks. More like a restraining order. Lauren hates me. Why? Asked Lux, her big eyes full of curiosity. That is an excellent question. He lifted his shoulders. One day, we were best friends, and the next, she refused to talk to me. Then that's where you should start. She smiled. Find out why she hates you, undo the damage, kiss her under the mistletoe and, she snapped her fingers, we're back on track. So simple, he said dryly. Nick shoved off the wall. If you need me, call. He set a business card on the nightstand. You're on a very short list of people who have that number. Don't abuse it. Jacob eyed it wearily. You have a cell phone? Doesn't everyone? Nick tossed back. He went to stand next to Lux by the chimney. Jacob reached for the card that had an embossed star on one side. Poof. They were gone. Jacob rubbed his eyes and stared at the spot they were just standing. He checked the clock. 12:04 a.m. I'm losing my mind. He climbed under the covers and rolled over. I don't know who's crazier, them or me. He scoffed. Like Lauren Hall would fall in love with me. He let out a breath. He threw the covers over his head and vowed not to talk to himself or anyone else that poofed into his room for the rest of the night. Chapter 9. Lauren groaned happily as she stretched her arms above her head and pushed her feet out to the very corners of the mattress. The winter sunlight filtered through her curtains, and this sense of a new day bubbled up inside of her. What an absolutely beautiful Christmas proposal. She was officially a fiancée and pledged to marry a wonderful man. She put her left hand out in front of her and squinted to look at her ring, only to find her finger bare. Oh gosh, where was the ring? Flipping over onto her hands and knees, she ran her hands over the soft cotton sheets, searching. Surely it wouldn't have gone far. Despite the rubber enlargement tube, it must have fallen off during the night. When she couldn't feel it, she scrambled to the side of the bed and yanked the blanket off. She stared at the mattress. Nothing. Oh no. Her heart sank, and she sank to her knees. In desperation, she dove under the bed and ran her hands over the carpet. Please. Please. Please, she begged and pleaded with the ring to appear. Nothing. Next, she crawled around the entire room. Wait. She walked on her knees to the nightstand and tore the drawer open. Empty. She searched around it with her eyes and her hands. Okay. Don't panic, she admonished herself. When was the last time she'd seen it? She closed her eyes and allowed her memory to surface. Bathroom, she shouted, hopping to her feet and careening down the hall. In the bathroom, she stared at herself in the mirror. What a sight. Her hair was messy and she had mascara circles under her eyes. So I didn't wash my face last night, she muttered. Her eyes dropped away from the creature in the mirror and landed on the drain. Please, no. She ran her finger under the stopper, determining it was too narrow of space for the ring to fit through. Thank goodness Foster had bought the enormous diamond. But if it wasn't here, then where was it? She drew in a breath and commanded herself to think. If she left the ring on the counter, Mom would have taken it for safekeeping. Maybe put it in her jewelry box or something. Lauren burst out of the bathroom, ready to comb the kitchen in case she'd sleepwalked last night and eaten cookies or something. She didn't sleepwalk and never ate past 8, but she'd moved past the realm of possibilities and considered the impossible. In her mad haste, she burst into the hallway and smacked into her dad, throwing them both into the opposite wall. Where's the fire? Dad rubbed his right shoulder. Lauren covered her bare left hand with her right. Just hungry this morning. She sniffed. Do I smell orange rolls? Yep. Your mom's been up for hours. He smiled as he returned to his room, mumbling something about Binge cream. Lauren, trying her hardest not to look out of control, was scared that she'd lost her engagement ring. Foster would be furious with her. This was not how she wanted to start their lives together. Can you imagine that story told to the grandkids? And it would be told. Foster had a memory like a vinyl record. It replayed the same experiences over and over again. If she had to hear one more time about his college roommate eating his brie, she would go crazy. The kitchen smelled of orange and cinnamon, bacon, and maple syrup. Mom stood at the counter, drizzling frosting over one of a dozen pans of orange rolls. It seemed like an excessive amount of food for the 4 of them, but perhaps she was coping with the change in family dynamic by baking. She did that. When Ethan got married, she made brownies every day for 3 months. Every day. Thank goodness for Jacob. Every afternoon, he would bring a football buddy to the house to help them disappear. Lauren rolled her eyes. She should not be thinking about Jacob when she had a ring to find. Mom, she whispered loudly. Mom flipped around, and her face registered surprise. Lauren, I didn't expect to see you so early. She hugged Lauren as if it had been months since she'd seen her. Lauren held back the urgency in her task to give a big hug in return. What are you still doing in your pajamas? Mom asked. Lauren glanced down at her red flannel PJs. Oh, never mind. Mom waved off the question. Grab the foil, will you? We need to cover these. It's so good to see you. Christmas just isn't the same without my kiddos around. She moved to the next pan, applying frosting liberally. I feel bad for Michelle. Her kids all went on this tropical cruise, and she's all alone in that big house at Christmas. No wonder I see her name on every sign-up sheet in town. I'd be running myself ragged too, trying not to think about how lonely the place is. She motioned for Lauren to get moving. Except for Jacob. He stayed home with her. Well, not in her home, but in his house. It's a cute little thing, a couple of streets over. Jacob has a house? Lauren asked, surprised. She rented a place with a roommate. That must mean his business is doing well. Lauren took the foil out of the drawer and ripped off a piece. Again with Jacob, why couldn't she get him out of her life? It is. He's gained quite the reputation for woodworking, Mom responded. Lauren glanced down the hallway to the closed guest room door. She spoke quietly. Mom, have you seen my ring? You're what now, hon? Mom pointed at each pan as she counted them. My ring, Lauren asked again. Her heart pounded in her ears. Ring? Mom stilled. A second later, she gasped. Ring! With a squeal, she grabbed Lauren in a bear hug and jumped up and down. My baby girl is getting married. Lauren jumped with her, thankful she was finally showing some excitement about the proposal. Last night, she and Dad were already tucked in bed when Lauren and Foster got home. Who's getting married? Asked Foster as he walked into the kitchen. He wore a pair of gray slacks and a red button-up shirt rolled at the forearms. His hair was slicked as he'd just gotten out of the shower, and his cheeks were shiny. Lauren giggled nervously. She could not tell him she had lost the ring when he'd just given it to her the night before. We are silly. She leaned into his side and stretched to kiss his cheek. Lauren was just about to show me the ring. Mom flapped her hand in front of her face like a fan. Foster stared at Lauren as if she'd lost her mind. How are you planning to do that when I haven't proposed yet? Lauren chewed her bottom lip. Was this some kind of joke? Had he found the ring in the bathroom and decided to torment her to teach her a lesson? Like that time she'd left her laptop plugged in next to the table, and he'd pretended to trip over it and hit his head on the wall to show her how thoughtless she was to leave it there. She'd rushed to his side, worried that he'd been hurt, when he pulled his hand away from his face and gave her a look. She went with a direct approach. What do you mean? You proposed last night. A Christmas Eve proposal, Mom said happily. Is there anything more romantic? She reached over and gave Foster's cheek a light pat. Handsome and thoughtful. Christmas Eve, Lauren sputtered. Foster smiled woodenly at Mom's appreciation. Thank you, Mrs. Hall, but I was planning on a Christmas proposal. He pulled the ring box out of his pocket and cracked open the lid. Lauren's whole body sagged with relief at the sight of the expensive engagement ring nestled within the velvet folds. I wanted it to be a surprise. He snapped the box shut and shrugged. If you already know, then there's no sense in trying to make a big to-do about it. He handed the box to Lauren. Here you go. He beamed. Lauren stared at the box resting in her palm. This was the most passive-aggressive behavior she'd ever seen. But I swear you proposed to me last night in front of the whole town. Foster's eyebrows shot up. I'm not sure how that would have been possible. You must have had a dream. Lauren touched her temple as she combed through her memories. It all seemed so real. The smell of the fires, the heat on her cheeks as Foster pulled her on stage. She could even remember Santa's blue eyes. Mom handed Foster a plate and began piling it high with pancakes and bacon she'd kept warm in the oven. You have to try my homemade syrup. It's a Christmas tradition around here. It couldn't have been a dream, Lauren insisted. Foster and Mom stopped to stare at her. They'd moved on from the conversation, but she was stuck there like an icicle on the roof. What day is it? She asked the two of them, speaking slowly and deliberately. It's Christmas, said Mom at the same time Foster said, December 25th. Lauren collapsed onto the bar stool. I'm losing my mind. In the background of her declaration, Mom explained the intricacies of making homemade syrup to Foster, who hummed here and there to make it seem like he was paying attention. He did the same thing when she went about her latest personal organizer division design. She wrapped her brain around the idea that her sub-college science had made the public proposal. It could have. Being proposed to in front of her hometown on the night of her triumphant return in front of the boy who broke her heart was a fantasy come true. She looked down at her hand, which curled around the ring box. The ends of her fingers turned white. She squeezed the box so hard. If that was what happened, and today was Christmas Day, then Foster had asked her to marry him by saying that there was no sense making a big deal about it. A big old, excuse me, built up inside of her. No sense making a big deal. Why in the world not? If there was anything worth making a big deal about, it was getting engaged. She squeezed her eyes shut tightly. Not to mention, he assumed her answer was yes. Why would he assume that if he hadn't already asked her? None of this made any sense. Goodness, look at the time. Mom quickly untied her apron and unplugged the electric skillet. We need to deliver the neighbors' gifts. Lauren got to her feet in a daze. They always love your orange rolls. Mom stopped and looked at her. Are you sure you're okay? Maybe you should stay here and rest. I have work that needs to get done. Foster set his empty plate in the sink. Are you sure you don't mind if we stay behind? Lauren whipped her head around and stared at him. We aren't here to work. It's Christmas. A sense of déjà vu overwhelmed her. They'd had the same argument yesterday, or in her dream. I promise, I'm all yours tonight. He kissed her cheek and then disappeared down the hallway, shutting the door to the guest bedroom firmly behind him. Lauren's mouth fell open. Are you gonna wear that ring? Mom nudged her. It's too big, Lauren replied absently. I'll go change. Don't leave without me. There was so much the same about today in her dream that she had difficulty differentiating between reality and her imagination. She needed to get out of the house and breathe some fresh air. At the last second, she changed from her cute Peter Pan boots to sturdy snow boots that were ugly as sin, but wouldn't pinch her toes. She'd learned from it, even if it was a dream, so there was that. She also put the ring on her finger because she felt obligated to wear it. She trailed behind her parents, dragging the wagon full of orange rolls as she watched the neighborhood as if it was on repeat. The same kids burst from their house with the sled. The Johnsons said the same thank yous for the orange rolls. They approached the Civic Center, and Lauren handed the wagon off to her dad. Here, where are you going? Dad asked. She was already halfway up the steps, so she turned around and replied, I'm going to vote for the gingerbread contest. She hooked her thumb over her shoulder. Mom wrung her hands. You didn't tell her which house was mine, did you, Benjamin? I didn't say a darn thing. Don't know why she has to run off like that. If there was one thing that made Dad grumpy, it was being in trouble with Mom. Lauren held up her gloved hands. I don't have to vote. Don't be so hasty. Mom shooed her back up the steps. As long as you don't know which house is mine, there's no harm in voting. With a sigh, Lauren made her way through the doors. If this pattern continued, Ethan and Colin would be over in a bit to play Christmas games. In a moment, she bumped into a hard chest. Stumbling back, she looked into Jacob's curious eyes as he grabbed her and held on so she didn't fall. Lauren looked him over, taking in every detail and comparing it with the man she'd smeared frosting on the day before. A smile tugged at her lips. That was one of her best non-memories from the supposed day before that never happened. Her eyes moved up a pair of jean-clad legs to a trim torso, then a set of broad shoulders, and finally landed on Jacob's guarded expression. She placed both hands on the firm planes of his chest and pushed him backward. Jacob's eyebrows lifted. It's good to see you too, Lauren. Stay away from me, Jacob Morris. She didn't need one more confusing thing this Christmas, and if Jacob was anything, it was confusing. Her body responded to being near to him as if he were the man she was supposed to fall into for the rest of her life. And yet, he didn't want her. Jacob scowled. What did I ever do to you, Lauren? Today was not the day. She'd had a weird dream, an even weirder morning, and she suddenly remembered him trying to kiss her in this very building, or something like that. She stiff-armed past him. As if you didn't know. He grabbed her outstretched hand and stopped her advance into the room with the gingerbread houses. I don't know. That's the problem. She met his gaze and found a level of imploring that grabbed at her heart and held fast. Oh, those caramel eyes. They used to be her undoing. Please, Lauren. I have to know, he begged. She drew a breath in. What would it hurt? She'd moved on, as evidenced by the ring on her finger. Maybe Jacob needed closure. She wasn't such a monster that she would deny him the chance to do some soul-searching. Besides, she kind of remembered covering his face with frosting yesterday, or last night. It was all so blurry. Regardless, she felt like she owed him one. You, she gulped, the truth sticking in her throat like a lump of taffy. You, what could she say? That he'd broken her heart? She glanced up at the ceiling. Admitting that he'd had that much effect on her would be like throwing open her coat and telling Jack Frost to do his worst. She'd be exposed, again, to the one man who should have protected her. You betrayed me, she managed to get out. His hand fell away, and she missed the buzzing between them. His eyes dropped to the floor. She took courage from the fact that he didn't come back verbally swinging. I bared my soul to you at graduation, told you how I felt, and you mocked me for it. He closed his eyes, the corners wrinkling. I thought you were kidding, he said softly. Lauren gasped. The ceasefire came to an abrupt end, and she glared icicles at him before flipping on her heel, anxious to leave this place of open wounds. Lauren, let me explain. He hooked her arm. I thought you were trying to prank me. I'm serious. I kept looking around for cameras. She dropped her chin to her chest. I'd never pranked you before. He dropped her arm, and out of the corner of her eye, she saw him run his hand through his hair. In front of her was freedom, the bright Christmas sunshine streaming through the glass doors. And here was a warmth she wouldn't get out there even if it came with this difficult conversation. I know. Trust me, I know. I've replayed it 1,000 times. 2,000. He threw his hand in the air. Do you know how many times I've wondered where I'd be? Where we'd be if I had reacted differently? A smile whispered across her lips. 2,000. Their eyes met, and he chuckled, the stress lines around his eyes melting away like Frosty the Snowman when the sun was hot. Even more. He folded his arms and leaned against the wall. Have you ever thought about me? The building was suddenly 10 degrees too hot. She shucked her gloves and heard a tinkling sound. Oh no. Crouching down, she found her ring. It keeps falling off, she explained as she stood up, the ring pinched between her finger and thumb. She held it out for Jacob to see. I'm engaged, she said apologetically. She was a bit sorry. Sorry that this conversation hadn't happened years ago. Sorry that she'd been so hurt she'd run away. Sorry that she couldn't stand here and reminisce with her ex-best friend. He proposed already? Jacob asked, confused. It's too soon. Her jaw dropped, and she slammed the ring back on her finger. Too soon? Her voice rose an octave. How dare he judge her for getting engaged to a man she'd dated for 6 months? What do you know about timing? Yours stinks. She shoved hard on the door handle and tripped into the blinding light. Chapter 10. Jacob scrubbed his hands down his face as he watched Lauren tromp down the steps and away from him. Her black hair bounced off her back. That went well, said Nick, right behind him. Jacob jumped and whirled around. Didn't your parents teach you that sneaking up on people is rude? Nick wrinkled his nose. My parents died when I was 8, and my family makes a living sneaking into people's houses and dropping off presents, so... Jacob stared, his cheeks turning red. There was so much in that statement, so much pain and so much rescue. He should think before he blurted things out. Sorry, bro. You're adopted, huh? Nick nodded. In a manner of speaking, Jacob tipped his head to the side. Wait, if your parents died, then who is Santa? Is this like a thing where you put on the suit and magically become the jolly old elf? Nick rolled his eyes. It is not like that. Then how? Jacob pointed to Nick's forearm, where the tinsel-colored tattoo was covered by his red and green plaid flannel. Long story. So long. Nick pushed that conversation to the side with a wave of his hands. What we need to talk about is Lauren. Jacob deflated and shuffled toward the office. Not much to tell. I was insensitive to her feelings, and she'll never forgive me. He should have been more aware of her. As it was, he didn't realize how much he needed her until she was gone. He paused at the office door. How did she get the ring already? He wasn't supposed to propose until tonight. Nick huffed. Not everything will stay the same. The events around you two can change. So she could show up married tomorrow? You mean today, Nick corrected him. I don't want to debate the time-space continuum or the benefits of plutonium in a DeLorean. Could she be married before I get to see her tomorrow? He pressed Dot. Yeah. I mean, it would take a lot to make that happen, but I suppose it could, if the pieces all fell into place. Jacob groaned. I have a hard and fast rule against messing with married women. I'm struggling with the fact that she's engaged. Nick's eyes widened briefly. Noted. We'll just have to unengage her. Jacob shrugged. Do what you gotta do. I have to count votes. He eyed the stack of messy papers. I don't suppose you would want to help me out here? He nodded into the office. Nick snorted. I'm not doing that again. You need Frost. She loves this stuff. Frost? Jacob asked. As in Jack Frost? Nick laughed. Not even close. He put his hands on Jacob's shoulders and ushered him into the office chair. You sit here and get to work. With a push, Jacob rolled up to the desk. I need to see to a break. Well, maybe it's better if you don't know. Jacob nodded. You do you, buddy. Nick's poof had Jacob throwing his arms over the stacks of votes that fluttered as if a breeze had come through an open window. Watch it, he called out to the ceiling. The sound of jingle bells responded. He took a moment to reflect on what a mess his life had become. He was repeating Christmas, stuck in here counting votes, and was in cahoots with Santa's son. Stepson? Grandson? Nephew? Who knew? A magical Christmas guy who was Santa-ish in an effort to win back his best friend, who he'd been secretly in love with since the day they made their first snowman. Yeah, that pretty much summed up the disaster. Mom burst into the room and hurried to his side at the desk. Do you have the winners yet? Mayor Owens is breathing down my neck, even though they don't want to announce him or her until tonight. The man is so nervous about his first Christmas in office that he's making me crazy. She glanced around to make sure they were alone. If he keeps this up, I'm not voting for him to have a second term. Jacob managed to keep a straight face as he replied, Tell him to keep his breath off your neck, or he'll have to deal with me. Mom smacked his arm. Stop being vulgar. He laughed and she fought a grin. We need to get these ballots counted stat. She sorted through one of the piles, a determined line between her brows. Jacob's phone rang, and he tapped the video chat invite. This should take her mind off the mayor and his re-election. His nieces and nephew filled the screen. They were on a beach, the aqua waves sparkling behind their toothless smiles and sun-tanned cheeks. Merry Christmas, Uncle Jacob, they chorused. Mom dropped everything and came to stand next to him. Grandma, they cheered. Mom held his phone as if it were a Fabergé Christmas egg. Hello, my darlings. Did Santa find you? They talked over one another for several minutes. The hunger in his mom's eyes was unmistakable, and Jacob wondered why she'd stayed home instead of being with her darlings for Christmas. I have to show you this gingerbread house, she said as she left the room, his phone in hand. Jacob shook his head. It looked like it was up to him to appease the mayor. He hoped Nick was having better luck trying to unengage Lauren than he was at settling the mystery of the gingerbread house contest. Chapter 11. Aunt Lauren. Colin threw himself at Lauren the moment she walked through the door after running away from Jacob in the closure he was after. The farther she got from the Civic Center, the less happy she was with herself for leaving in the first place. She wasn't a coward and could have faced her past if she hadn't let her emotions get the better of her. A lesson to learn from for sure. She landed against the wall and grabbed onto him to hug him back. Come play with us, he invited. Minute to win it, candy canes. Ethan called from the front room. Lauren looked into her nephew's hopeful face and knew she'd been caught. Let me get my coat off. Yay! He released her and raced in his socks back to the front room, where he told his dad, Told you she'd play. Smiling, Lauren shucked her outerwear. Where's Mom and Dad? She called. They weren't outside the Civic Center when she left, so she'd followed the wagon's marks in the snow. I'm in the kitchen and your mom's napping. Stop yelling. Dad hollered. Lauren snickered because his voice was the loudest of them all. I'm up now. Mom appeared in the doorway. Who can nap with all this Christmas cheer? She knelt next to the coffee table where the first game was set up. Besides, I'm a professional and will beat all of you at candy cane fishing. Noah! Colin had his father's competitive streak. Lauren laughed at his stubborn face. He'd do everything in his power to destroy them. She sat on the couch next to Ethan and let out a sigh. Dad brought a bowl of white chocolate popcorn and set it next to Mom. She gave him a grateful smile before the timer started, and she had to fish for tree ornaments. Mom's favorite holiday treat was white chocolate popcorn, and Dad ensured they had at least one bowl every Christmas. You want to go get Foster? Ethan bumped her. I can work him into the rotation. He motioned toward the whiteboard with their names were written on one side. Can I go get Jacob? Colin asked. Jacob? Lauren squinted at her nephew. Jacob Morris? Ethan rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, we hang out. You hang out? She asked dubiously. Since when? Since forever, Colin answered. His dad died, and we talked about it, and he needed guys to watch football with, so he comes over when we watch. He doesn't eat my Starburst, and I don't touch his. Cheese balls, Lauren filled in. Colin brightened. Yeah, it's okay though, because I think cheese balls are gross. As she laughed at the silly face he made. I like them. We used to eat them all the time. As soon as the admission was out of her mouth, she wanted to pull it back. Her dad froze in place because her mom stopped fishing, and Ethan looked at her like she'd shown up to Christmas dinner in a leprechaun outfit. What? She demanded. That's the first time you've mentioned Jacob in ages. Ethan reached out and touched her forehead. Are you okay? She swatted his hand away. I'm fine. She paused, considering how much she wanted to say. I ran into him today. We talked. It must have brought up some memories. The timer went off, and Mom glanced down at how many baubles she'd been able to pick up with her candy cane. 7. Cullen wrote her score on the board, though it looked more like a squiggle than a number. I'm next. Dad moved into the spot Mom vacated while Ethan reset the game. Lauren was quiet as her conversation with Jacob came back in full force. He'd asked if she ever thought about him. The truth was that she'd done her best not to think about him because it was too hard to compare every date, every flirtation to him. They all came up short, and she quickly realized that if she was going to fall in love, she had to take Jacob out of the equation. She glanced around the festive room, admiring the tree with its beautiful red, silver, and gold decorations. Even without presents under it, they'd opened them all. That was beautiful. The gas fireplace crackled softly, and the stockings were stuffed with care. Sharing these moments with the people she loved was precious. Jacob would have been playing, not hiding in the guest bedroom. Foster should be here. There was nothing at work so important, so life-altering that these times should be missed. I need a drink. I'll be right back. She patted Ethan's knee and then made her way to the kitchen. She was almost there when she heard a woman's voice coming from the guest room. What in the world? She moved closer, noting the door was open. I love you, Foster. I need you with me. Come back. Lauren paused and then went closer to the door. Foster cursed. There was a poof and then something sparkling. What in the world? Lauren threw the door open and Foster jumped out of his chair. Hey. He pointed to the spot next to him. Where did that guy go? He glanced under the bed. There was a guy in here with an ugly Christmas sweater. Where did he go? Lauren stared at the computer screen. The same woman from yesterday, the secretary, was on screen. Or she should say, part of her was on screen, the part that hung at the top of her low-cut dress. What's going on, baby? She grinned to Foster as she moved back so she could look at the screen. Oh. She stared at Lauren for half a second before the shock wore off her face and she lifted an eyebrow. I guess the cat's out of the bag now. Do you want to flip a coin to see who gets him? Lauren gritted her teeth. Foster was cheating on her. How long had this been going on? Actually, it didn't matter. You can have him. She shut the laptop and rounded on Foster. Of all the sneaky, no-good losers in the world, she had to bring this one home for Christmas. How had she read him so wrong? The late nights in the office were such a cliché cover-up for cheating, and yet she'd fallen for it. He glanced in the closet. Seriously, where did he go? Lauren folded her arms. I don't know what you're talking about. She leaned forward and sniffed. Have you been drinking? Do you do drugs? She asked, though all she smelled was his minty toothpaste. No. He reared back, offended. A guy poofed into the room, turned the volume on my computer, and then disappeared. If you think you can distract me from the fact that you were talking to your mistress when you should have been playing games with my family, you're sad. Just sad. Lauren grabbed his bag from the closet and threw it on the bed. She could have lifted 10 of those bags with the energy surging through her. She then tossed his few personal items inside. Get out of my house. Get out of my hometown. Get out of my life. Fine. If you won't believe me about the guy, why would you believe me about anything else? He zipped up the bag with a flourish and then held out his hand. The ring. She held her hand over his and tipped her fingers down so the ring slid off her finger. She barely felt it brush her skin. It wasn't even my size. I bet it would fit her. She seems thicker. She motioned to her chest, grabbed his laptop, and shoved it at him before he could confirm or deny her statement. You two have a Merry Christmas. Oh, we will. He smirked before dropping his bag on the floor and wheeling it out. Lauren followed behind him so she could slam the door when he left, which she did with relish. As soon as his car was out of the driveway, she crumpled against the wall and drew in deep, gasping breaths. Her family stood in the front room staring. What, you okay? Dad asked, opening his arms for her to fall into. She straightened her spine. I'm fine. No, you're not. Mom came to her, tucked her to her side, ushering her into the front room to sit down. She landed on the sofa and stared at the fireplace, her eyes out of focus. I thought I was going to marry him, she whispered. Jacob's warning that it was too soon to become engaged came to her mind. Ugh, did he have to be right about that? Of all the people on the planet, the last one she wanted to say I told you so was him. Ethan cuffed her shoulder as he moved to the love seat. Colin hovered close. His tender heart knew she needed someone near, but he wasn't sure what to do about it. Be grateful you didn't tie the knot with that guy. Ethan jerked his head toward the door. Lauren nodded as her mind raced ahead to what life would have been like had she gone through with the wedding. She shuddered. The reality that he'd cheated on her sank in, and she grabbed a pillow, squeezing it as she held it in front of her. She was so angry at Foster that she could spit. He was the one who cheated, and she was left here in a puddle of pity to deal with the situation. He'd probably still propose to someone tonight and be floating on engagement bliss. Life was so unfair. And then there was Jacob. He had no business being right about Foster. Darn him. She couldn't face him tonight at the sing-along. No way. Not that she could hide the fact that she wasn't engaged. She'd practically rubbed the ring in his nose that morning. She buried her face in her hands, embarrassed at her behavior. I'll make some cocoa, said Dad. Lauren wanted to scream. If only Coco could fix this. Chapter 12. Jacob stood at the front of the stage, handing out songbooks to eager Christmas singers. He enjoyed the sing-along tradition. As a kid, he looked forward to Christmas morning and the pile of gifts under the tree. As an adult, getting together and singing songs on Christmas night brought the true meaning of Christmas into focus. Seeing his neighbors and friends with their loved ones was a gift he couldn't put under his tree dot. The scent of mint cocoa enveloped him, and he looked to his left to see Lux handing out songbooks. A tall man with huge muscles and a serious look stood beside her, constantly scanning the crowd for a threat. They wore green cargo pants, black shirts, stocking caps, and dark red scarves. Be sure to sing loud and spread that Christmas cheer, Lux told Old Man Martin, who had as much Christmas cheer as a cactus. He took the book from her, his hand brushing hers, and his face cracked into the weirdest shape. If Jacob hadn't known the man his whole life and been scolded by him more than once for cutting across his lawn, he would have thought it was a smile dot. Lux grinned back at him. I bet you have a beautiful bass voice. Old Man Martin cleared his throat and spoke an octave lower than normal. I think I can bring something to the evening. He hummed as he walked away. Jacob stared at Lux in awe. Where were you when he threatened to cut off my toes if I stepped on his lawn again? She has a way with surly men, said the muscle guy. Lux giggled and elbowed him playfully. You should know, you were the surliest. She leaned into him as she spoke to Jacob. This is my husband, Matthew. Call me Quick. He stuck out his hand and Jacob's was squeezed and pumped amicably. Quick's precise movements were military. Where's Nick? I haven't heard from him since this morning. Jacob's stomach was in knots thinking about what Lauren must be going through as Nick dissolved her current relationship. If she's meant to be with this Foster guy, I need to step back. I can't break up a good thing. Quick blocked the two of them with his massive body as he took over, handing out songbooks so they could have a private conversation. Despite Quick's intimidating size, there was something inviting about him, especially with children. They gathered in close and treated him like a superhero. He resembled an off-duty Superman with his muscles and underlying scientist vibe. Jacob swiped at a piece of moisture gathering on his forehead. Lux, I don't know if I'm cut out for this. What do you mean? She squinted at him. I'm not out to ruin Lauren's happiness. We're about to sing about peace on earth, and goodwill toward men. I don't have any bad will toward Foster or Lauren. If they'd be happy together, then they should be together. Wow. Lex blew a piece of hair off her forehead. Now I know you love her. Hey now. He tore his scarf off and tossed it on the stage. Why was it so warm on Christmas? No one said anything about love. Lux patted his shoulder. When you want someone else's happiness more than your own, it's love. I can't be in love with her. I hardly know her. He hadn't talked to her, not really talked, in years. Today was the closest they came to having a conversation, and she'd run away. Before that, she'd been his childhood playmate and best friend, his confidant and accomplice. There wasn't anything that he couldn't do when he was with Lauren. Lux considered him. It's going to be hard enough to convince Lauren she's in love with you. If you can't admit your own feelings, then we could be here a year's worth of Christmases. That would be catastrophic, Quick threw over his shoulder. He hadn't missed a word of their conversation while facing the other way and doing his Christmas duty. Why? Jacob asked. He rarely hung out with people who used words like catastrophic. Lux pushed her glasses up and then pulled out her cell phone. She showed him the home screen, which looked like a production chart. Since it's Christmas every day, we have to deliver gifts 24 hours. Eventually, we'll need sleep. Can't you take a day off? Jacob prompted. Lux shuddered. Quick glared over his shoulder. No, Lux nodded seriously. Which is why you need to get your act together and stop denying your feelings. Target at 3 o'clock, Quick informed them. Jacob swiveled in that direction to see Lauren enter the square. She strolled behind her parents, her head down. His heart reached for her, wanting to wrap her up in his arms and hold her tight. Ah, shucks, you guys, she's miserable. Her head lifted, and her eyes found him, quick as lasers. He blinked. She glared hard and then looked deliberately away. Did you see that? He asked Lux. She hates me. Lux typed into her phone, her fingers flying so fast they blurred. Nope. According to my sister, who is a relationship genius, she's not mad at you, but men in general. It's a common reaction when a woman finds out she's been cheated on. He was cheating on her? Jacob said way too loudly. Head swiveled their direction, and people began to whisper, asking one another who he was talking about. Quick gave him a look that told him to keep it down. That jerk. Jacob hissed, wishing he had a stronger word. Ho ho ho. Nick took the stage, ready to lead the sing-along. He pointed to Jacob and then gave him a thumbs up. Quick and Lux nodded to each other and then began to walk away. Panicked at being alone in unfamiliar waters, Jacob grabbed Quick's arm. What am I supposed to do? If I were you, Quick glanced at Lauren's hunched figure and then back to Jacob. I'd be super nice, like extra gifts and chocolate, compliments, and whatever else you can come up with for the evening. And whatever you do, don't mention the ex-finance. Got it. Jacob let him go. The couple disappeared into the crowd. Jacob glimpsed them ducking into the alleyway, heard jingle bells, and knew they were gone. Nick did a great job on stage, ringing bells to keep everyone on the beat. The guy belted all his Christmas songs with an extra dose of cheer. Jacob worked through the crowd, finding his mom, who was close to the Hall family. He avoided eye contact with Lauren for the time being. He heard sniffling and a break in the music while everyone shuffled pages. Glancing around while keeping his face down, he realized it wasn't Lauren who was crying, but his mom. Mom? He touched her arm to get her attention. When she met his gaze, he saw tears pooling in her eyes. What's going on? She sniffed, fishing a tissue out of her coat pocket. It's so silly. No, it's not. He put his arm around her shoulder. This was Lou's favorite part of the day. She dabbed at her tears. He loved Christmas so much. Oh, Mom, you should have gone on the cruise. If all this reminded her of Dad, then she shouldn't be here right now. He could have insisted they go. She huffed at him. I wanted to do all this for him, in his memory. I thought it would bring some kind of closure or something. I've been running around like a crazy lady, trying to do all the things he loved by myself, and I'm worn thin and don't feel closure. She crumpled the tissue and found another. How many of those do you have in there? He teased. She chuckled through her tears. Enough. When you buy the casket, the funeral home should offer you stock in the Kleenex company. She blew her nose. On top of all that, I didn't get half the decorations up on the house, and I forgot to make the homemade syrup. She sighed heavily. I need to face the truth that Christmas won't be the same without him. Her shoulders fell forward. I'm going home. Jacob turned to her. You can stay, she offered. He probably should get to work on Lauren and being nice to her. No, extra nice, like Quick advised. But Mom needed him. I'm coming with you. You're a good son. He shrugged. It's not that. You have the good cocoa mix at your house, and I'm out. She swatted his stomach and smiled. Tease. They did their best not to draw attention as they left. At the edge of the crowd, Jacob felt a pair of eyes on him and turned to find Lauren watching, her forehead wrinkled in question. He lifted a shoulder and gave her a watery smile. It was good that he'd have another chance with her tomorrow because Mom needed him tonight. If Lauren knew what was happening, she would have told him to go. She was kind of like that. In fact, she was better at this than he was, and he wished she were walking next to him. Perhaps next Christmas. Chapter 13. Lauren woke up the following day with an epic plan for this Christmas, a holiday project like she never had before. Sure, she'd concocted holiday schemes, usually involving the perfect present for her mom or a snowball ambush for her brother. But this was different, Dot. After she watched Jacob walk his mom home, she'd realized that she had a gift staring her in the face. Mrs. Morris would never get another Christmas with her husband. It was tragic and brought tears to Lauren's eyes. She missed Mr. Morris, too. He was the jolliest of them all and had a silly side that relaxed people. Like, he was confident in himself and therefore could laugh at his own expense. Though he was never cruel or crude, but one of those people who didn't take himself too seriously. Well, she had another chance at Christmas with her cheating, no-good fiancé. A man who deserved to have his pride stripped away and his sins exposed for the world to see. She was going to expose him for the liar he was in front of the whole town. The best part? He would feel all the things she felt when she found out about the secretary with the assets, humiliation, rejection, embarrassment, and more. What could be better than seeing someone eat their just desserts? This Christmas would be one for the books, Dot. The only problem with her plan was that she had to wait all day to pull it off. She found that a woman scorned, and on the verge of evening, the score could be patient. Most patient indeed. She grinned as she handed out orange rolls with her parents. She laughed with neighbors and friends they met on the street. The one place she avoided was the gingerbread contest. No way was she walking into the Civic Center and bumping into Jacob Morris. He'd already told her once that she'd gotten engaged too soon, and she certainly didn't want to hear what he thought of her life today. Nope. Today was not about looking back but looking forward. All the way to the sing-along that night, as a matter of fact, Dot, playing games with her family was a joy. She engaged in each moment, tackling her candy cane minute with gusto. She even impressed Colin, Dot. All the while, Foster sat in the guest room and made googly eyes at his girlfriend, Dot. She tucked into Christmas dinner as if it were manna from heaven. And she read her part of the Christmas story with a clear voice. All day long, she took every opportunity to hug her mom and dad, cuddle her nephew, and exchange fist bumps with her brother. When the time finally came to knock on Foster's door and drag him out for the evening, she practically bubbled over with excitement, even though he told her he needed 5 more minutes. She almost blurted out that he could tell his little Christmas elf that she was about to have him for the rest of eternity, but held back at the last second. Dot. Why are you so happy? Dad asked as they put on their coats. You know those moments you wish you could go back and tell someone exactly what you think of them? She asked as she stuffed her foot into her boot. Or when you're so taken off guard by something that the right comeback doesn't appear until hours later? I guess, he admitted. Dot. Well, I'm going to figure out what that feels like. She clutched her hands into fists. How? Dad stopped dressing to look at her. You'll see. She pecked a kiss on his shoulder. Come on, we'll be late for Santa's arrival. She walked out the door before realizing she'd forgotten Foster. With a laugh, she came back in and called down the hall. Let's go. He bustled out, wrapping a silk scarf she'd never seen around his neck. Was that a gift from the mystery woman? When she'd snuck into his suitcase or something? When did she have access to his suitcase? Lauren steeled herself from going down that road. Now that she didn't trust the man further than she could hit him with a snowball, she suspected everything, which wasn't fair to her because she didn't deserve to spend the rest of the night caring one iota about what Foster did with this other woman. When she got her revenge, she'd write him out of her life and out of her thoughts forever and a day. Foster offered her his arm, and she had to swallow the bile that rose in her throat at the thought of allowing him to touch her. He gave her a secret smile, the one that used to make her insides melt because she thought it was just for her. Now she wondered if he did that because he was so pleased with himself for having two women at once. What if there was a third? She shuddered. "Are you cold, sweetheart?" Foster asked, reaching to put his arm around her shoulders. She increased her pace. "Not at all. I'm just so excited about the sing-along. It feels like something wonderful is going to happen tonight. Can you feel that tingle?" She wrinkled her nose with a smile over her shoulder. He laughed heartily. "I do." He broke into a trot, pulling her along. "Come on." She jogged 10 feet or so with him before letting his arm slide out of her grip. They'd made it to the square, and she went to work on the first stage of her plan, introducing Foster to everyone. She wanted them all to remember his name and his face, except for one person, Jacob. She stayed as far away from Jacob and his mother as she could. Not that she had anything against Mrs. Morris. Mrs. Morris was wonderful. In a lot of ways, she'd been a second mom, and Lauren suddenly realized how much she'd missed her. This town is a gem, I tell you. A diamond in the rough if ever there was one, Foster told Mayor Owens. He'd put on his politician's persona, the one she'd seen him use at company parties and socials. He was all shaking hands and kissing babies, winning hearts, and making friends. Ugh. She wanted to puke even as she led him to the stage. Ho, ho, ho. Santa arrived, waving a black mitten-clad hand over his head and carrying a speaker that blasted "Santa Claus is coming to town." Lauren stared at him for a moment. The speaker hadn't been there the Christmas before or the one before that. Something weird was going on. The very air was off, with a strange vibration she hadn't noticed before. Or maybe she just hadn't tuned in. Was this part of the Christmas repeat curse thing? Her head spun. A woman near the stage with wild red hair and not wearing a coat leaned closer. "Are you okay? You look pale." Lauren blinked to her. She smelled like mint cocoa. I'm fine." She shook her head, and the dizzy feeling abated. Santa clicked off the music, and Lauren knew this was her chance. "Excuse me." She pushed her way on stage. Foster jumped up right behind her, grabbed her hips, and held her back to his chest. "What are you doing?" He laughed in her ear. Lauren stopped. She drew in a breath and turned in his arms, ready to put phase 2 into action. "You pushed me up here." She widened her eyes to appear more innocent. He chuckled in her ear. "I must have. I didn't even notice. I'm so excited." "Excited about what?" she asked. He stepped back and threw out his arm. "Hello, Moose Hollow," he yelled to the crowd. Sporadic clapping answered him. Lauren's heart raced. This was it. This was her moment. She could barely breathe. The feeling wasn't a good one. Confrontation was never her style. But Foster deserved this. She had to follow through. "I know you're all eager to sing with Santa." Foster paused and looked at the guy. "Nice beard, by the way." "It itches," Santa mumbled under his breath. Foster continued, "You don't know me, but I've known one of you for almost a year now, and I've fallen in love with her." Chorused through the crowd. "I'm so in love with her that I wanted to share this moment with the town that made Lauren the woman she is today." He got down on one knee and opened the ring box. Someone gasped, "Lauren Hall, will you marry me?" Lauren stared into his flat blue eyes and shook her head. Words didn't form. The carefully scripted speech she prepared had evaporated. His haughty expression faltered. She drew herself up and yanked her hand from his grasp. The movement triggered her brain to start up again. "I won't marry you, Foster," she said loud enough for the people standing in the back to hear. "Because you're a lying, cheating, no-good fake who spent the day talking to his mistress instead of spending it with me and my family. I deserve better than you." She turned on her heel and flounced off the stage, just as she'd imagined herself doing over and over again throughout the day. The crowd parted for her. Instead of the high fives and fist bumps she'd expected, they looked at her with pity and sadness. This part of her plan was less clear. She wasn't exactly sure where she was walking. Should she go home or join her family? The wave of triumph dissipated. She'd planned on people clapping as she left, cheering her on. Instead, there was silence. Awkward silence. At the back of the crowd, her mom motioned for her. She went in that direction, grateful for a safe landing spot. She went in for a hug, only to find Mom's arm stiff. Hustle home now. Mom nudged her in that direction. Lauren felt her disappointment like an arrow to the stomach. Mom? I'm sorry about your heartbreak, honey. Mom touched her cheek. You're right, you deserve better. I love you. Lauren felt a little better, but still not quite right. Christmas dinner churned in her belly as she trudged home alone. The sing-along started, the happy chorus far away and quiet. She was an outsider in her hometown. The fairy lights on the houses mocked her with their cheer. She sniffed several times, mortified by the tears burning her eyes. She should feel happy. She'd gotten exactly what she wanted. An hour later, there was a soft knock on her bedroom door. Lauren? Honey? Mom called. I'm not feeling well, she called from the bed where she'd curled into a ball and cried. Foster's gone, Mom hedged. Is it true? Was he cheating on you? Lauren heaved herself to a sitting. Yeah, I found out today. Well, technically yesterday, but since every day was the same, it was today, right? I'm sorry, Han. I know you liked him a lot. Did she? Because the fact that he was gone didn't upset her all that much. There was more of a sense of lightness, like she'd shed 10 unwanted pounds right before swimsuit season. Lauren flopped back down. Thanks. Do you want to talk about it? Not really, but thank you for offering. I always know I can count on you, Mom. Which was true. Night, Han. After a moment, Mom shuffled away from the door. The shock from yesterday was long gone. The triumph from telling Foster off and humiliating him had worn off. What was left was a lot of truth, and it wasn't all pretty. Lauren had had a broken heart before, and this didn't feel anything like that. This was more about feeling stupid for being tricked than something deep inside being broken and torn. She'd liked Foster and the jet-set lifestyle he provided much more than she'd liked Foster himself. She felt important and pretty in her cocktail dresses and shiny hair. The lifestyle wore on her at times. There were nights that she wanted to kick off the 3-inch heels, put on fuzzy pajamas, and snuggle on the couch. Foster never did that. Never. If they weren't out on the town, there was no point being together. Dragging the blanket her grandmother crocheted for her when she was 17 over to the window seat, she settled in and stared out. She could see the snowman in the Morrises' yard from this angle. The night sky was inky dark, and the stars were out. In their mountain town, the stars were always visible on clear nights. It was one of the things she'd missed when she moved away. By now, the square had cleared out. Those who planned late dinners settled down for turkey, ham, or prime rib and a slew of sides. Families with small children were into their bath and bedtime routines. She felt lonely and alone in the world of cheer and goodwill. What will I do tomorrow? She asked the sky. A movement drew her attention, and she watched as Jacob walked around the side of his mom's house carrying a strand of lights. He stopped at the oak tree stump and began wrapping it. She smiled at the memories of Mr. Morris doing the same thing. Every year he'd wrap the trunk, and every year Mrs. Morris would lament that they had the only decorated stump in the neighborhood. At least do the fence line, she'd lament to him. Everyone does the fences. This way, we're different, he'd reply cheerfully. Lauren touched the glass as if the memory were tangible. She put on a sweatshirt, quietly crept down the hall to the kitchen, and then made her way outside, zipping her coat as she went. She slowly approached the snowman, her feet crunching the snow. Without saying a word to Jacob, who watched her out of the corner of his eye while he wrapped the half-tree, she used a couple twist-off soda lids for the snowman's eyes and a carrot for the nose. For the mouth, she placed red lifesavers. As a final touch, she put on a stocking cap, the one Foster had left in the mudroom. Jacob came to stand beside her as she brushed off her hands. Looks better, he said. Yeah. She tucked her hands into her coat pockets and rocked back on her heels. I guess I did something right today. Jacob blew out a cloudy breath. Rough night? She pressed her lips together. Nothing in his tone said that he was making fun of her. In fact, if she closed her eyes, she could picture the Jacob she'd grown up with, who came over after football practice to see how her algebra test went. I got exactly what I wanted for Christmas, and I feel about this tall. She made a motion with her thumb and finger almost touching. Why is that, do you think? He reached out and pressed one of the bottle caps deeper into the snowman. Do you remember when you and I put that frog in Mrs. Patterson's laundry basket? Lauren groaned. We promised never to talk about it. You couldn't go through with the joke. You felt so bad that we brought home all her clothes and washed them, ironed them, folded them, and took them back. To this day, she thinks someone did her a kindness. He bumped her with his elbow. You're not a mean person, Lauren. She rolled her eyes. I was tonight. Yeah, but he cheated on you, so I'm giving you a pass this time. She whipped her head around to look at him and caught the sparkle in his eye. That's so kind of you, she snarked. I'm a nice guy. He stopped fighting his smile and grinned at her. She rolled her eyes, but found her burden lifting. Jacob always had that effect on her. He could take the worst day and make it the best one. Like when they'd gone ice skating at the pond, and she'd rolled her ankle. He'd piggybacked her around for a week long after her ankle was better, just to make her smile. Feeling comfortable and safe, all of a sudden felt shaky, and she pulled away from that ledge. It's cold, so I'm going inside. She headed for the break in the fence that allowed them free access to one another's yards. Hey, Lauren, he called after her. She turned toward his voice. Yeah? Don't worry about what happened tonight. Tomorrow is a new day. She snorted a laugh. Yeah, it is. She paused for a moment. Your dad would appreciate the lights. She motioned toward the stump. Jacob broke into a grin. Yeah, he would. Laughing, she went inside and left her winter gear by the door. In her room, she brushed aside the wispy curtain and watched Jacob finish decorating. With a glance at her window, he went inside his mom's house and shut the door. She settled on the window seat and tucked her knees to her chest. Tomorrow was a new Christmas, and she could do it any way she wanted. If she wasn't going to humiliate Foster, what was she going to do? Chapter 14. Jacob's alarm went off, and he groaned, not wanting to face Christmas for the first time in his life. His attitude shifted instantly as the image of Lauren putting a face on his snowman filled his mind. She was single as he jingled. He threw off the warm covers and scrambled to get dressed. Humming as he shaved, he scoffed at the effort he put into his appearance. It's not like I have a date. But he did. Sort of. The anticipation inside of him was enough to make him skip breakfast. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas played on the radio as he drove through the familiar streets of Moose Hollow. Funny, the month leading up to Christmas hadn't felt much like Christmas, despite helping his mom with every activity in town. This new hope inside of him was what the holiday should be about. Goodwill to all men and women and all that. He waved at Old Man Morris as he rounded the corner. The old codger was shoveling his walkway and glaring at the sky as if daring it to drop one single snowflake dot. The song ended, and the DJ came on. Looks like it's a white Christmas on the West Coast. They're reporting record snowfall even in LA. Jack Frost came out of hiding this year. We got a few inches, but the skies are blue this morning. We hope you'll have a Merry Christmas and enjoy this rendition of Silver Bells by Elvis Presley, recorded in 1971. Maybe a white Christmas would cheer his mom up. He slouched under the pressure lying on his shoulders to get this holiday right for her. If his baby sister Charlotte were here, she'd know what to do. That girl was so full of Christmas that she kept her tree up all year long. For an average person, that would be embarrassing. But since she ran the Christmas store on Main Street, where you could find Moose Hollow ornaments on the 4th of July, no one batted an eye. As he pulled into Mom's driveway, he noted the lights around the tree stump, and the snowman he'd made yesterday was still there, complete with the red lifesaver smile. Huh. I thought they'd disappear. Unsure what that meant or how the lights stayed up when everything else reset, he got out of the truck and surveyed the fallen snow. For him, a blanket of snow was a blank canvas. Grinning, he got to work rolling the bottom layer of another snowman. He pushed and rolled, being careful to do so in straight lines. When he had the middle piece ready, he glanced behind him and nodded with satisfaction. The snow looked like a freshly plowed cornfield. He was lifting the center ball onto the bottom one when the hall's front door squeaked open. He paused, the heavy weight barely registering as Lauren stepped onto the porch wearing snow gear. She smiled cautiously at him and then trotted over, seeming happier than she had last night. Her eyes were brighter, and she didn't seem weighed down by what happened at the sing-along. Good thing her memory wiped, though he was grateful he hadn't. Jacob set the ball and turned to greet her. Look who came home for Christmas. He couldn't stop the grin that spread across his face as quickly as warm caramel across the counter. A friendly Lauren was a gift he wouldn't turn down. Lauren smiled too. Hey, stranger. She glanced quickly away, as if maintaining eye contact was hard. It wasn't hard for him. He could stare into her deep brown eyes forever and never get tired of counting the black dots. Her dark hair spilled out from under a beanie with a huge, fuzzy pom-pom on top. She looked adorable. I saw you out here. She pointed to her window that looked over his mom's yard. Do you want some help? He cocked his head. Though he wasn't going to turn her away, he was cautious. His rule about going after married or engaged women was still enforced. Didn't you come with someone? She blinked, and too late. He realized he wasn't supposed to know she was practically engaged. He couched into his mitten. Or did you get a new car? He pointed to the sporty little thing in the driveway. She looked down and kicked the snow. He's leaving today. Not one to toss away an opportunity, he patted the half-formed snowman. He's not going to build himself, so if you want to help, I'm good. Lauren smiled widely. She scooped up a handful of snow and began rolling it in an arc through pristine snow. He groaned and tipped his head up to the sky. Lauren laughed. What? Am I messing up your lines? He motioned to where he'd rolled the other two balls. It's supposed to look like a cornfield. She giggled. I thought it was supposed to look like a snowman. No, he groaned again. The snow, ugh. He tossed his hands into the air and returned to his truck for an ice scraper. While Lauren made a disaster of the yard, he scraped and shaped the bottom two sections to be perfect spheres. Nice, she complimented him as she placed the lopsided head on top, showering loose snow on his completed work. He brushed it away. I enjoy working with snow. It's soothing to shape it. You try. She went to work, making the face flat. She had no skill, but he'd take her help over doing this alone any day. Heck, he'd take her help over anyone else's help. Their eyes connected, and the two of them stopped and just breathed. Their breath mixed in a haze that floated away, the air charged with an awareness they'd never shared. He'd been aware of her plenty of times, and apparently, she'd been aware of him in ways he'd never recognized. This was the first time the two of them were in that place together, and it was like jumping into a hot bath. At first, the heat doesn't register, but when it does, you scramble. And scramble they did. He ducked and scraped half the bottom smooth again, and she dug in her pockets for eyes and a nose. Have you ever tried carving something more challenging? She asked. Like what? He turned toward the blanket of snow. She stopped and put her hands on her hips, contemplating the untouched white carpet. An elephant. He burst out laughing. Her whole life, she'd asked her dad to carve an elephant into the front hedge because she'd seen one like that at Disney. Let's give it a try. Really? She clapped her hands together. Start rolling, princess. He motioned for her to get moving. She jumped 3 times and then went to work. While she rolled, he thought over the shape, content just to be working alongside her. Make yours longer. He held up his hands, showing the shape he needed. A rectangle would give him room for ears. His section, the body, was done. He opted to do an elephant sitting up rather than walking. Lauren placed her piece in motion for him to carve. Work your magic, he chuckled. If only she knew what magic was at work in their lives. So, tell me about your life. What do you do? She sighed and wrapped her arms around herself. I have a great job, one that I love. But to tell you the truth, I'm a little confused about the rest of it. Oh? He kept his eyes down so she wouldn't see the hope or the guilt. I thought I had it all figured out, but she huffed. Life has a way of yanking the rug out from underneath you, doesn't it? He chewed his lip. The elephant's ear was a little droopy. He packed more snow on and started over. It does. I felt sucker punched when Dad died. Can I confide in you? He glanced at her, the sun hitting her hair just right to make it flame gold. He sucked in a breath at the sight. What? She touched her hair, her eyes as wide as if a spider were crawling there. Nothing, I just remembered something. He silently cursed himself for reacting so openly. He may have spent the last 5 Christmases getting to this tentative friendship, but she was unaware of all that. Maybe like the Christmas lights, progress toward the Christmas wish wasn't lost when the clock resets. He had done the lights with her, so that seemed to make sense. If Nick showed up today, he'd ask him. There was a moment of silence before she said, "You wanted to confide in me?" He nodded, coming back to that train of thought. Like a polar express, she'd knocked him right off the rails. Mom's struggling this year. She wants it to feel like Christmas, but without Dad, I'm afraid it's not possible. Lauren rubbed her lips together, drawing his attention to them. What? She asked, because she'd caught him staring. Do you still use peppermint chapstick? He blurted. Her eyes brightened. It's only the best flavor ever made. She pulled the tube out of her pocket and applied a fresh coat. How often had he imagined the crisp coolness that would light up his lips if they kissed? He stood up and surveyed the elephant. What do you think? She walked around it, tapping her chin. The elephant stood half as tall as the snowman. His ears hung low and one leg was bent at an odd angle. If he has to do it again, he'd be much better. Somehow he just knew he could do this. I think he's adorable. Let's call him Rudolph, she pronounced. Rudolph? He scoffed. Her eyes sparkled. It's the perfect name for a Christmas elephant. He lifted a shoulder. If you say so. She sighed happily. I wish she cut off, pressing her hand over her mouth. Never mind, she said quickly. Jacob whipped his gaze toward her. What? What were you going to say? Maybe if one of them made another wish, they could break out of this eternal Christmas. Not that he'd been too anxious to get out of this morning. Being here with Lauren was like old times, but way better. I just think that life is harder when you're not playing in the snow. She smiled softly. Maybe you need to play in the snow more often, he said suggestively. His forwardness caught him off guard, but he had no intention of taking it back. Lauren looked him over. Maybe I will. His pulse raced, and he took a step toward her. The hall front door opened, and he jumped back at the sound. After all these years, he still knew that squeak. Lauren? Mrs. Hall called. I'm over here, Mom, she replied. I was helping Jacob with the snow elephant. Mrs. Hall leaned out and squinted. You too. I never know what you're up to. Jacob and Lauren shared a quiet chuckle at the familiar lament. Coming when you're done. Breakfast is ready. She shut the door. Lauren sighed. Well, it's time for me to be a grown-up. Her face fell. On the other side of that door was her almost fiancé, the guy she'd have to break up with this morning. She didn't look broken-hearted about it, but more resigned to an unpleasant experience. Lauren, Jacob reached out to stop her from leaving. She didn't turn to face him all the way, but looked at him sideways. Don't grow up too fast, okay? She twisted her lips. I'm afraid it's too late for that. Then make time to be a kid. He motioned to the elephant, Rudolph. Treat every day like it's Christmas. She narrowed her eyes. Every day? She asked quietly. He swallowed, afraid he'd already given away too much about Christmas magic and their entwined wishes and secrets he couldn't share. Isn't that what Scrooge said? That he'd hold Christmas in his heart not just once a year, but every day. She nodded slowly. Something like that. I'll take it into consideration. She glanced down at where his gloved hand rested on her shoulder. He could swear he felt the heat from her skin on his palm. He let her go. I'll see you later. She stepped away. For sure. Something in her tone, a note of sarcasm mixed with knowledge, grabbed at his awareness. What do you mean? Did she know Christmas was on repeat? She shrugged. Small-town Christmas. Gingerbread contest. Neighbor gifts. The sing-along. We're bound to bump into one another sometime. Oh, yeah. He shook his head as if he'd forgotten. I'll see you later then. He watched her until she was inside, and then he went into his mom's house and shook the snow off his boots outside her door. Inside, he could smell the pine candle she burned. Mom? He found her standing in front of the tree, staring at the ornaments he and his siblings had made through the years. His were made from Fruit Loops glued to cardboard, while Charlotte intricately folded snowflakes. Aubrey's and Andrew's were somewhere in between. Mom stood in front of the tree. I looked out the window earlier. It was like old times with you and Lauren out there in the snow. She still can't roll a ball straight to save her life. He laughed and walked over to kiss her on the top of the head. Merry Christmas, Mom. She side-hugged him. I always thought you two would figure things out and get married. Me too, he admitted. She smacked his chest. Jacob Morris. She smacked him again. If you felt that way, why did you ever let her leave? He held up his hands to fend off her attack. Because I thought if we were meant to be, then it would all work out. Mom rolled her eyes. And has it? He gave her his eye, peeked at the present's grin. It's in process. She put her hands over her chest and grinned. That's the best Christmas news I've had all season. Jacob rubbed his belly. So about those maple pancakes. She laughed, looking happier and lighter than she had for a while. You mix the batter, and I'll make the syrup. Deal. He hooked his arm around her shoulders as they made their way to the kitchen. Who knows, maybe next Christmas I'll invite Lauren over for breakfast. Mom poked him in the ribs. Do it. I miss her. Me too. He glanced out the window to see Lauren standing in the driveway as Foster loaded his bag into his trunk. Charlotte hugged herself. When Foster pulled out, she waved goodbye and then went into the house. That looked easier than last night's humiliation and regret session. He heaved a sigh. At this rate, it would be Christmas until Easter. Chapter 15. Breaking up with Foster got easier each Christmas. It took a few tries, a couple of blow-ups, and some icy goodbyes for her to figure out what to say that maintained an amicable relationship and had him packed and gone before sunrise. At first, his serene acceptance was insulting. However, the less she defined herself by him, the more confident she felt being alone. I'm a Christmas butterfly, she told Jacob as they put the finishing touches on their newest creation, a snow mouse. Their original snowman presided over a small gathering of snow animals, including the elephant, a cat, a dog, a turtle, and a whale. A butterfly? Jacob cocked his head to the side. How so? I was one way when Christmas started, but now I feel different. I feel like I could do anything, be anything today. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. Which brings me to an idea. Uh-oh. Whenever you get an idea, I get a project. She laughed easily. One time I talked you into a project. And I end up in woodshop for an entire semester. He lifted an eyebrow and challenged Dot. She smiled. I love my window seat. It's perfect. His ears turned red, and he focused on the carving. Her face heated. She'd thrown the word love out there without thinking about the consequences. Something was happening between her and Jacob. They'd fallen back into an easy friendship. Not exactly picking up where they left off, but not starting new either. They didn't talk about anything that extended beyond Christmas Day, which was fine with her considering that was all they ever had together. 24 hours that started over the moment she opened her eyes each morning. If that was all she ever got with him, then she'd take it for now. There may come a time when she wanted more, but she wasn't ready to explore those options just yet. Dot. You know, if hadn't been for my project idea, you might not have learned how much you love woodworking, and you wouldn't have your own cabinet shop today. I owe it all to you. His sarcasm was light and teasing. What did you have in mind this time? It's more work for me, she hedged, holding out on him on purpose. He paused, waiting. Come to Christmas dinner at my house, she said so fast she wasn't sure she'd said it at all. Bring your mom. I thought this would be a way she could feel like it was Christmas, like the old days when our families would have barbecues and game nights together. It was no wonder she and Jacob had been best friends growing up. They were thrown together often enough as babes that they had to get along. Besides, living next door to your best friend was the best situation. You're inviting us to Christmas dinner? He stared at her house as if it were the forbidden forest. After graduation, she told her family he wasn't welcome anymore. Of course, she didn't tell them why, and there was a huge awkwardness that hovered between their homes as he tried to contact her and she avoided him. She assumed after she'd left home that Mom lifted the ban, and she was right. Ethan didn't abide by it either. The older brother traitor spent every Sunday during football season hosting Jacob. Colin was the worst. He idolized the guy. Does it feel too soon? For her, the days built on one another, and she was letting Jacob into her heart. It wasn't the same for anyone else, though. Her mom was confused when Foster left. Her brother brought Colin over, and they wanted to play Candy Cane Minute to win it every day. Colin was always excited about it like he'd been waiting his whole life to play the game. At this point, her skill at picking up ornaments with a candy cane held between her teeth was practically professional level. Jacob stood and stretched his hands over his head, arching his back. It feels like it's about time. She warmed all over. If she stood there staring at him any longer, she'd melt clear through the snow to the grass underneath. Okay, I'll just... She stumbled on the snow as she walked backward. Catching herself and flushing even deeper, she straightened. I'll make sure to set 2 more spots. Lauren made it inside without falling on her face. She leaned against the door and let out a gusty sigh. Lauren Hall, get in here. Mom's voice rang shrill from the kitchen. Lauren pushed off the door and practically skipped into the room. What's up? That's what I'd like to know. Mom shook her finger. You pull in here with a boyfriend, kick him out first thing in the morning, and then go out to make a snowman? Snow mouse, she corrected with a grin. Mom's eyes widened. Honey, what is going on with you? You wouldn't believe me if I told you, Lauren snarked. Try me, Mom practically growled. Lauren drew in a breath. Christmas has brought things into perspective. I realized Foster wasn't the type of man I wanted and that I missed Jacob. Mom softened. Jacob was like another son to her. She'd been to all his football games and cheered louder than the pom-pom shakers. He missed you too, you know. Lauren brightened and leaned close. Tell me more. Mom laughed. When you left for school, he moped around his front yard like a lost puppy. I'd catch him staring at our house with this look in his eye that tore my heart out. He lost weight too. Lauren frowned as she pictured the hurt Jacob must have gone through. I feel bad about what happened. I mean, he started it, but I didn't handle the situation with the finesse I hope I've gained since then. Mom nodded once as if that was all she needed to hear. Lauren hugged her. Thanks for having my back, always. Even when I'm acting like a crazy teenager. Mom patted her. That's when you need it most. I love you. Love you too. She stepped back and noted the stack of Christmas plates at the end of the counter. Oh, I hope it's okay that I invited Mrs. Morris and Jacob for dinner tonight. I'll do whatever I need to help. Mom brightened. I think that's a wonderful idea. I've been worried about Michelle with her kids all on that cruise. Lauren tapped her chin. Maybe we should all take a cruise next year. What do you think? I think I like my Christmases right here in Moose Hollow. She paused while giving Lauren a side-eye. But I wouldn't mind getting out of the cold in January. Lauren clapped her hands. I'll look into it. Mom spontaneously hugged her. Thanks for coming home. Jacob wasn't the only one who missed you. Lauren settled into the hug. The feeling that she'd found more than her old friend in Moose Hollow enveloped her. In order to wall off the part of her heart that belonged to Jacob, she'd had to include Moose Hollow and even her relationship with her family to an extent, because he was in all of it. Little fibers of Jacob wove through her history with her parents and the town, even Christmas itself. That all changed today as she'd opened herself up to Jacob once again. It was scary, but thrilling. The day flew by, and before she knew it, Jacob and Michelle were at the dinner table, laughing as Colin told that mistletoe is gross, and if you accidentally fall under it, you have to kiss a girl. He looked equal parts disgusted and horrified. Someday you might think differently. Ethan rubbed Colin's head. And I'll crawl under a rock when you do, he mumbled to Lauren. She snickered into her sparkling cider before taking a sip. Colin heard her and leaned around Ethan to ask her, did you ever trap a boy under the mistletoe? Shocked, Lauren snorted, making the sparkling cider shoot into her sinuses where it burned. She coughed and sputtered behind her napkin. The grown-ups laughed, exchanging looks and enjoying the view from Colin's world. Jacob leaned forward. I think what Lauren is trying to say is that she was a champion mistletoe trapper. Lauren grabbed his knee right on the sensitive spot and squeezed. He yelped and jumped in his seat, putting his hand over the top of hers. She moved to pull it out, but he held tight and then relaxed, giving her the option of going or staying. Her body warmed, and the most pleasant zing shot up her arm. She stayed and tucked her fingers around his while pointedly ignoring their mothers, who exchanged a whole new set of looks with one another. I wasn't the girl who had to trap boys under the mistletoe. Lauren flipped her hair over her shoulder. They all came quite willingly. Thank you very much. Her eyes met Jacob's smoldering ones, and she almost broke into flame. Colin turned his owl eyes on his dad. Did you ever follow a girl under there? He pointed to the mistletoe that hung over the entryway to the dining room. Ethan lifted his chin. A couple of times, yeah. He pointed to Colin's plate. Now eat your ham so we can have eggnog. Colin nodded and shoveled a whole piece of ham into his mouth. The conversation turned to the cruise, and they were soon talking about all the places they'd like to be, the beaches they'd like to build sandcastles on, and the fruity drinks they'd try. Mrs. Morris went home to get freshened up for the sing-along. I'll stay and help with dishes, Jacob offered. I won't turn you down. Mom looked at the clock and clicked her tongue. I need to check my hair. Dad rubbed his stomach. I could use a power nap myself. Ethan pointed to Colin. I should keep him out of your way. Lauren glared over the meat platter in her hands as the crew made themselves scarce. Don't worry, I'll wash dishes. Best Christmas present ever. Mom kissed her cheek before running off to her room. Dad ambled behind, and Ethan and Colin went to watch a movie in the front room. Hyper aware of Jacob and his broad shoulders and the way his hand had felt around hers, Lauren dashed off to the kitchen. She enjoyed every minute of being close to him, but there was this part of her that was afraid to let go. What if? What if she did, and he? She couldn't even think of the words. All she could remember was the way her heart had shattered when she told him she loved him and he'd laughed at her. The grown-up version of her knew that it had all been a miscommunication, but that didn't erase the feelings she'd had that day. The closer she got to loving him, the closer she got to the memory of that rejection. Strange that the feelings and the memory were wrapped together as if they were a package deal. There must be some way to pull them apart. She set the platter on the counter and plugged the sink so she could fill it with sudsy water. You can set those there. She nodded to a spot, and Jacob set the dishes down. He paused to scrape each one and then stacked them carefully before going back for another load. They worked in silence for a while. It wasn't unusual for them to not talk. When they were kids, they would do homework for hours without speaking. It was enough just to be in the same space. That feeling came back, the one where she was more comfortable with him around than she was without him. Like she could just be herself, no pressure and no expectations. When they finished clearing the table and putting away the leftovers, Lauren plunged her hands into the water and started scrubbing while Jacob loaded the dishwasher. Excuse me. He put his hand on her hip to scoot her over so he could get a new garbage bag from under the sink. His hand lingered and time slowed down even more than it already had by repeating every day. She barely moved and he didn't open the cupboard. He searched her eyes and she hoped her feelings, the things she couldn't put into words yet, were easy to read. Thank you for including us tonight. I think this is Mom's best Christmas yet. Lauren glanced down, breaking the spell enough that she could talk. You're welcome. As you said, it was long overdue. I don't know if I used the word long. He shook out the garbage bag and put it in the receptacle. Lauren rolled her eyes. What about you? What would you want to do on Christmas if there were no consequences? He asked. What do you mean, no consequences? She instantly thought of how horrible she'd felt after humiliating Foster in front of the whole town. There are always consequences. He twisted his lips, thinking. The movement was so familiar, it took her breath away. Okay, let's say you could eat 100 pounds of chocolate and not gain an ounce, he offered for an example. Oh, so this is a serious conversation, is it? She teased. Completely. He smirked at her. She let the water out of the sink and dried her hands as she thought. The first time she'd watched Foster drive away, she thought of having to tell her friends and people at work that he cheated on her. Of course, she could always leave that part out, but the female population should know which guys were cheaters and which ones were not. Let's see, she hedged as she switched from thinking about her ex to what she'd want to do tomorrow or the next day. I'd eat a whole peppermint cheesecake. She leaned against the counter. Jacob came to stand right in front of her, hooking his fingers through her belt loops. Her stomach swooped out from under her, and she dropped the towel. Neither of them moved to pick it up. I'd watched It's a Wonderful Life and Miracle on 34th Street. She swallowed heavily as every part of her became aware of every part of him. He tugged her against him, and her hands landed on his chest. Since when did he have such nice muscles? The Jacob she remembered was thin and young, and this Jacob was solid and strong. So strong. What were they talking about? We were talking about your Christmas desires, he replied. Did I say that out loud? He nodded absently as he traced her face with his fingertips. Her eyes fluttered. I kiss you, she whispered. Me too. His breath was warm on her lips, and she surged into the kiss, moving her hands up his chest and his neck, and then burying her fingers into his hair. Lauren moaned as every part of her she'd pent up 10 years ago released. Jacob lifted her onto the counter without breaking the kiss. He slowed things down, exploring her mouth and causing her bones to turn to jelly. He tasted like Christmas, 1 part sparkling cider and 2 parts peppermint cheesecake. When she was quite spent, he pulled back and drew her into him. She laid her head on his shoulder, drinking in the scent of his aftershave lotion and the feel of his soft flannel against her cheek. We should have done that 10 years ago, he said as he ran his hand down her back. She kissed his jaw, already sorry that he wouldn't remember this tomorrow. Promise me you won't forget this moment. He hooked a finger under her chin and brought her gaze up to meet his. How could I forget the moment my dreams came true? Lauren's heart lifted. She grabbed the front of his shirt and pulled him to her. You think that was a dream come true? She lifted an eyebrow. Give me a minute. She pulled him down and kissed him like she'd wanted to in high school, her hands roaming over his shoulders and back up into his hair. She let out all the wanting she'd always held back and allowed the fires to burn. Jacob came out of the kiss, panting for air. Wow. She giggled. Need a glass of water, big guy? He tickled her side, and she cuddled into him, laughing all the way. Did I sleep long enough to miss dishes? Asked Dad as he came in. Jacob stepped to the side and flipped on the water, keeping his back to Lauren's dad. Almost done. That's what you think, she mumbled. Lauren swung her feet. Her lips were swollen, and his hands had done a number on her hair, and she didn't even care. Dad clapped his hands together. Well, I guess it's time to head over to the sing-along. He wandered out to the entryway to find his coat. Jacob let out the breath he'd been holding. Lauren reached up and smoothed out his hair. She started giggling again, and he laughed as he did the same for her. You ready to sing with Santa? She asked. Jacob's eyes flashed with something she didn't understand. I'm ready. He took her hand. And I want to get there early to have a talk with Saint Nick. Lauren laughed as she tripped behind him. Sounds like Santa's in trouble. Jacob stopped short, and she bumped into him. He wrapped an arm around her to draw her in. He was in trouble, but he's on my good list now. He kissed her nose, and she floated the rest of the way to the park. Even as they made their way through the crowd, she couldn't help but wonder what tomorrow would hold. She would relive those kisses 100 times before she fell asleep tonight. The question was, would she have to relive them as a memory tomorrow too? She liked Jacob. This place they'd found today was fun and new to them. But was it a place she could stay forever? Chapter 16. Jacob handed the sealed envelope to Mayor Owens. You're sure about the votes? You counted every one, the mayor asked. He wore a green ski sweater with a reindeer pattern across the chest and a pair of dark jeans with a crease down the front. His puffy coat was open. He had at least 20 years on Jacob and a head full of gray hair he claimed only turned when he ran for office. Since his campaign posters sported a shock of red hair, Jacob was inclined to believe him. Having to run the annual gingerbread contest would drive anyone to an early grave. I checked it no less than 16 times. The same person won every Christmas. He didn't even have to look at the ballots anymore, though he always cleaned them up, so no one knew he slighted his duty. Good man. The mayor went right to his office, where he would tuck the envelope into the safe and keep it from curious eyes until he announced the winner that night. Whistling Santa Claus is coming to town, Jacob grabbed his coat and walked out just as Lauren was walking in. She grinned. "Merry Christmas, stranger." He'd had enough of holding back. Besides, last night he learned what it felt like to hold her in his arms. A man couldn't taste heaven and then be asked to not partake. He scooped her into his embrace. "I missed you." He buried his face in her hair and drew in her rose and peppermint scent. She chuckled. "Good to see you too. Wow, do you welcome all the voters like this?" He reluctantly let her go and stuffed his hands into his pockets to keep from reaching for her again. "Just the pretty ones." She ducked her head and tucked her black hair behind her ear. With everyone else in town resetting each day, it was refreshing that Lauren seemed to pick up close to where they left off. Even though she'd rocked his world with that kiss last night, she seemed shy. It would be outstanding if she could remember, but he'd take her maintaining the level of familiarity over forgetting it all. "Bad news is that the voting is closed." He offered his elbow. "The good news is that there's a layer of fresh snow over on the sledding hill. Are you up for it?" A freak storm had gone through town last night, and the winter weather warning that started in California had made its way to Wyoming. Seemed the world was freezing over Dot. She slid her hand into the crook of his arm. "The real question you should ask is if you can keep up with me. I am the uncontested toboggan champion." Jacob checked his grin. "There's a new speed racer in town, and his name is Jacob Morris." He walked her to his truck and dropped the tailgate, revealing a stunning sled painted red. "Where did this come from?" Lauren ran her hand over the smooth seat. "It's fit for Santa himself." Jacob watched her as he answered. "I built it." "What? No way." She looked from the wooden sleigh to him and back again. "It's just perfect." He moved to reach past her and grab the rope, bringing his chest flush with her back. "It's a two-seater," he said low and husky. "Don't you think we should finally team up?" She turned, bringing her lips impossibly close. "Yes," she rasped. It was all Jacob could do not to kiss her right then. He tried to take an air, but it was impossible. He might combust if he didn't get a taste of her soon. How had he survived this long without her? He stepped back, needing the physical distance to orient himself to the wacky world where he and Lauren were a possibility. As if eternal Christmas wasn't the strangest part of his life. She moved to the front of the truck. "Let's do this, Morris." He loved it when she called him by his last name. Yep. He shut the tailgate and then jumped into the cab of his truck. "So, you work for a paper company?" he asked in an effort to keep his mind off her pink lips. They'd always been bubblegum pink even without lipstick or anything. "No Dunder Mifflin jokes, Morris." She shook her finger at him. He laughed. "Enlighten me on what you do that's different from Jim." She turned in her seat. "We don't just sell paper, we sell organization." Spoken like a true copywriter. He winked. "You know it." She grinned. "We design everything from planners to journals and doodle pages, study notebooks, and stickers." She dropped her head back and moaned in pleasure. "Oh, the stickers. And the washi tape? It's like a sticky dream on a roll." His eyes went to her long and graceful neck, and his pulse thrummed. "Washi tape?" he croaked. If she noticed his interest in her skin, she didn't respond. "I adore washi tape. Wait, didn't you get in trouble for covering your dresser with friends' stickers?" The memory was hazy. She got grounded and couldn't go to the 7th grade dance. Not that he cared about missing the dance all that much. He ended up sneaking in her window, and they played board games all afternoon. She dropped her face in her hands. "Yes! I still can't believe I did that." She lifted one hand and wore a solemn expression. "I swear I have learned to keep stickers in their proper place." Her expression turned wicked. "But washi tape is another story." He swiped his forehead. "As a woodworker, I'm on your parents' side on this one. Had I known then what I know now, I wouldn't have brought over Monopoly." She shoved his shoulder. "You're just mad because I beat you." Jacob eased into the parking lot and turned off the truck. "I'm ready for a rematch at any time, Hall." She smirked. "You're on. But first, we need to conquer this hill." She slid out of the truck, and he did the same. They met at the back and lifted the sled. Being together felt like old times with a shot of sweet milk chocolate because he could kiss her. They each took the rope between them and started up the hill. There were a few families with kids whooshing down on plastic discs or blown up tubes. They had rosy cheeks from the cold nip of wind on the way down. By the time they got to the top, they were both panting. I don't remember it being this high. Lauren pressed on her side and bent over. Jacob put both his hands on his knees and worked on drawing in deep breaths. It wasn't. They added 50 feet last year. She shoved his arm. They did not. He chuckled. Situating himself on the back of the sled, he motioned for her to climb on in front of him. She did so with ease, and he relished the feeling of having her close. "Lauren?" he said quietly. "If I hadn't been a dumb teenager and you hadn't been so dramatic, oof." Her elbow hit his stomach with just enough force to warn him off calling her a drama queen. She turned, smiling widely to let him know she was joking with him. "Yes?" She batted her eyelashes. He rubbed his gut. Where would we be now? She thought for a minute. Below them, the two families piled into their minivans. The parents strapped their plastic sleds to the top, and the kids argued over who got to sit in what seat. Lauren's eyes suddenly dropped. "I don't know. I might have resented not going off to school. Or if I did, I would have felt torn between you and the typical college experience. Partied pretty hard, did ya?" He reached over and moved a piece of her hair off her cheek. "I partied the normal amount while focusing on my studies," she replied. "Sure you did." He thought of her flirting with other guys at parties and making out in some guy's dorm room and decided he didn't like where this conversation was going. "Are you ready to sled?" She dropped her heels into the snow and shook her head. "You can't ask a question like that and not tell me your version of where we'd be. Do you think you would have ever come around?" She leaned into his chest. He nodded. "The minute I realized you weren't teasing, He cut off, the truth too raw to get past his vocal cords. He cleared his throat. It was like the floodgates opened and the feelings I'd been shoving down inside rushed out. He glanced down at the snow. "It broke me that you wouldn't talk to me." Lauren melted into him. "I didn't know." "Jacob, don't." We both said things, or said nothing, and got hurt. Life went on. He lifted his gaze to meet hers. "I'm grateful that you came home this Christmas, and we have a chance to try again." "Me too," she whispered. Her forehead wrinkled. "Is there anything strange to you about this? Does it feel weird that we picked up where we did after not seeing each other for so long?" He considered the situation from her point of view. A new Christmas every day with no recollection of what had happened the day before. "I've been hoping for this for so long. All I feel is grateful that we're here right now. Jacob." She pulled off her glove and cupped his cheek. Her hand was soft and warm against his skin, and her perfume flooded his senses. She pressed a kiss to his lips and then pulled back. "What was that for?" he asked. "I had to make sure you were real, that I wasn't dreaming all this." "It's not a dream, Angel." He kissed her back. "I want to take you home with me." She burst out laughing, pulled back, and smacked his arm. "What kind of girl do you think I am?" He wrapped his arms around her, and they tumbled off the sled, landing with him on top of her. He kissed her cheek and then her ear and then her neck. "I'm not trying to seduce you," she gasped. "Could have fooled me." He chuckled against her skin and felt her shiver beneath him. "I want to show you what I've built." He kissed her cheek and then slowly kissed her lips. "I think you'll like it." She hummed her assent. He popped up on his elbows and took in her heavily lidded expression. She was so adorable. "But first, I have to get us down the hill." She pulled him in for one more kiss. "Okay, now I'm ready." Feeling like he could fly them down the mountain, he helped her get on the sled again. "Are you ready for this?" he asked, pointing down the hill. Though he wasn't really asking about the sled. He wanted to know if she was ready to see his life, to face the what-ifs that came from seeing his home. He hoped she pictured herself in it because he pictured her there countless times. She snuggled into his chest. "I'm ready." He pushed off, and they raced down the hill and into the unknown. Chapter 17. Lauren slowly walked through Jacob's cottage, taking in the details and beautiful craftsmanship, even as she noted the sense of home that permeated the place. He had few possessions and fewer knickknacks. Those she saw were probably gifts from Charlotte or his mom, A local photographer did the pictures on the wall, though she wouldn't know who. He or she was good, though, because the images were gorgeous. With all that, it was the finished work that took center stage. Jacob was not just a woodworker, he was an artist. He started the tour with the garage workshop, which was absolutely incredible. He built onto the original structure in order to have enough space to make cabinets and furniture. The floor was stained concrete with visual texture. The walls were painted a creamy white and bare, save the shelves that held planks of every species of wood she could name and several she couldn't. The space smelled like earth and sawdust, with a lingering hint of a stain. I open those doors when I paint or stain in here. He pointed to the stunning barn doors made from reclaimed wood. The vacuum system keeps the dust to a minimum. He pointed above their heads to ductwork and then to hoses that drop down near several workstations. Yeah, because there's so much dust. She ran a finger along the machine and lifted it, proving her point. This place was cleaner than her apartment. Her desk was another matter altogether. Not a post. It was out of place. Happy sigh. This way to the mudroom. He opened the door to the house, and they stepped into a cute space with dark stained wood, slate floors, and gray walls. Jacob's shoes lined up 2 by 2. You still collect sweatshirts? She ran her hand over the soft fabric. He shrugged unapologetically. They're the perfect piece of clothing. I always enjoyed wearing your hoodies. She ducked her head at her confession. Made me feel like I was all wrapped up in you. She could say a thing like that to him now, right? It wasn't pushing too hard or too fast. He didn't wait a moment before he had her in his arms. Like this? She leaned into his embrace. This is better. He smiled down at her. Standing in her socks, she had to tip her chin up to look at him. You can wear my hoodies anytime. He kissed her hair and then slid his hand down her arm and tugged her into the kitchen. Come see what I did. She giggled at his excitement, like a kid who had made the perfect Christmas present and couldn't wait to gift it. She stopped in the kitchen as she stared at her dream home. The simplicity of it was what made it beautiful. The unfinished oak cabinets and the matching table had a clean feeling. Above her head ran raw wood beams, and along the opposite wall were built-in floor-to-ceiling display shelves with a tasteful selection of white plates and cups. Copper pots hanging over the island, and the darker wood flooring gave the place warmth that invited her to step right in. Cocoa? Jacob asked as he filled a copper kettle and placed it on the stove. Lauren nodded, not wanting to break the spell cast over her mind. She could see herself in this kitchen, sharing breakfast with Jacob in warming baby bottles. The pitter-patter of little feet beat in her ear. All of this existed in this strange world where Christmas repeated itself over and over again. Could she, wake up in a year and have a baby, and it'd still be Christmas Day? How long would it last? Several Christmases ago, she and Jacob talked about living without regrets. If she started digging into this crazy magic, it could unravel. Was that what she wanted? Jacob came up behind her, reached around and placed a mug on the island. 5 marshmallows, just the way you like it. Lauren shoved aside her worries. How many women out there would kill to spend eternity with the man of their dreams on Christmas? And here she was, borrowing worry when she didn't need to. She may wake up in a coma and realize this was all a dream. She could die in a freak sledding accident, or she could ride this out and grab onto every second of happiness available. She picked up the mug and took a sip. Spinning around, she let her eyes drift over Jacob and then stray to the cabinetry. You've done an amazing job. This is Pinterest worthy. He chuckled as he drank from his mug. Is that a compliment? She guffawed. The highest. His lips twitched. She sipped. Can I confess something? He nodded. I was so jealous that you can do this stuff. What stuff? He touched her arm as if checking to see if she was real. She was in this moment like she hadn't been any other. It meant the world to her to be in his home. Build. This. She swept her hand out. I'm a disaster with a nail gun, and don't even get me close to wood glue. His eyebrows went up. I can appreciate it, though. You're amazing, Jacob. I hope you know that. She laid her hand on his chest and could feel his heart steady and strong, beating away. I watch YouTube videos on woodworking all the time, and I imagine they're you. Her face heated with the admission. It's dumb, isn't it? I missed you so much. He set his cup down and then hers. It's not dumb. I miss you too. He kissed her nose. Is it too soon to say I love you? Her eyes seemed to freeze open. She couldn't blink to save her life. I think I always have, he continued. I don't remember a time when you weren't around, but that was how it was supposed to be. She laid her head on his chest. I know what you mean. It was like our souls weren't meant to be apart. My mom said I cried for the first 3 months of life, he told her. She did the mental math. You're 3 months older than me. I know. My soul missed you. He kissed her hair. She drew in a breath. Jacob, you're saying all the right things. He began rocking slowly, turning them in the kitchen. Do you remember that music video we made? She buried her face in his hoodie. Shoot me now. They were sophomores in high school and taking a video editing class. As a project, they'd made a music video that was horrible. That was the worst. He started humming the chorus to Better Together by Luke Combs. She swayed with him, feeling content for the first time in a long time. Perhaps they weren't meant to ever be apart. Perhaps this was how it was supposed to be, and forever Christmas was part of the deal. Had she died and gone to heaven? If so, it was perfect. Later that evening, after a long goodbye in the cold air, she let herself into the house. Ethan stumbled out of the front room, his hair disheveled and his clothes rumpled. Did you fall asleep on the couch? She mused his hair. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer was playing on the television. The old clay animation one her nephew loved. Colin must be out like a light, too, Ethan grumbled, scraping his hand down his face and blinking in an effort to wake up. Where have you been? Jacob showed me his workshop. We had a late dinner, and he brought me home. She hung up her coat and worked to get her boots off. They'd skipped the sing-along, preferring to stay in the cocoon created at his cabin. With the snow reports coming in daily, being snowed in with him was a real possibility. Ethan sat next to her on the bench and yawned. You two are moving fast. Lauren tilted her head. It might seem that way to you, but for me, it's more like we're right where we are supposed to be. Fair enough. He sat there, staring at the floor. You okay? She asked. He jerked out of his stupor. Yeah. Pearl called a while ago. She talked to Colin for all of 3 minutes before she hung up. Breaks his heart every time, but I can't keep her from him. You know. I do. She patted his knee. Is there anything I can do? He shook his head quickly and then slowed. Look, I don't mean to be a downer, but if you ever listen to anything I say, let it be this. Slow down. You and Jacob have changed since high school. You're not the same people you were. I thought Pearl and I could grow old together because we'd grown up together. I was so naive. You think? She looked up at the light fixture Mom had wrapped in greenery. Maybe you were hopeful. He snorted. I was an idiot. I didn't see what was right in front of me because I wished it was something else. What did you say? She sat up straight and stared at him. Had he made a wish too? I said I wished it was something else, that she was someone else, and I only saw what I wanted to see. He got to his feet and made his way back to the living room. Just think about it, okay? He said before rounding the corner. Lauren stared after him. She'd think about it all right. She'd wish to spend every day with her soulmate, and every day she was with Jacob. Did that mean he was her soulmate? Or was she stuck in this eternal Christmas because there was some other guy out there she couldn't see because Jacob kept getting in the way? No way. Jacob was her best friend. He was the love of her life and the only person she could imagine being stuck with for eternity. But Ethan was right about one thing. If the day after Christmas ever came, what would that look like for the two of them? Could they make things work beyond this strange spell? She wasn't sure she wanted to know the answer to that, because on the day after Christmas, everything got real. Chapter 18. Jacob lunged out of bed and raced to the window like Scrooge, who was reborn on Christmas morning. Before he could throw open the sash and yell, "Merry day after Christmas!" To the world, his phone beeped. Maybe it was Lauren. What a fantastic day. He was in love, and he didn't care who knew it. He grabbed it off the nightstand and looked at the text from his little sister. Missing you today. Wish you come. Merry Christmas. She'd attached a picture of her on Santa's lap with his nieces and nephew. No, he whispered as his heart sank to the floor. He checked the calendar on his phone. It was stuck on December 25th. Stuck. Just like him. No, 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 no. He wanted out of this circle. He wanted to spend the rest of his life with Lauren, but it should be a life with children who graduate from high school and move out. There should be arguing and making up, work and a sense of accomplishment, progress and setbacks. All of it. He and Lauren were in love. They'd said the words, kissed under the mistletoe, all the things he was supposed to do to break the wishes. It didn't work, he yelled to the ceiling, where Nick parked his sleigh. Remembering Nick had a cell phone, he placed the call, punching each number with vigor. North Pole, what's up? Asked a female voice. Jacob pulled the phone away from his ear and stared at the screen, checking it against the card in his hand. I'm looking for Nick Kringle? She trilled a laugh. This is his phone. He left it in the workshop. Hang on a second and I'll find him for you. Workshop? Jacob mouthed silently. His anger subsided as his curiosity about the North Pole and Santa's workshop took over. He held very still as he listened to every sound in the background. The machines beeped and booped. High-pitched voices called to one another, though he couldn't make out what they were saying. Elves? Ho, ho, ho. Santa? A door shut, and there were footsteps on the carpet, and then another door opened. This sound was easy to recognize. Someone was carving wood with a chainsaw. Wow, he did not know Santa was handy with power tools. It made sense, though. How else would they make enough toys for the whole world? Uncle Joseph? Yelled the woman holding the phone. Joseph? Joseph. Was Santa's real name Joseph? Oh, the chainsaw cut off. Hi, Leela. Hi. Have you seen Nick? She asked Dot. He's in the stables, checking on the reindeer. They're tiring out like the rest of us. If we don't, the line suddenly went quiet. They had put him on hold. Before he processed what he'd heard and how it might relate to his current situation, Nick came on the line. Jacob? What gives, man? It's been 21 Christmases. I thought you'd have Lauren all wrapped up for New Year's by now. Jacob glared at the floor. I thought so too. He paused because kissing and telling went against every bit of him. Have reconnected and everything's great. I even made her a simple Christmas dinner last night. Why isn't the loop open? Nick was quiet for a moment. You wished for a second chance with Lauren, right? Yeah, and I have it. We're steaming ahead, he replied. Steam was right. That woman could turn his temperature to 1,000 with one of her kisses. He particularly liked the way she grabbed onto the front of his shirt. Whew. Well, sounds like you're moving in the right direction. Direction? I thought we'd gotten to our destination. He was there. Lauren seemed to be in love with him. What more can we, I do? Sleigh bells rang in his room, and Jacob jumped to his feet to see where they were coming from. He spun in a circle, but there wasn't a Kringle in sight. Did it get there? Nick asked. Did what get here? He kicked the floor. Check your nightstand. Nick sounded as frustrated as Jacob. Prancer, stop poking me with that antler or you're moving to the South Pole. An animal garbled a response. Jacob stared at the red velvet box on his nightstand. I have to propose to make this stop? He screamed into the phone. That wasn't my wish. Nick didn't answer right away, and in the silence, Jacob suddenly understood. It was her wish, wasn't it? She wished to marry me. Nick laughed. Don't be so full of yourself. She wished to be with her one true love for the rest of her life. Jacob scrubbed his fingers through his hair. She did? That's adorable. And hopefully doable. Get to work, lover boy. We need those wedding bells to ring sooner rather than later, if you know what I mean. Jacob strangled his phone. How is he going to convince a woman to marry him in one day? You ask the impossible, you know that, right? Nick laughed. I work with Santa. We make the impossible happen every Christmas. You just have to make it happen this one Christmas. There was no arguing without logic. Fine. Jacob snapped. You know what would help? A Ferrari. Lauren would totally marry me for my car. Nice try. Gotta fly. The line cut off. Jacob hung up the phone and then growled. How am I going to propose without looking like a complete nutter? He asked the fireplace. Also, he was leaving an entire bag of oats out for Prancer. Go ahead and poke him, you feisty reindeer. That Kringle has been nothing but trouble in my life. That wasn't fair. The time spent with Lauren was golden time. He couldn't complain about getting to be with her and for a second chance. If he needed to make her wish come true to stop this Christmas repeat, then he would. Time to shave. He scrubbed his morning scruffy face and smiled. Chapter 19. Lauren was having a wonderful Christmas time this snowy Christmas morning. The theme of this day was family time, and she was so grateful to love and be loved. Outside, big snowflakes fell, and the meteorologist predicted a classic Christmas storm all day. Jacob and his mom showed up on the front porch first thing, a huge breakfast in hand, and they'd spent the morning together. He touched Charlotte's hand under the table, and soon they were glued to one another's side. Mom raised her eyebrows. What's this? She swirled her finger at the two of them. Lauren looked deep into Jacob's eyes as she answered. I saw him this morning, and I just knew that we should be together. I'm so glad I'm here right now. She leaned into him, and he kissed her temple. Michelle sniffed and swiped under her eyes. When it's right, it's right. I can't believe the two of you held out as long as you did. She and Mom laughed. Remember how we used to sneak around and watch them to make sure they weren't making out in the treehouse? Mom asked Dot. Lauren's mouth fell open. You did not. Michelle nodded. You were together all the time, and we could see that you were, well, in love. We worried the best friends thing was an act so you could sneak around behind our backs. Jacob burst out laughing. Lauren elbowed him in the stomach. What? He asked. They were worried, and we were angels. He nuzzled the sensitive spot under her ear. We should have tried making out in the treehouse. I would have loved to have seen their faces. She rolled her eyes, but all this talking about making out gave her an idea. She stood up and grabbed her plate. Jacob grabbed her plate. Jacob and I will do the dishes. We will, he asked dubiously. She nudged him with her hip. Yep. No one moved. Unless you all want to help, I'm going to take a morning nap. Dad pushed his chair back. Colin and I have a list of must-watch movies. If we don't get started, we won't be able to see them all today. Ethan picked up his son, threw him over his shoulder, and headed for the front room. Michelle stood. Rose, come see the Christmas orb that Jacob turned on the lathe for me this year. It's stunning. Mom's eyes lit up. Let's go. They left. Lauren put her hand on Jacob's shoulder and smiled down at him. Alone at last. He chuckled as he pulled her onto his lap. Who needs a treehouse? He kissed her neck, and she sighed happily into his embrace. I've been dying to kiss you all morning. He worked his way up her neck and then kissed along her jaw. Once he found her lips, he worked slowly, deliberately, and with great care, drawing sighs and moans from deep within her. Lauren allowed herself to be lost in the moment, lost in him. Geez, you guys, Ethan yelled, shielding his eyes. You don't have to make up for lost time. He grabbed the orange juice container off the table and stomped back into the living room. Chill. Lauren's cheeks burned. Getting caught by her mom would have been bad, but there was something hugely embarrassing about her big brother calling her out. She stood up and grabbed some plates. With a come-hither look over her shoulder, she invited Jacob to follow her into the kitchen. He didn't disappoint, and he brought an armload of dishes, which earned him extra points. She plugged the sink and dumped in some soap before turning on the warm water. There was something odd about this morning. She and Jacob usually spent most of the day together before they kissed, like they had to get to know one another all over again. He came back in with another load and stopped to wrap his arms around her from behind. You smell so good. He kissed her neck. I love you, he murmured into her skin. She froze in place for a heartbeat and then spun to face him. How? How can you say that so fast? I've been gone for years, and we're kissing in the kitchen, and you tell me you love me? Jacob lifted a shoulder. Because I feel it. He stated his answer more like a question, like he was testing to see if she bought his answer or not. Does it seem fast to you? She considered the fact that she'd sent Foster, who expected to marry her when he woke up this morning, home less than 2 hours ago. This eternal Christmas thing was messing with her sense of time. Foster was just as surprised as he ever was when she told him she knew about the secretary. So how come Jacob wasn't shocked by the turn of events? "Do you?" she asked at the same time he said. "Is it?" They stopped and looked at one another. Lauren cocked her head to the side, and Jacob cocked his the other way, and everything clicked into place. They both realized the other one knew about the Christmas repeats at the same time. It was as clear as if a cartoon light bulb had turned on above their heads. The only way Jacob would know, though, was if he made a wish too. She grabbed his shoulders. "What did you wish for?" He opened and closed his mouth without a sound coming out. She shook him. "You did this to us. You froze Christmas." "How?" "Me?" He found his voice. "You're the one who wished to spend eternity with her soulmate." Her mouth fell open. "How did you know about that?" He clamped his mouth shut. She smacked his arm. "Don't get shy on me now, lover boy." His face turned red with the words he fought to hold back. He pulled out his phone. "I know about your wish because I talked to the guy who granted them." He punched numbers. "Who are you calling at this moment?" she asked in shock. "The North Pole," he replied. She reared back. "The what now?" "You can't be serious." He hit the speaker button. "Santa's workshop, this is Nick." Her eyes widened and she mouthed, "No way." If she wasn't in the middle of a personal Christmas wish gone horribly wrong, she'd totally geek out about this. "Nick." "Lauren knows Christmas is on repeat," he said. He reached up and brushed her hair over her shoulder. "She's probably known all along," he conceded. Lauren nodded. His pronouncement was met with silence, except for the beep and boop of machines in the background. "I need to talk to Lux. I'll get back to you." The line went dead. "Thanks, man." "You're so helpful," Jacob groused as he shoved his phone back in his pocket. Lauren's brain was firing on all cylinders, possibly 2 more than she knew she had. "That was Santa?" Jacob started pacing. "It was his nephew or stepson or... I'm not really sure. All I know is that he wasn't supposed to grant both our wishes. Somehow they twisted together, and now we're stuck on Christmas." She grabbed his sleeve to stop him from pacing. His caramel-colored eyes found hers. "How do we stop it?" she asked. He was apparently in the know while she'd been left on her own to navigate the upside-down holiday. Jacob sighed and pulled a small red velvet box out of his pocket. "I have to ask you to marry me." He tossed it on the counter next to her and went back to pacing. "Excuse me?" She recoiled from the box as if it would bite her. "Foster did the same thing the last Christmas they spent together." Jacob scowled. "Don't act so happy about it." Lauren ran her hand through her hair. "I'm not." "I thought that was your Christmas wish." Jacob stopped moving and faced her, his hands on his hips. She rolled her eyes. "Yes, it was every woman's dream to have her man say he had to propose to her, or else they'd be trapped in Christmas forever. Let's just say I didn't think through the logistics of that wish." She scrubbed at her scalp. "And for the record, no one ever expects their wishes to come true. Don't start yelling at me. My wish didn't include eternity. All I wanted was a second chance with you." He stomped closer. "I wasn't greedy enough to include all of time in my wish." She folded her arms and glared at him. "I bet you asked for a Ferrari, though, didn't you?" She held both her hands out to the side. "Where's the car?" He scoffed. "Oh," I asked, too late. By the time I brought it up, Nick had shut down the wishing factory. "Well," she shoved off the counter, "call him back and tell him you've changed your wish. It doesn't work like that. Either we get married or we're stuck together forever." He threw up a hand. Lauren blinked. "Stuck together." "Stuck together?" She grabbed the box and shoved it at him. "I don't need a ring to be stuck with you. I already am." She spun on her heel. He grabbed her elbow. "Where are you going?" "I'm locking myself in my room and not coming out until next Christmas," she yelled. "And I might do the same thing the Christmas after that. Go. Be free. I don't want you to feel stuck." He narrowed his eyes. "You know that's not the way I meant it." "Do I?" "Because you just tossed a ring box at me and accused me of trapping you in a marriage." She lifted her chin. Have you even thought this through? I live 2 hours from here. Are you moving? I built a cottage for you, he sputtered. Every decision I made in that house, I asked myself, what would Lauren like? She stared at him in shock. He hadn't told her that the other Christmas when he took her home. You did? I did. He let her arm go. But if you don't want it, fine. Merry Christmas, Lauren. He stomped to the front door, and a second later, it slammed shut. Going to her room, she watched him pull out of his mom's driveway, throwing snow with his back tires. She plopped down on the window seat. He knew. He'd known all along. That explained the way they were able to pick up where they'd left off the Christmas before. It didn't explain the snow sculptures that stuck around or the decorations they placed around his mom's house that remained day after day. Who was she to explain Christmas magic? She could use the North Pole's phone number, though. If she ever got her hands on that guy. Nick. She'd stuff him up her chimney for causing this mess of her love life. Chapter 20. Jacob fumed as he went over the river and through the woods in a blinding snowstorm. He knew the roads through the mountain pass well enough that he wasn't worried about getting lost. He needed to get out of this town and away from Lauren. She'd practically thrown his ring in his face. Scratch that. She didn't even look at the ring. She'd thrown the box in his face. Shouldn't she at least consider the proposal for 5 seconds before turning him down? Huff. Where are you going? Jacob jumped at the appearance of Nick in his passenger seat. Where did you come from? He looked down at the speedometer. It read 35 miles per hour dot. Sleigh. Nick hooked his thumb toward his window. Jacob leaned forward to see past him. Outside, Lux was driving a sleigh, keeping pace with his truck. She set her jaw like she was trying not to throw up. The reindeer out front was hauling antlers. Pull over, she yelled Dot. Jacob rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure. I mean, I get pulled over by Santa's kids every year. He glanced at Jacob. You're his son, right? He asked as he slowed to a stop. Lauren had asked for clarification on the relationship, and he wondered the same things himself. He slowed to a stop, leaving the engine running Dot. Something like that? Nick turned to look behind them. You're stopping in the middle of the road? Jacob set the brake and got out, talking over the top of the truck. This stretch of highway is empty on a regular day of the year. On Christmas, seeing another car is as likely as seeing a snowball in... Bells! Lux stumbled out of the sleigh, holding her stomach. I hate flying, she mumbled Dot. The reindeer huffed at her. It's not you. It's me, she assured him. After several deep breaths, she faced Jacob. Is it true? Does Lauren know that every day is Christmas? She pulled a small bottle from her bag and sniffed over the vial several times, Dot. The scent of peppermint hit Jacob's nose, and his eyes stung. He waved his hand in front of his face and coughed. What is that? Lux glanced at the bottle. Anti-nausea smelling salts, although the name is a misnomer because there's no salt in the bottle. She shrugged and capped it, looking much less green than she had a moment ago. You didn't answer my question. Jacob nodded and blinked. She told me that she knew. Interesting. Lux adjusted her glasses and then pulled her laptop out of the messenger bag slung across her body and started typing. We were working under the assumption that it was just you. Does that make a difference? Nick asked Dot. If we add the weight of there, and then adjust for there. She typed and worked, ignoring them. Neither man needed to fill the silence, so they waited. Lux yipped, making both Nick and Jacob startle. It makes a big difference. She flipped the computer around, and they watched as the infinity sign grew smaller each day until the two sides collapsed, and there was a tremendous explosion. Nick folded his arms. Did you have to put in the sound effects? Lex blinked at him. I thought it helped get the point across. The point being, Jacob rolled his hand in the air. The timeline will collapse on itself, and we all... Nick mimed an explosion while mimicking the sound that had just played on the screen. Snowflakes tickled across his cheeks, and his eyes widened. The snow. He pointed to the sky. This is part of that boom. He threw his arms out to the side. Isn't it? Lux pulled up the Weather Channel. Look at this. They all crowded in to look at the screen. Moose Hollow is the epicenter of this storm. The clouds swirled around on the screen like a tornado, but without the funnel. It's not just Christmas at stake anymore. Lux frowned. I don't understand why it does this, though. She buried her face behind the screen and click-clacked away, muttering things like space-time continuum and Einstein's rainbow bridge wasn't this complicated. Nick plucked at his bottom lip, also deep in thought, but less brainy about it. Maybe I should talk to Lauren. No. Jacob and Lux barked at the same time. Nick reared back. Feel strongly about it, do you? What did I ever do? Jacob clamped a hand on his shoulder. You wanted to drop me into her bedroom and see if I could seduce her after not seeing her for 10 years. It worked for Aunt Lux. Nick pointed at her as if she was his best defense. The family tree was still fuzzy for Jacob. Aunt? Lux grunted, though she didn't look up from the screen. Reflected in her glasses was the explosion happening again and again. I didn't seduce Matthew. I saved him from drowning in a frozen lake, cut off his clothing to keep him from getting frostbite, and slept on his couch. Sounds like the same plan to me, Nick mumbled. Okay, let's get one thing straight. Jacob looked from one Kringle to the other. No one is dropping anyone into a frozen lake. He then pointed at Nick. Although you might be able to talk me into cutting clothes off. Lux punched his arm. Hard. Ouch. He rubbed the spot. At least he'd gotten her to look up from her computer. What are you, like a G.I. Jane or something? That hurt. She looked at her arm. I ice climb. Yeah, you do. He agreed so he wouldn't get hit again. We need a plan, Nick said. He closed Lux's computer so she wouldn't check out on them again. Although she hadn't missed a beat of the conversation despite the fact that she was probably running calculus equations in her head the whole time they were talking. Jacob stared at the sleigh and then at the two of them. What we need is a bit of magic because Christmas every day makes it feel like there's no Christmas at all, he lamented. Lux snapped her fingers. That's the implosion. She shoved her glasses up on her nose. Christmas magic usually has a whole year to build up, but it's being drained repeatedly without time to replenish. She grabbed the front of Nick's shirt. We do need to do this my way, in a manner of speaking. You want him to cut her clothes off? Nick asked, shocked. Aunt Lux! Lux pushed him away and patted the hood of Jacob's truck. What do you do when a battery goes dead? Jacob straightened. You jump it. He and Nick looked at one another. We need to jumpstart Christmas. They yelled and then fist bumped and smacked one another on the back in congratulations for figuring it out. When they were done, they turned to find Lux waiting for them to catch up to her light speed, fast thinking. How do we do that? Asked Jacob. Nick's chin dropped to his chest. We can handle this, Lux. We don't need the family. I'm sorry, Nick, but I'm afraid it's the fastest way. Lux gave him a pitiful pat on the shoulder. But I'm supposed to do this on my own, he argued one more time. She shook her head. That's not the Kringle way. We do Christmas together. He sighed and then lifted his head and said resolutely, call in the family. Lux pulled a walkie-talkie off her belt. Lux to the North Pole. Ho, ho, ho. North Pole. Ginger here. She yawned loudly. We need a Christmas jumpstart ASAP in Moose Hollow. You feel like spreading some Christmas cheer. Are you kidding? My middle name is Cheer. Over and out. Lux scowled at the walkie-talkie. Her middle name is Marie. Nick smacked Jacob on the back in farewell, and he and Lux moved toward the sleigh. How is this supposed to help me and Lauren get married? Jacob called after them. Lux sat on the velvet seat and covered her eyes. Leave that up to us. We excel at Christmas weddings. Nick picked up the reins. Layla is going to love this. Lux nodded, though she didn't open her eyes. She probably already has the floral arrangements done. Nick pointed at Jacob. Get to the church on Main Street pronto. He slapped the leather, making the bells jingle. On Prancer. That was Prancer? Jacob cupped his hands around his mouth as he called, I owe you a bucket of oats, Prancer. It'll be on my back porch. He looked around the deserted stretch of highway and then back up to the sky, where the sleigh disappeared in the clouds. Snowflakes danced. I guess I'm getting married. The thought raced through him as if he'd been standing on a frozen lake and the ice broke under his boots. Married. Okay, yeah. This was happening. He scrambled to breathe. Married. Today. He didn't have a warning. Marriage was a huge commitment. He wasn't ready. His chest tightened, and he grabbed at his coat because it felt like it was strangling him. Lauren's face came to mind, and the world stilled. He was still in over his head with this whole thing, but there was a peace that came over him, a contentment when he thought of spending the rest of his life with her. She'd drive him absolutely insane and make him want to drive to the next county. But she also brought him to a place that he'd never get to on his own. A home. A love that went beyond anything he'd ever known. He wanted her just as much as he needed her, which is why he pressed the gas pedal and sped home. He couldn't wait for the rest of his life to start. Chapter 21. Despite her claim that she was going to spend the rest of Christmas Day in her room, and probably the Christmas after that, Lauren couldn't say no to Colin when he begged her to play games. Please, he pleaded. Minute to Win It is my favorite. She grabbed a pillow and screamed into it, her face feeling red and puffy from the effort. I'll be right out, she called through the closed door. If she had to pick up one more ornament with a candy cane, she was going to throw the Christmas tree in the backyard and light it on fire. That wouldn't traumatize her nephew at all. For his sake, she swore to keep a lid on her Scrooginess and pretend that this was the most fun she'd had since she was 5. She yanked open her door, a smile plastered on her face, to find a beautiful young woman standing there holding an armful of garment bags. Her long white hair hung over one shoulder, and her purple eyes, purple sparkled with mischief. This is going to be so much fun. She pushed into Lauren's room and shut the door behind her. Then she stopped and opened it again. Layla. Coming. The other voice was speaking to Colin. I'll tell Santa, I promise. Layla jogged down the hall and bustled in, carrying a designer handbag. She wore a thick sweater and a pair of bell-bottom jeans. So, I'm Layla, and this is Frost. We're here to prep you for the big surprise. Lauren stared at the two of them. I don't know what you're talking about. Of course you don't. Frost scanned the room and then opened the closet and began hanging up the bags. Lauren considered her outfit and decided she dressed like a Barbie doll. That's what surprises are all about. Leela dumped her purse on the dresser and makeup spilled out. A lot of makeup. More than the bag could have held. Lauren rubbed her eyes as a flat iron and then 3 curling irons in 3 sizes tumbled one after another onto the desk. What is that? She pointed at the purse even as her feet took her closer. She hadn't told them to walk over, but she was soon waving her hand over the bottom of the bag to see if there was an invisible hose attached. Nothing but air. Listen, the thing with Christmas magic is you can try to explain it and get a massive headache, or you can roll with it. Layla chuckled. Lauren stumbled back and sat on the bed. Christmas magic? Do you guys know Nick? No way these women were from the North Pole. Okay, Frost, with her Santa white hair might pass, but there was no way this woman ate cookies every night. He's my nephew, Frost chirped. Lauren's forehead wrinkled. Frost didn't look that much older than Nick. She blurted out the next question that came to mind. Does my mom know you're back here? Does she know what the surprise is? Does she approve? Frost nodded. Rose let us in the front door. We thought about coming down the chimney, but then everyone gets all Santa crazy and we spend the next hour and a half eating cookies. She wrinkled her nose. And to be quite honest with you, we don't have that kind of time. She pulled open the desk drawer and gasped. You organize your washi tape? Lauren's cheeks heated. She hadn't been home for years, but she was still proud of the color coordination and organization of that tape. It's obsessive, I know. It's amazing, Frost breathed as she ran her finger over the rolls. I liked you before, but I love you now. Lauren burst out a laugh. The sound was a glorious relief from the stress building up inside of her. Layla hip bumped her. Will you two focus? We need a dress. Frost clapped her hands. My other obsession. She sized up Lauren with a look and then flipped through the hangers. Letters, office supplies, paper, all of it's my weakness, but fashion is my passion, girlfriend. I mean, if a box can be wrapped beautifully, why can't I? Why can't you? She unzipped her bag, and hot rod red ruffles spilled onto the carpet. Lauren shuddered. I think it's too much. Frost zipped it back up, surprisingly without catching the delicate material in the zipper. We need a statement dress that's not overdone, but one with a Christmas vibe. She hummed as she considered the options. Finally, she grabbed one and pulled it off the rod. Spinning around, she held it close. I've been saving this for a special occasion. Her squeal had Lauren anxious. Frost's pencil skirt and matching top weren't exactly her style. Frost unzipped slowly and Layla coughed. Don't rush this moment, Frost admonished her. A woman only gets to do this once. Lauren exchanged a look with Layla. This made her question her own sanity because Layla looked just as eager to get her hands on Lauren and smatter her with liners and toners as Frost did to dress her up like a doll. When the dress was finally out of the bag, Lauren gaped in wonder. It's amazing. I know. Frost bounced on her toes. The knot at the side paired with the lantern sleeves is beautiful enough, but the contrasting sequin skirt with the slit up the back is, she gasped, to die for. Not to mention the shade of off-white is an absolute dream with your hair and skin tone. She grabbed for the edge of the dresser. I might pass out. I'm so happy right now. Lauren had to admit she would feel like a princess in that gown, and a part of her itched to put it on. She looked back and forth between the two women. Lauren only hesitated a moment. You know what, you two dropping into my room for a Christmas makeover is not the strangest thing that's happened to me lately. I think I'll roll with it. Eep. Layla pulled a salon chair out of her purse. Lauren pointed at it. That is the weirdest thing that's happened, and I don't even care. She settled into the chair and closed her eyes. Work your magic. Layla giggled. Not literally, Frost warned. I know. There's already enough magic tearing through this town. We don't need to add mine to the storm, Layla replied. Layla swiped a warm cloth that smelled of aloe over Lauren's face, removing whatever makeup she had left. It was possible that she'd cried some of it off after Jacob left, though she wouldn't tell anyone else that. Tell me about Jacob, Frost asked. Layla snorted. He's stubborn. Has no idea how to be romantic. Her lip trembled. And the best friend I've ever had. She bit the inside of her cheek to keep from crying. Since these women were clearly Santa's elves, there was no point in holding back. He tossed a ring box at me this morning and said we had to get married or else, Frost gasped. Men. Layla slathered something cold on Lauren's face. That has to sit. I'm moving to hair. She took Lauren's messy bun out, sprayed dry shampoo at the roots, and started a scalp massage. Lauren melted into the chair. It felt so good. I mean, Frost hedged, even if Christmas was going to implode, we still want to be wooed. Right. Lauren punctuated her agreement with a nod. And you know, if they're stressed because they feel the responsibility of ruining Christmas for the whole entire world, that's no excuse for rushing things, Layla added. Agreed. Lauren shifted in her seat. She hadn't thought about Jacob being stressed or that there were bigger things going on with Christmas than being stuck. I mean, what do they expect us to do? Save Christmas with them, jump into their sleigh and ride off into the sunset at the drop of a hat. Frost's tone had softened considerably. Lauren blew out her lips. Okay. When you put it like that, Layla moved back to her face and began massaging the cream into Lauren's skin. I'd love to ride off in a guy's sleigh. Do you know how hard it is to find a man who cares about Christmas the way I do? Lauren scowled at the thought of this stunning creature anywhere near Jacob. Don't do that. You'll create wrinkles. Layla smoothed out the line between Lauren's eyebrows. Lauren sat still as she was brushed, dabbed, and swiped. Frost hummed a Christmas tune while they worked together to get her ready for the big reveal. I guess the real question is, Layla stood back and Lauren opened her eyes to see the two of them beaming at her. Yes, she prompted. Is you want to spend every Christmas, until death do you part, with Jacob? Because if you do, the rest of it all doesn't matter, does it? Layla put her brushes away and began tossing items into her impossibly small purse. His tossing the ring box at you becomes a funny story to tell the grandkids, one where he kisses your cheek at the end and says something like, "Can you believe she said yes?" And you share a look filled with a lifetime of love because, of course, you'd say yes. Tears stung Lauren's eyes, and she started fanning them. "I love him so much, and I want to know he loves me that much, too." Frost patted her hand as she brought her to her feet. "Sugar, that man is so in love with you. His Christmas wish has warped time itself." Lauren laughed over the lump in her throat. "He said that was my fault." She stripped down to her underwear so she could get into the stunning gown. Frost held out the dress while looking at the wall to give her some privacy, and Lauren stepped into it. "You know what they say." Frost did up the zipper in the back. "It takes two to tango." She stepped out of the way of the mirror, and Lauren got her first look at herself. She touched her hair, which was pulled back into an elegant princess-style knot. Tendrils brushed her cheekbones, which looked regal because of the excellent makeup job Layla had done. Her eyes were larger than life and luminous. There was a tap at the door. "Your sleigh is waiting," Ethan called through the door. Lauren grabbed Frost's arm. "My sleigh?" Frost giggled. "Merry Christmas, Lauren. May it be memorable." Layla threw open the door, and Ethan did a double take at the beautiful woman. "Hey there." He leaned against the door jamb. Lauren rolled her eyes. "Nice game, bro." She nudged him aside with her elbow and headed for the waiting sleigh. Hopefully, at the end of that sleigh ride was the man she'd loved her whole life through, the man she wanted to love for the rest of her life, too. "Hey, where'd they go?" Ethan yelled. Lauren's hand was still on the doorknob. "Try the chimney," she called as she threw open the door to her future and stepped boldly into a repeat day that was unlike any she'd experienced before. Chapter 22. Jacob waved at neighbors who stopped to stare at him as Nick drove him through town in a sleigh. He'd gone home to change into something more groomish, only to discover a garment bag hanging on his closet door with a note that read, "Wear this or else face the wrath of Frost. He wasn't going to argue with that one, even though he had no idea who this Frost person was or how he or she would release their wrath. While he was being stared at because who wouldn't stop to stare at two men in a reindeer-drawn sleigh, he stared at the town that had gone through a massive holiday renovation. Garlands hung from lamppost to lamppost, stretching across the street. Wreaths brightened every doorway and business. Decorated trees lined the sidewalks like soldiers, and between them stood life-size nutcrackers, each with a different theme. There was a skiing nutcracker, a Santa nutcracker, and several dressed in native costumes from different countries. On the corner of 2nd and Main, for carolers in turn-of-the-century costumes sang "Hark the Herald Angels Sing in Perfect Harmony." A group of people from town had gathered in to listen. There was a tall man in a cowboy hat, his tiny wife tucked into his side as if he was her source of warmth on this wintry day. He was tapping his cowboy boot along with the beat. Pastor Seth and his wife Evie joined in with the group on the chorus, Seth playing his guitar in the Christian country style that drew so many people to the church on Sundays. "Looking good, Brody," Oliver called Nick. The middle-aged man singing bass lifted a hand in greeting. On top of all that, though, folk continued to fall, piling up in fresh, crisp mounds of pure white. The storm was closing in, and the gray clouds overhead churned in warning. They whooshed on and were soon enveloped in the heavenly scent of candied Christmas nuts roasting over an open fire. Mayor Owen stood near the food cart, both hands holding paper cones full of walnuts. "These are heavenly. Here, try some." He shoved a bag at Old Man Martin, who actually smiled in response. "Don't mind if I do." "Smells divine. Robin, Gabe, save me a bag." Nick didn't slow down. Jacob turned in his seat and called, "Me too." The beautiful auburn-haired woman, adding the candy topping, winked at him. Up ahead, children clogged the street with more streamed in from every direction. Jacob lifted out of the chair in order to see over their heads as Nick wove through the crowd. A couple, dressed in full Santa suits, red velvet and white fur trim, handed out gifts. They pulled them from seemingly empty bags hanging over their shoulders, calling each child by name. "Have you seen Frost and Layla?" Nick called to the couple. "Not yet," answered the man. "Christopher and Stella are already at the church." The woman waved them on. "Who are all these people?" Jacob asked. They turned his already Christmas-loving town into a snow globe scene. "They're Kringles," said Nick. They pulled up to the church, and on the steps stood a man wearing a Sunday suit complete with a pastor's collar. Next to him was a woman in a red leather skirt with a fluffy white sweater and Santa boots only Prada could make. The man stepped forward and grasped Jacob's hand, shaking it even as he pulled him from the sleigh dot. "Hi, I'm Christopher Willis, and I'll be your officiate today." His kind eyes sparkled in that magical way Jacob was beginning to associate with the Kringle family. "This is my wife, Stella." He lifted onto his toes. "Our daughters are around here somewhere." "They went to build snowmen in the park," Stella told him. "All three?" he asked, his eyebrow raised in question. The look told Jacob that Christopher worried about where at least one of his daughters would wander off to die. Stella smirked. "All three. Emma and Sophia promised to keep an eye on Isabella." Christopher looked up at the cloud-covered sky. "Heaven help us all." Stella giggled. "Give her a chance. She hasn't been on the naughty list for a month of Christmases." Jacob coughed to cover his laughter. A month of Christmases this year was only a month. "Here comes the wedding party." Stella clapped her hands. Jacob turned to see a huge sleigh full of his brother, sisters, and their spouses and kids. In the middle sat his mom, so full of joy she had to wipe it away from her eyes as it leaked out of her. As soon as the sleigh pulled to a stop, she rushed to hug him. "How?" She laughed as she cried. "How did you keep this from me? I can't believe it's happening. This is the best Christmas." She clutched her hands to her chest and gasped. "Your dad would be so happy to know you and Lauren are getting married." She threw her arms around him and held tight. Jacob hugged her back. "I'm happy that you're happy, Mom." He was. Each day she'd ended in a funk, and he didn't know how to bring her out of it. Today, her personal cloud had lifted. He could literally feel it gone. She nodded against his shoulder. "I am." His older brother, Andrew, and older sister, Aubrey, piled on him. "You son of a gun." Andrew pounded his back in a bro hug. Jacob was slow to respond, shocked that they were even in Moose Hollow when they were supposed to be on a beach. "How did you get here?" Aubrey hugged herself. "There was a last-minute flight." "Of course, when I got word my little brother was getting married, there was no question on whether we'd be here or not." She hugged him close. "I'm so happy for you." Behind her, Lux waved as she leaned into Quick. He wore a military dress uniform and was freshly shaven. Lux looked at him like he was her own personal hero. Jacob had it in the back of his head to give the guy a hard time about getting his clothing cut off by Lux, but after taking the man's measure, there was no way he was going to mess with him. "Thank you," he mouthed to the two of them. Somehow they'd flown his family in, and he was thrilled. Lux nodded, and the soldier saluted. "My turn." Charlotte elbowed Aubrey aside and threw her arms around Jacob's neck. "I'm so jealous of you right now, I could spit crushed candy canes." Jacob laughed. "Your time will come." She huffed and pushed away from him. "I'll be an old lady with 10 cats in the biggest candy bowl on Halloween. But I'm so happy to get another sister, I don't even care today." She flipped her hair over her shoulder. "Speaking of which, where is Lauren?" The church bells sang. The town gathered, everyone looking up at the church bell tower in awe. "I haven't heard them since I was 8, said Mayor Owens. They played the Carol of the Bells, the music loud enough to draw attention, but not too loud to speak over. Miss Pauline, smelling like burnt gingerbread, clasped her hands. "Do you remember how they used to play on Christmas Eve? Magical." Several of the Kringles exchanged looks. Jacob cleared his throat. "Thank you all for coming." He looked around, hoping to spot Lauren in the crowd. "I guess we're only missing the bride." A light ripple of laughter rolled over the crowd even as a different kind of ripple went through his stomach. He grabbed Nick's sweater. "Is she coming?" he hissed. Nick checked with Lux, who lifted her shoulders and looked down the street, a wrinkle of concern in her forehead. Jacob gave his family a reassuring smile. They'd flown all the way here, interrupted their much-anticipated cruise to come back for a wedding that might not happen. The last time he'd talked to Lauren, she'd told him she was going to stay in her room. He hoped that wasn't true. He did his best to hold back the wave of disappointment and heartbreak that threatened to consume him if Lauren didn't come to their wedding. A gust of wind picked up his tuxedo jacket, and he grabbed it to pull it back down. By the looks of the clouds overhead, they wouldn't get a second chance to save Christmas. "Come on, Lauren," he pleaded. Chapter 23. Lauren settled into the sleigh, surprised that she wasn't cold. It was December 25th, after all, and she walked out of her house without a coat on in one of the heaviest snowfalls she'd ever witnessed. Lauren wanted the dress on full display when she pulled up to the church. She couldn't wait for Jacob to see her. They sped through town, trees and decorations blurring past her field of vision. "What's the hurry?" she asked Layla. "We're a bit behind schedule." Layla spoke over her shoulder, then she expertly maneuvered the reindeer around cars parked in the middle of the street. At one point, she called on Coco, and they lifted over the top of a parking lot to land gently on the other side. Coco was a delicious, medium brown pelted reindeer with 3-point antlers and a button black nose. Lauren hooted as they touched down. Jacob would love this. Her heart yearned for him. Yes, they'd had a fight, but they'd fought before. She could count on her right hand the number of times she'd sworn never to talk to him again, and that was just an elementary school. For them, the fighting didn't mean the end. At least she hoped it didn't. The closer they got to the church on Main, the more butterflies stirred in her stomach. She pressed a hand against her middle in an effort to calm them down. If only the snow would let up, she'd be able to see if he was waiting for her. As it was, she couldn't see 10 feet in front of Coco's nose. Frost patted her knee. "It's normal to feel nervous on your wedding day." Lauren bit her lower lip. "It's not marrying him that makes me nervous," she felt the need to clarify. "It's getting married in general. It changes so much. It changes everything," Frost confirmed. "That's not exactly helpful." Lauren gasped as they hopped a fence. "Sorry." Layla called, though she didn't sound sorry at all. She sounded like she was having the time of her life. Frost chuckled. "You'll have to forgive her. She doesn't get out of the castle much." Lauren cocked her head. She was about to ask for clarification on that statement, because castle? When the sleigh slowed down so quickly that she almost tumbled into the back of Layla's legs. Once they slowed, she recognized the absence of the wind, or the sound of it at least. She hadn't felt so much as a breeze through her hair. In the quiet, the church bells rang loud and clear. Layla steered them onto Main Street and a cheer went up. Craning her neck, Lauren looked around their driver to see the whole town gathered at the church. Squinting, she made out her appearance standing on the church steps. Several stairs above them was a man who looked like a preacher, though she didn't recognize him. The entire Morris clan was there. How in the world? She broke into a grin and waved at Charlotte. Christmas magic was incredible. She locked eyes with Jacob and her breath caught in her throat. The man was to die for a handsome and black tuxedo with a Christmas green and silver striped tie. She swooned in her seat. Frost grabbed her arm, a soft smile on her face. "Hang in there. Wait until he says his vows before you let him sweep you off your feet," Lauren giggled. Knowing that the only way to get to Jacob was to walk down the red carpet that had been laid over the snow, strength filled her limbs. The sleigh slowed to a stop, and she stood up. Layla pressed a bouquet made from white roses with sparkles on the ends of their petals, pine cones, pine sprigs, and sage-colored leaves. It was stunning and light, and added the final touch that Lauren needed to feel like a bride that Jacob hadn't taken his eyes off her. Instead of waiting for her to come to him, he dashed down the steps like Prince Charming and stopped in front of her, dropping to one knee on the red carpet. Lauren pressed her free hand over her mouth to hold back her gasp. The whole town held its breath. Mom sniffed and Dad put his arm around her. Lauren only saw it happen out of the corner of her eye, but the move was so natural, such a part of their relationship, that it was as if she had a front row seat. Jacob reached for her, and she grasped his hand. "Lauren Hall," he began. "I will say the wrong thing, probably every day." The town chuckled, and Lauren nodded in agreement. At least they were on the same page there. At the moment, while everyone else was distracted and sharing knowing looks and reaching for their lovers' hands, Jacob mouthed, "I'm sorry." Lauren softened and gave his hand a squeeze, saying, "Me too. Let me just add that you look incredible in that dress." He looked her over, getting another round of chuckles. Lauren blushed. "You're a knockout yourself." She winked, and Jacob's eyes lit with passion. "My knee is getting cold, so," amidst the guffaws, he tucked her down to sit on his knee and wrapped both arms around her. Somehow, this was more perfect than him kneeling before her. They were always meant to be together, never one above the other or one behind. "Lauren Hall, I have loved you since I've known you. I've seen you with chicken pox all over your face and moss in your hair after a dip in Miller's Pond." He kissed her temple. I don't know what tomorrow will bring or how we'll work all the details out. But what I do know is that my life is better for having you in it. You fill my days with laughter and my heart with a joy otherwise unknown. If I can't be with you, I don't want birthday cakes, fireworks, or even Christmas. Well, that's taking it a bit far, mumbled the woman in Santa's suit, her hand on her hip. Lauren ignored her and touched Jacob's cheek. Marry me? Love me for always? He nudged her nose with his. Yes, she breathed the answer and then kissed him. They were soon pulled apart by Lux and her husband. Save it for the honeymoon, said the man as he marched Jacob to stand in front of the preacher. Lauren flushed bright red, and it had nothing to do with the heat Lux gave off that seemed to envelop the whole group standing on the steps. On Lauren's side were her parents, brother, and nephew. Colin looked adorable in a suit holding a green velvet pillow with rings on top. Lauren did a double take at her grandmother's ring nestled there. Who presents this woman for marriage? Asked the preacher man. We do. Dad and Mom stepped forward, each kissing her on the cheek. Lauren hugged them, incredibly grateful for everything they put up with this holiday season, whether they remembered it or not. We love you, dear, said Dad. He reached over and shook Jacob's hand. Couldn't ask for a better man. Welcome to the family. Jacob grinned. Thank you, sir. Nick stepped up and stood next to Jacob. Lauren raised her eyebrows at him. What? He shrugged. Someone has to be the best man. And I was the one who brought you two together. I got him to the church on time. Lila huffed from her place in the crowd. Jacob glanced at Lauren, and she rolled her eyes, begrudgingly giving permission for the Santa stand-in to be a part of their wedding. We are gathered on this beautiful Christmas day to witness the union of this man and this woman. As the preacher went on, Lauren's world shrank to just her and Jacob. His hand was strong and sure, just like his love would be from that day forth. And truly, it had been throughout the ages. They'd fallen in love as children, not knowing the path they were on. As teenagers, they denied their hearts, afraid of the changes a love this strong would make in their world. They weren't afraid anymore. Together they embraced their past, present, and the future, as uncertain as it seemed, with their wishes swirling in on one another. Lauren's body tingled, though she couldn't say if it was Christmas magic flowing through her or her soul rejoicing at joining with her other half. Somehow she managed to say I do and hold her hand steady as Jacob slid the ring on her finger. You may kiss the bride, rang through the air. Jacob stepped closer, making her world all that much more full, and brushed his fingers over her cheeks. I love you forever, Lauren Morris. I love you back, Jacob Morris. She couldn't help the smile that spread across her face. Jacob placed a hand on her hip and brought her body flush with his. He lowered his lips to hers, and she released herself into the kiss, holding nothing back. There was a flash of white, a loud boom, and the world exploded. Chapter 24. Jacob slowly came out of sleep and stretched his arms above his head. He felt the familiar sheets under him and the weight of his comforter over his chest. He was alone. With a groan, he acknowledged his failure. All that work, he mumbled as he scrubbed his face and opened his eyes to stare at the light fixture in the middle of the ceiling. He'd failed. He'd tried his best to share his heart with Lauren, even convinced her to marry him, and nothing. He was right back where he'd started. Merry Christmas to me, he grumbled, as he threw back the covers and stomped to the bathroom to brush his teeth. Dot. A minute later, he heard a noise. With his toothbrush in his mouth, he stepped back into the bedroom to listen. Dot. There it was again. One of his cabinets opened and closed. Dot. He dashed into the kitchen, ready to take his frustrations out on the burglar, or Nick, if it happened to be the meddlesome Kringle, only to come up short at the sight of Lauren making bacon while wearing one of his favorite hoodies. Her hair was bedhead beautiful, and her long legs were on full display. Dot. His mouth fell open, and he scrubbed his eyes. Morning, sleepy husband. He went right to her and wrapped her in his arms. You and bacon? I've died and gone to heaven. He kissed her neck, and then her cheek, and then her neck again, because it made her sigh in the most wonderful way. Dot. She leaned into his body. Merry day after Christmas. He pulled back and stared into her brown eyes. For truth? She giggled. I verified it on 3 different websites and both our phones. Christmas is officially over. He picked her up and spun in a circle. We did it. She threw her arms out while he continued to spin. We did it. Releasing his hold, he allowed her to slide down his body and touch her toes to the floor. Even though I've had more Christmases than I can count, I can't wait to spend every one I have left with you. Oh. She touched his cheek. Me too. She turned in his arms. Look what was on the counter when I got out here this morning. He wrapped his arms around her middle and tugged her against him so he could see over her shoulder. A leather wedding album lay open. The picture in the window on the front was of the 2 of them kissing in front of the church. She flipped it open, and there were pictures of them building a snowman, counting ballots for the gingerbread contest, sledding, and then him in a sleigh, her in a sleigh, and so many of their ceremony. Does it seem real? She asked, her voice dreamy. We're real. This is real. He kissed her hair. My love for you is the most real thing I have. She turned and kissed him with a new intensity. He didn't think she'd been holding back at any time before, but this kiss trumped all the others. He lifted her onto the counter and ran his hands down her back. She giggled. This may be my new favorite makeout spot. Me too, he said as he moved the hoodie aside so he could kiss her shoulder. Her skin was soft against his lips. Do you think we'll ever see them again? She asked. Jacob paused. The wedding album felt like a goodbye gift from the magical Christmas family who not only granted his Christmas wish, but brought the spirit of the holiday and the love that fueled it all back into his life. I don't know. Maybe. She tucked her hands behind his neck. If we do, remind me to thank them. She nipped at his ear. He groaned. Enough talking. Laughing, she wrapped herself around him and agreed. Later that week, Jacob scrawled a thank you note to Nick and dropped it in the mail with no other address on the envelope than North Pole. He lost the card with Nick's phone number, and his phone had no record of ever calling him. He hoped it got there because he didn't want Nick to think he'd messed up. He may have granted one Christmas wish too many and almost imploded Christmas, but he'd given Jacob a true Christmas gift, one that he would cherish his whole life through. Epilogue. 1 year later. Lauren stomped her feet to help keep them warm. What are you going to ask Santa for this year? She nudged Colin. He looked down at his snow boots. I'm not telling you. Lauren exchanged an amused look with Jacob. They'd volunteered to take their nieces and nephews to see Santa so everyone else could have a date night before the holiday rush kicked in. Elijah, Andrew and Natalie's oldest child, hung close but seemed to be in his own world too. He and Colin were the best of friends and couldn't be separated at school. They were in the same first-grade class and tromped around like they owned the playground, even as they watched out for Ginny and Megan. Megan was Elijah's little sister, and Ginny was their cousin. The girls were in kindergarten. The family was growing, and Ginny was soon going to be a big sister, so date nights were especially appreciated. Lauren and Jacob hoped to add to the brood soon, though they were taking their time and enjoying being together, finally. Lauren had moved back to Moose Hollow. When she'd arrived back at work after the holidays, married and happier than ever, the office exploded with happiness and congratulations. Once they all heard that she'd gone home for Christmas and reunited with her long-lost love, they allowed her to work remotely with just 3 days a month in the office. Jacob's cabinet business boomed. He spent his days happily creating custom pieces that brought joy to homeowners in Moose Hollow and beyond. He redid the kitchen for a famous music producer, and his name and reputation spread through the country music world. He had to sign non-disclosures to work with most of his clients, and loved every minute of it. They'd finally gone on a honeymoon in March and a second one in October. With their first anniversary fast approaching, they couldn't be happier. Ho, ho, ho! The hair on the back of Lauren's neck stood up at the familiar sound. It can't be. The family in front of them moved on to collect their candy canes from the woman dressed as an elf, and Lauren blinked several times. Nick, she exclaimed. Dot. It's Santa to you, Nick replied, his blue eyes twinkling with mischief. He motioned for the kids to come closer. Dot. Jacob strode forward and pulled the guy in for a hug. You old dog, you. They pounded one another on the back. Dot. The kids looked at Lauren. He's good friends with Santa, she explained. He was the best man at our wedding. Megan and Ginny whispered frantically behind their mittens. Colin set his shoulders and walked forward. He tugged on Nick's red coat. Santa? Nick got on his knees so he was level with Colin. Yes? Do you have a Christmas wish, Colin? No. Lauren lunged for her nephew. The world slowed down, and she couldn't seem to get to Colin fast enough to stop him from making a wish. It was like a bad dream where her limbs were as heavy as bricks. Dot. Jacob reached out a hand as well, his body moving slower than hers. Dot. What was happening? Colin cupped his hand around his mouth. I wish my mom would come back for Christmas. Jingle bells rang out, and time sped up again. Lauren's hand landed on Colin's shoulder, and she yanked him away from Nick. What did you do? She demanded from the jolly elf. Dot. Nick's eyes went wide. It was just one wish, I swear. He held up his white-gloved hands. Dot. Lauren smacked her hand over her forehead. A disastrous, horrible wish. Do you know Pearl? Jacob shuddered. Not cool, man. Nick winked and turned his attention to the other kids, and soon they were listing off their Christmas desires. Dot. Lauren's phone rang, and she stepped aside to answer it. Hey, Ethan. It wasn't a coincidence that he called right at that moment. She could feel it all the way to her toes. Lauren, you aren't going to believe this. Pearl just texted. She's coming for Christmas. Lauren squeezed her eyes shut. Was it bad to curse Santa's nephew, or whatever Nick was? We can handle this, Ethan grunted. I don't know. She's bringing someone with her. Great. Lauren glared at Nick as he grabbed his belly and laughed. You haven't made any Christmas wishes, have you? She quietly asked her brother. No, I don't believe in that kind of thing anymore. Too jaded, I guess. Great, Lauren exclaimed. I mean, not great that you're jaded, but just don't go wishing on any stars or Santa's anything. Okay? Ethan grunted again. I'm almost done shopping. Do you want me to pick up Colin? No. Don't come anywhere near here. She gulped. Keeping Jacob away from Nick was essential. Just enjoy your time off and buy yourself a new tool or something. Shiny things. Nick finished with the kids and sent them off to get candy canes. Lauren trailed behind. She glared at Nick. That guy was always causing trouble. Instantly, she felt bad. Obviously, the events he put into motion last year had turned out pretty well. Okay, I'll see you guys later, Ethan said. They said goodbye and hung up the phone. Lauren reached for Jacob's hand. He tugged her close. Everything okay? The kids walked ahead of them, happily unwrapping their candy canes and talking about all things Santa. No, Pearl's coming. Ethan shaken up. She drew in a breath. I wish she clamped her hand over her mouth. They didn't throw wishes around between them anymore. I mean, it would be nice if he had someone in his life to bring him a little Christmas cheer while dealing with his ex. Agreed. Do you want to set him up? He asked. She huffed. No. He's too grumpy for any of my friends. Jacob nuzzled her cheek. You smell pretty. She laughed at his obvious attempt to brighten her mood. Are you ready to drop off the kiddos? I'm ready whenever you are. He kissed her cheek. And as for Ethan, I'm sure he'll find someone when he's ready. If I've learned anything, it's that timing is everything. Lauren snuggled into him. You're so wise, love. He kissed her quickly, and they managed to catch up to the kids who had stopped at a hot chocolate stand. After sipping their way through a cup of cocoa and enjoying the decorations on Main Street, Lauren felt more peace than she had when the wish was made. So Pearl comes back for one Christmas. They'd made it through having her in the family for 2 years. They could handle a holiday. Besides, what kind of damage could a child's Christmas wish do anyway? You've been listening to The Christmas Wish Loop, a Kringle Christmas romance book 1 written by Lucy McConnell and read by Emma, an AI voice. We hope you've enjoyed the story and are ready to see what can happen when a little boy's Christmas wish comes true in the next Kringle Christmas romance story. The Christmas Wish Twist! Like and subscribe to this channel to be alerted when new audiobooks are made available, and have a very Merry Christmas.